COVID debate is polarized, and then I learned that guns are a whole different level.
Oh yeah, man, it's gonna be heavy.
Jim, do you own guns?
I surely do.
Of course you do. Machine guns?
My favorite gun is my Henry Golden Boy 45 Long Colt. It's my favorite gun ever. It's a heavy barrel shotgun. It's awesome.
I've got a glue gun. Honestly, as a Brit, I can tell you that at the point I left the UK when I was about 34, I had handled a .22 rifle at a range when I was about 14, and I'd seen a few guns in London by like high-level security outside Buckingham Palace. The rest of my life, I hadn't even seen a gun. That's the UK. Like, I mean, it may have changed in the last 5 or 6 years, but I don't. The police don't have guns on in general. There, they don't even train, as far as I know, unless they're dealing.
You guys don't have a right to hunt there? An inalienable right to hunt in the UK?
Farmers can have guns with licenses. I honestly, it's just so out of my purview. I guess, yeah, people who need guns for their jobs or activities, I believe you can get licenses for, but it's very restricted. Obviously, as I understand in the US as well, the storage of guns is highly regulated, and it's just so few and far between. It's honestly, I can literally recall like once or twice in my whole life. I think it's a little bit more common. I think if you walked around London these days outside Buckingham Palace, obviously you're going to see the soldiers with their guns, but you also will see some selected police. But the vast majority of the police in the UK would never have a gun, ever.
Jim, you should know better than to tell the feds that are here what guns you have and if you have guns. I know better than that.
Why is that?
I don't want them knowing what I have and what I don't. I'm not on any sort of list.
Honestly, the last time I handled guns was in Australia, and they used them to kill kangaroos or roos. They're pests out there.
Just quickly, so Spike, for any speakers, Spike, I've just sent you an invite to speak. I'll just DM it to you as well. You should see. I'll DM it to you if you can't see it on your screen. I've just DM'd it to you.
Put on the headphones.
Who's speaking now? Is that you, Ian?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah,
cool. Yeah. Hey, Spike, how are you? It's been a while.
I'm doing well. Sorry, I didn't hear the last 10 seconds when I got invited on. The audio went out, but I can hear you now. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
How much do you miss us?
Oh, very much. I'm very happy to be here.
Pleasure's ours. So I've got most panelists. I actually invited all panelists, I think. But yeah, Romy, if there's any panelist that hasn't received the invite, just DM me and I'll send them through the invite. We've got a pretty balanced panel. Nick has organized the agenda. Jim played a key role in getting all the speakers organized. Anyone else requesting to speak, as you probably know, you have to DM us on, because we can't see all requests. We get hundreds pretty quickly from when we start the space, and it starts glitching and we can't see requests. So make sure you DM us, DM me. The team's checking my DMs to tell us why you want to come up on stage, what value you could bring. We try to keep it as relevant as possible. Anyone that has an experience as a victim of gun violence, or has an opinion to share, any lawmakers, etc., would be great to have on the panel. What else? I think that's it. We've got a panel organized. Everyone's coming up. We've got a few already here. We've got William. William, good to have you. Thanks a lot for coming. We got Will as well. Thanks for coming as well. Lala, good to have you again, Lala. And I think that's the only new panelists we've got. Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate you all coming. Dr. Chethan, Dr. Sathya. Good to have you, sir. Can you hear me, Dr. Sathya?
I think it's still connecting.
Yeah, it says connected for me. So we'll give it another couple of minutes. I'll pin the newsletter for everyone as well.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be a good space, guys. I mean, it's good.
It's going to be pretty interesting, yeah.
Like I never expected to see, this group of people talk to this other group of people. That's something that, I've never seen before.
Yep. No, absolutely. And so that's why, shout out to William there for coming on.
Yeah.
So, definitely for sure. So,
Always fun.
appreciate you doing it, man.
Always fun joining the other side.
Well, we're not the other side. We don't do echo chambers here, man. We try to balance this panel as much as possible.
Yeah, we talk to everyone here.
Yeah.
I think I'm on your side, Will.
Maybe
I'm on your side too, Will. You're good.
There you go, Will.
It's
maybe
balanced.
That's why this is the number one Twitter Spaces in the world right now, as we've been noticing.
I went to go
There
get
are no
coffee with
sides,
Catherine,
but I'm
and
on
she
your
tried
side.
I'm undecided. Convince me.
I went to coffee with Catherine. She tried to disarm me, so I know her spot on this.
I see some of our future moderators and regular speakers, Tyra, Liza, Breaking News, Breaking 4 News, all of them there. Guys, if you want to come up, just request or just send me a DM, and we can bring you up. Same for all other speakers. And we'll kick this off in a couple of minutes. Let me just pin the roundtable. Nick, do you want to start introducing our speakers, warm up the space while everyone else joins?
Sure, I'll give a little bit of an introduction here. Will Fight, we've actually met, man. I know you know TJ Roberts.
Really? Okay. I
yeah.
saw you were from Kentucky. Yeah. I was like, I wonder if I know this guy.
So, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you probably do remember TJ Roberts.
Oh, I talk to TJ all the time. Yeah, I know TJ very well.
Good. Yeah, he might come on in a little bit.
I would love that.
So Will manages social media for the National Association of Gun Rights, which is basically the better version of the NRA, if I do say so myself.
Hey, I would agree with
that. So I'll give some quick introductions here. Spike Cohen, who gives the best comments on Facebook. There are plenty of pages and groups that are dedicated specifically to posting your Facebook comments. And so, Libertarian nominee for vice president in 2020. Am I correct?
That's correct. Vice presidential bronze medalist.
Beautiful. I love the way you put that. So yeah, we're happy to have you here, man. Really appreciate you coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
William, you've been a vocal activist, man, over the past several years on various gun control measures, and now you've got your own, I'll give you a shout out, your own pillow company to rival Mike Lindell.
Yeah, kind of started as a joke between me and David Hogg,
yeah,
the founder of the March for Our Lives, and turned into a real company. Had a lot of support from the people on the left, and we're kind of, I guess, jokingly referred to by some as the progressive pillow company, but happy to share my thoughts on everything in the space.
Dude, it's good to have,
awesome.
It's good to have business. I mean, it's a free market, right? And I think Mike Lindell could use a few pigs knocked out of him. Because right now he's like number one, and you need some competition. You need some competition.
Right. Well, he actually said on a space the other day that he's lost $100 million a year because of his politics.
That's rough.
So maybe that had something to do with William. I don't know, man. Do you take $100 million worth of market share?
Not quite 100 million yet, but
it's not lost as much as Elon.
We're growing pretty fast. So
awesome. Congrats. I love it.
I do want to quickly update the panelists. So we do have a full panel already. So anyone requesting to speak, it would be great to have you. I see Liza, I see Joa. Would be great to have you, Barbara, as well, and everyone else. In a bit, we'll be rotating the panel as usual. So just stay with us. You could feel free again to DM me on WhatsApp or Twitter if you want to come back a bit later to have you on to share your opinion, or just stay with us and I'll bring you up in a bit. But yeah, sorry, Nick, go ahead, man. I've shared the I have to share the newsletter. So I've just pinned the newsletter above for all the audience members. If you haven't subscribed, I don't know why you haven't yet. We recap the spaces there. We have opinions by speakers in the newsletter. It hasn't launched yet. It'll be launching in a week or so. So make sure you subscribe to that. I've got another panelist to bring up, Nick, so I'll let you continue the introductions before we kick off the debate.
Okay, perfect. So Lala, this is the first time we've met. I know you do e-commerce, but tell us a little bit about what else you do.
Hey Nick. Hey guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm an ex-political theorist. I keep trying to get away from politics. That's what I went to school for. I worked as a lobbyist on the Hill for many, many years. And finally was just disillusioned with the political climate, ended up moving across the country to California, starting my own business, and the rest has been, history. I've just been, an entrepreneur, done a lot of online marketing, everything you can possibly imagine. Anything to keep me from the DC swamp, but yet here I am. So thank you guys for having me. I'm excited to weigh in.
Well, once you're there, you never can leave. So.
Yeah. You know, and the temptation daily to get back there and fight for it, what's right, you know, but no, Spaces is as close as I'll get for right now.
Right. Yeah. Jim will tell you all about that. He's been trying to escape for years, haven't you, Jim?
Well, fortunately, I have geographically escaped. In terms of what I do on a day-to-day basis, I'm always looped in, so to speak. And I'm glad to have my friend Taylor Rhodes up from National Association for Gun Rights.
Right. Yep. President of the National Association of Gun Rights down there. Taylor, nice to meet you, man.
I'm the executive director of Rocky Mountain Gun Owners, which is the state group in Colorado for the National Association for Gun Rights. We believe that we're probably the biggest single state, single issue organization group in the nation. So I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
And definitely seeing some challenges coming your way legislatively there this year.
Yeah, it's for people that enjoy gun rights in Colorado. They have just started leaking what we think will be an assault weapons ban, but it's not. What I've been saying is it's not your grandfather's assault weapons ban. It's going after many shotguns and pistols, not just those big scary AR-15s and AK-47s.
Before you introduce Nick,
Jim, I want to
before you give Jim the mic, and we got to introduce Evan, who I just brought up on stage as well.
Right.
But before we do that, I do want to remind everyone, just make sure your mic is muted. Like Evan, I've muted you just because you got a bit of feedback on your end. And just make sure your mic is muted when you're not speaking, guys. It would be great. Always mute it and then unmute it when you speak, just to make sure there's no echo or no feedback in the background. Evan, you do have a bit of feedback, so I'm not sure if you can fix that. And for all the speakers, the way we'll do this, I'll just give you this overview before we introduce Evan and other panelists and kick it off. Just put your hand up at any time, or if you feel the need to interrupt, feel free to jump in as well. We're pretty casual, and it's a pretty free-flowing conversation. As always, we'll keep it balanced, we'll keep it educational, and we always love good debates. And if you have any technical issues, any questions, do DM me on Twitter. My team checks the DMs and we can help you out. But Nick, Jim, do you want to introduce Evan as well and other panelists before we kick off the debate?
Sure, Jim, you brought Evan, and so I want to give you the honor of introducing him, if you would.
Sure, and Evan, you can just say something short after I do. But Evan Todd is a Columbine survivor and someone that advocates for the Second Amendment. I've known Evan for quite a few years. We have a mutual friend and fellow Columbine survivor, Patrick Neville, who I worked with when he was the Republican leader in the House in Denver. And he and Evan both were Columbine survivors. And just Evan's a good guy, has a solid voice on this. And you might just very briefly introduce yourself, Evan.
Evan, mic is yours. You got to unmute.
Bottom left.
Evan, you need to unmute your mic.
Hit the bottom left, man. Go ahead.
Down where it says mic is off, Evan. Right? Down bottom left there.
We might go back to Evan then.
We can go back to him. Yeah, we can get back to him. Let's get this thing flowing. Yeah.
Well, I'll go and introduce Dr. Chethan.
Shashank Fasya.
You are
Satya, yeah.
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, well. You're a pediatric trauma surgeon. You've done research for the NIH and the director of gun violence prevention at Northwell Health. So you are quite credentialed here. And so we really appreciate you coming on, and your feedback is going to be super valuable to us. So,
yeah, Doctor, good to have you here.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Cool. All right, so I'm going to kick this off. Audience members, welcome to the space. Subscribe to the newsletter and share your comments. We need questions. In the bottom right corner, we've got our own questions. We have our own agenda, but we all go through the questions. If you put them in the comments, bottom right corner, and opinions as well. I always want to get a sense of the space. Like, you think it's biased one way or another? You think any points we're not covering? Do let us know. We'll try to make it as collaborative as possible. But Nick, maybe you can kick it off. Jim, actually. Jim, you can kick it off. Jim and Ian. And Sam, this question for all three of you before we kick it off with the panelists, and anyone could chime in. Why? I've asked this question, why is everything so polarizing? Literally, almost everything is polarizing and politicized. And gun control is probably on that extreme end of politicization. Why? Why is it so, why is the US so split on that topic?
It's one of those wedge issues, right? I mean, I would argue that the establishment, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the establishment wants to disarm Americans for various nefarious purposes, and this is a concern that's been going on for decades now. Even since the 80s, since the 70s, and Democrats have put themselves on the left of this issue, whereas Republicans put themselves on the right of this issue. I mean, I'm sure that this situation could be reversed if different people took different sides back then, but I think this is a constitutional issue, and Republicans, in my opinion, have shown that they are that they want to see the Constitution upheld, whereas the Democrats are more about changing things, and I don't think everybody agrees with that. Certainly, most members of this panel, maybe half the members of this panel, would disagree with what the Democrats want to do.
I do want to go, Ian. Just a quick question as well. Do you want to give us an overview of what happened? You or Jim? Jim, can you give us an overview of what happened yesterday? That triggered the shooting that triggered us doing this space. I think it happened 2 days ago or yesterday morning.
Yeah, so in Atlanta, there was a Chinese New Year's celebration taking place at a...
it was in California.
California, excuse me. I said Atlanta, sorry. California. And
it's in Monterey Park.
And there was a Chinese New Year's celebration taking place. Someone came in. No one first identified who the person was because they didn't have the shooter immediately, but shot and killed
your
him.
mic. By the way, Jim, you got a bit of feedback on your mic. I don't know, like something turning pages.
Is that better? Is that any better?
Yeah, better.
You have a little bit of echo.
Oh shit! Sorry, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, disability mic. Yeah.
So 10 people were shot and killed. They later found the killer, who was also Asian, but there was a belief at first that it might have been a racially motivated shooting, which often brings up controversy as it relates to having the right to own a gun in the United States or putting restrictions on and that sort of thing. Usually prompts that sort of discussion because of racial motivations when they do occur. But, it's a divisive issue in the United States because, at least in my opinion, the Second Amendment is very clear in its grant of the right to keep and bear arms as an individual right. And we obviously have had many discussions about that in the United States for many decades now. But it seems like a very clear right in the Constitution, yet when these sorts of shootings come up, then the discussion and debate starts to center around, well, how do we keep these things from happening? From my perspective, these things happen because of restrictions on the use of guns, particularly gun-free zones, and and most of those shootings happen in those areas. There'll be some debate about that, but I'm just throwing that out from my opinion. And I think that to the contrary, and a lot of Americans like myself agree that that the existence of guns in the hands of people is not a detriment to safety, and in some cases can be quite a positive in terms of safety. So, but this is a big issue in the United States because we are a state that we're a country, that has a pretty heavy percentage of gun ownership in the population. That's not common in every country around the world, so that also brings in a lot in terms of the debate. But we brought this up because what we just knew that what happened over the weekend was going to spur another in successive discussions on this issue in the public, and we thought it'd be good to hammer that out here with a good balanced panel on the issue.
Yeah. So Dr. Yeah, I was going to give you the mic, Dr. Satya. What's your take on what Jim just said, especially comparing to other countries that have significantly lower gun crime? And I think that correlates, and correct me if I'm wrong, it correlates with gun ownership. So countries that have freer gun ownership laws tend to have lower crime rates. But I know I'm oversimplifying a very complex topic, so I'd love your take on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there are exceptions like Switzerland. Just adding that there.
Perfect.
Absolutely. I think, first of all, I just want to point out that there are countries, if you look at regional gun ownership rates in the United States, there are countries that have very similar gun ownership rates. In fact, even Canada, which is a big hunting country, does have regional rates that are very similar to many of the locations where mass shootings and other types of gun violence do take place. However, they have taken...
Your mic is... can you get your mic a bit closer if you don't mind, Doctor?
Yeah, Mario.
Thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Thanks. Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Tristan.
All right. Yeah, no, I was going to say, but a lot of those countries do adopt a public health approach, and I'll talk about that in a second, to bring down the level of gun violence. And I really think one of the issues here, to Jim's point a little bit, is that this is not actually about the Second Amendment issue, but everyone seems to make it about that. And sorry, I'm just trying to open my phone. I'm in the car. I apologize. When we talk about gun violence, we have to remember, we're talking about firearm-related suicide, unintentional injury, mass shootings, and then the category of homicide and violence. Each of those areas of what we call gun violence is so different, has such different root causes, that we can't just lump them together. So as a result of lumping this together, what happens is that, we see gun owners and folks that are, very strong for the Second Amendment say that they are not responsible for inner city gun violence that we see. And that is true. However, we have to acknowledge that, to your point, Mario, when we look at the stats, firearm suicide, unintentional injuries, mass shootings in this country are off the charts. And there is a direct correlation to countries that have gun ownership, high gun ownership like the United States, and very few public health measures, such as common sense policies or licensing requirements, do have a much higher rate of certain types of gun violence. Again, not firearm violence and assault, but when you look at mass shootings, suicides, unintentional injury, it is unquestionably higher if you have very lax policies. So I think I firmly do believe in the Second Amendment. I think that there is a way to have a public health policy here that keeps everybody safe. And if we can limit some of the mass shootings that happen, why not? But we also understand that gun owners should not be vilified for the spiking rates of crime, as you mentioned, and inner city violence. And I think the more that we come to that middle ground, the better, because these are very, very different issues that we lump together.
So one of the topics of conversation that we're going to have tonight is what does the Second Amendment actually mean, and what is common sense gun laws? As you just mentioned, you use that term. And so, I appreciate your introduction there, and I'd really like to go to Taylor Rhodes on that, because this is something you do every day. This is something you focus a lot on, and your opinion is very valuable. Go ahead, Taylor.
Right. So what I would say, in contrary to that, if you look, I'm going to speak specifically on Colorado. So over the past decade, the Democrat-led legislature here has passed. It's just in Governor Polis's term, it's 11 bills. I think it's something like almost 20 bills in total that they have passed since 2013. When you look at that, they call this the Swiss cheese approach, where they're, layering on top. When in fact that this approach is not helping at all. When you look at homicide rates, particularly in most cases, especially in our urban corridors or the Front Range, so Denver, Boulder, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, these rates have gone up by a matter of almost 40, in some cases almost 60%.
So Taylor, can I ask you real quick, what kind of legislation is Colorado trying to pass through? Because I want to make that clear for the audience, just so there's context.
Right. So of what has been passed in the last 10 years, I'll talk about what has been passed and what they are looking to pass.
Okay.
So what they have passed are red flag gun confiscation laws, meaning that someone can file a ERPO, extreme risk protection, against you, and that is as good as a search warrant for you. That they're going to confiscate your firearms first, and then have the due process second. Other things that they've passed are magazine capacity restrictions, universal background checks, safe storage laws that make you defenseless towards home intruders. Other things are lost and stolen firearms, that if your firearm is lost or stolen, that you then have to report that to the police and you end up on a government list. Some of the most heinous that they're looking to pass are, they are looking to pass a so-called assault weapons ban that I mentioned earlier. And, this isn't just, like California.
Taylor, okay.
Can you hear me? Did it cut out?
Yep, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
So it goes even further than.
Taylor, someone.
You seem to be cutting out.
No, someone's calling him. Taylor, is someone calling you? If someone's calling any speaker, if someone keeps calling you, just block them. That's the best solution.
Yeah. Mario, can we hop back to the actual Second Amendment and discuss that, because it's kind of the starting point.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
In the fact that, I can read it out. I'm not American, so it's not something that's enshrined in me, but a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, obviously, the first four words have come under a lot of debate. A well-regulated militia, and this amendment, I believe, was from 1791, and a militia at the time was defined as all able-bodied citizens eligible by law to be called on to provide military service. So a lot of people have argued that the Second Amendment, the original understanding of it, was to protect the states itself, not indivial citizens.
But I have Nick, I have a question for you, Nick, and then I'll let you keep it. And Spike, I see him unmute. Just have a question. The amendment, the U.S. Constitution is greatly written. A lot of respect for it, but how's the sentiment among the panelists? Like, if there's something within the Constitution, I know that some things are not too clear and we can debate, but let's say there is something, how much should we stick with the Constitution? Yeah. And is there any leeway to kind of change things as we evolve? It was written a really long time ago.
Okay. Yeah, before we go to Spike, I do want to say one thing. Number one, the Constitution is absolute. You can't, say, oh, well, this is back in 1791, so it doesn't really matter.
This is the question that I have. Like, is there any leeway on that point, or is the Constitution something which, by the way, I believe the Constitution should never be, we should never question it. I think it was very well written, and it's worked well so far. But I've seen some people argue.
Amendment.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but let me say this real quick. This is a very important point on the second. This is a very important point on the Second Amendment.
Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Sam. Hang on one second, Sam.
Anymore.
Okay, so 2008 case, District of Columbia versus Heller. It's very important to note that they did hold that the phrase that you use in the Second Amendment, which says well-regulated militia, is a prefatory clause, which is essentially a mission statement of that amendment, and they expressly say that the clause does not mean that that right only belongs to a militia. And Spike can actually probably go into a lot more detail on that if you want to.
Yeah, so the debate on what is or is not a militia was settled prior to the ratification of the Constitution in 1791. This was settled in the Federalist Papers in multiple parts of it, where multiple founders who weighed in on what the militia was and their various ways of saying so made it very clear and explicit that the militia refers to the people as a body of people who are trained up to defend their country from enemies both foreign and domestic. And understanding the context behind when they would say enemies both foreign and domestic, they were explicitly also including those in government who would wish to do harm to the people. So the purpose of the Second Amendment, which I don't want to go too far into this because then we could get into the whole debate between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, but it was basically a way of making it very clear that this new form of government was going to make sure that the people were protected against the overreaches of a government that could potentially become worse than the one that it replaced, even and including if it meant the people themselves taking up arms against the government. That is the explicit purpose of the Second Amendment, and that is why they referenced a well-regulated militia. And also the term well-regulated, regulated meant regular.
So
being made regular, and it wasn't the way that we use regulated.
Let me speak. Let's talk about how relevant that is today. So you're saying that amendment today would effectively say that if the US citizens were not happy with the government, they should overturn them with violence, with firearms. And that's why
The
people are holding
Declaration of
personal
Independence
firearms
says that.
today. So,
The
so
Declaration of
yeah,
Independence
sure,
says that
but
the
Spike,
people
this
have
is
the
a
right to
debate.
abolish
This
or
is a
alter
debate that
government.
was
Correct.
exactly, and this is a debate. It's 240 years ago. Do you still believe in current society that you are armed yourself because you are hoping that you don't have to overturn the government one day, and that gun is there for you to do so if you need to? Is that why you own a gun? If you own a gun?
The purpose of a firearm in a defensive purpose is to protect yourself and those you care about from anyone who would wish you harm. And that last part's left open-ended. So yes, that's correct.
Just
and by the way, a little bit of
something the data doesn't support.
Who said the
data?
That was the doctor.
But doctor,
Yeah,
before you go, doctor, I do want to mention one thing, doctor, as you answer Spike's point, is that I was reading somewhere that in Europe people are printing guns using 3D printing. More like technologically, it's going to be harder and harder to ban guns. We've had people 3D print fully functioning automatic SMGs and assault rifles using 3D printers. So maybe that's
But they're still illegal, though, Mario. That's the thing.
But I'm just saying, making them illegal doesn't, like, if someone wants to, making them illegal might not solve the problem really as society progresses, because there's just people, if anyone that wants to commit a crime could just print a gun and go do his thing.
But the issue in America isn't necessarily anyone who wants to commit a crime. It's there's a lot of gun-related deaths where no one went with the intention of somebody dying at the end of it. They didn't go out to be a criminal. It could be accidents, could be various things. It could be a reaction. This is the debate. I think guns being illegal in countries where they're legal, statistically, has kept gun-related deaths very, very low.
I'd love our guests. Maybe Doctor, you could jump in, and then would love other opinions on this. Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah. I want to be intellectually honest with this and just say that the data for a lot of gun-related policy and injury is not great. So let's just start there. I think we need to be honest about that. But the data that we do have really suggests, and the U.S. is an example of this, that owning a gun, having access to an unlocked gun in a household, increases the risk of homicide, suicide, and accidental injury. I see it every day. I see it among kids. I don't want to conflate crime and violence with illegal guns to legal gun ownership. And I do think that, at a minimum, why don't we have licensing requirements and waiting periods for gun ownership? I mean, most of the gun owners I know are all for responsible gun ownership. They think that at a minimum we should have licensing requirements just like we do for cars. There should be limitations to ownership, just as many of you have already mentioned. Why don't we have that? Because this is not about taking people's rights to own a weapon away. This is about responsible gun ownership.
Dr. Satya, but the thing that is important to note here is that any extensive such requirements are a prior restraint, and the only purpose, I think, by your own admission for doing so would be to help prevent suicides that might have something to do with mental illness and so forth. I think we all have to agree that the right of self-protection is clear, and that would be abridged to get to someone that has a mental illness, and you can't even restrain that in any way, even through licensing and registration. Plus, you take the general right of that individual away by doing things like building up gun registration lists and stuff like that, which could also lead to further harm in some future government that decides that they want to go and take the arms away, which goes right back to what Spike was talking about, protecting oneself,
Jim,
even from the government.
Jim, but with respect to self-defense, the honest truth is that the data does not suggest that at all. Otherwise, the U.S. would be the safest country in the world, right?
Doesn't suggest what, Doctor?
That owning a gun keeps you safer. But I will say that, to your point, what I'm saying. So, okay, let's look at this statistic. 80% of mass shooters, right? And this is probably a little updated from recent scenarios. 80% of them, especially the youth, have gotten their weapons from parents who have unsecured assault rifles, whatever type of weapons around. Where's the liability there? Where's the responsibility there, right? Why do we even tolerate a mass shooting, even though it represents less than 1% of gun violence in this country? Why even tolerate that? Why not put some regulations in that any normal American would be able to pass to own a weapon, that yes, might make it a little bit more difficult, just like it's difficult to to get licensed to drive a car, or just like it's difficult to buy cigarettes if you're under 18. Why wouldn't we do the same thing for guns?
So can I
there is a reason as it relates to specifically what you're talking about, which is the fact that that gun ownership does help protect people. And I'm working on bringing in someone who's got a good grasp of the numbers to counter this moving forward. But the reality is this, that it is, but on any individual basis, a person having a gun in their home when someone else is coming to them with their own gun is far safer than the person that doesn't. Like
where's the data for that?
You have to be able to. Well, let me finish that point. Let me finish the point, and then you're welcome to talk. Because you have to have one-to-one force in a situation if it gets that severe. That is a massively important thing. And if you are putting prior restraint on people that both that would takes their ability to have that gun available to them should they feel they need it. And in fact, the statistics that would say, well, statistics show that it doesn't help protect you. Frankly, in many cases it does. And why would we restrain any individual case where it actually would provide them protection? That's what I don't understand.
A number of studies show it actually doubles your risk of becoming a victim of homicide and triples your risk of suicide.
Exactly. In what way? Well, listen, we need to separate suicide and protection here, which, Doctor, you've appropriately done. Those are two separate issues. Like if you're talking about gun ownership and how it relates, those are vastly different. Jim.
Doubles your risk of being a victim of homicide if you have firearms in your home.
That number, and
Jim,
I'm going to bring someone up who will refute that.
That's
absolutely wrong.
Hold on.
I just want to point out Sam is right, because what he's talking about is not just suicide. He's talking about accidental injury. He's also talking about domestic violence. So, he is absolutely right.
Well, domestic violence numbers are not greater with having a gun ownership or having a knife in the home. Like that is the problem.
And Jim, people always use knives.
When you talk about
just quickly, guys, first for any speakers requesting to speak, and I want to give the mic to Will and William as well, Nick, if you don't mind, but for any speakers requesting to speak, I'm seeing some great names. Please do DM me so the team could schedule you in throughout the show to come up and share your thoughts. So please DM me on if you want to speak and why you want to speak, if you don't mind. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Okay. William, jump in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stats right now. This is from 2020, so it's a little outdated, but 45,000 people roughly in the entire U.S. died of gun violence in that year. 24,000 of those people died of suicide. And I don't agree that suicide should just be discounted as, some or negated as in the context of gun deaths. Those are people that, lost their lives, and a lot of times lost them when maybe they were intoxicated or not in a clear state of mind. So I don't think it's fair to just completely negate them. I get that there are different circumstances and different, solutions for the types of deaths, but that's what the data shows. And then the other, 19,000 or so are homicides, and 611 are labeled as legal intervention. So people that are actually, that have been documented as using their guns in self-defense resulting in a death. So if you do the math there, it's 32 times more likely for someone to die of homicide as the result of a gun versus illegal use, killing a bad guy that's entering your home. So that's what the data says straight from the CDC. I understand some people here might dismiss anything from the CDC as fake news, but I would argue that, the onus is on you to provide data that shows otherwise if you're going to say that the data, shows that you're safer by owning a gun.
Okay. The CDC I want to give as many as 3 million defensive uses of guns happened in a given year, and they stopped publishing that data after, and I forget the name of the organization, but an anti-gun organization pressured the CDC to stop releasing that data. I think that happened either last year or the year before, and there were reports on it because I think there was actually a Freedom of Information Act request that had to release that fact. So, no, the CDC up until they were pressured not to do so.
2020.
There's a really important factor to that more guns do equal more gun violence. Obviously, you've got to take into factors like crime levels, demographics, GDP. But statistically, the more guns there are, the more gun violence there is. So that means,
But that goes.
America that more people.
Taylor, so guys, So Taylor, I'd love you to comment on this. Then we go to Lala. But and Taylor, maybe you can later, Nick, what I want to move on after we debate this point is, okay, even if this is true, I'm not sure what we're going to conclude here. Is gun control or banning guns, is that really the solution considering where we're at now? But Taylor, I'll let you comment on the point you just made.
Can I say something real quick before we go to Taylor?
Yeah, sure.
I'd just like to I'd just like to point out that, if we're really concerned about domestic violence, why would we want to create a waiting period for people to get a gun? I mean, a gun is a fantastic equalizer for women in these situations.
Well, wait periods have been proven to reduce suicide. So I think that's, if you look at the legislation regarding waiting periods, that's the number one thing that they're trying to address, and they've been proven to have a reduction in suicide.
Okay, perfect. Taylor, I think you can actually respond to that, can't you?
Yeah, so I specifically want to talk about defensive gun uses, because we're talking a lot about statistics. One of the things that we actually don't have many statistics on is defensive gun uses, and just the presence of a gun being in the situation to de-escalate that issue, if you would say. So, for instance, if a intruder came into my home, the intruder is unarmed, I am armed. Most of the time, you're not going to have to pull the trigger on that said intruder. So that's one of the things that is often misconstrued by the other side, that says, oh, well, this amount of guns has, killed this amount of people. When in reality, I don't know the exact statistic, but 90% of the time that in defensive gun uses, you never even have to pull the trigger. I hate the cliche of, you rack your shotgun and the bad guy goes away. I hate that cliche more than anything, but there is some truth to that.
So, Lala, I'd like to give you a chance to respond because you've been trying to get to it since the beginning here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Wow. This is such a heated issue, and you can tell because it's like everyone's trying to cram hours worth of argumentative statistics into like their 30 seconds. So, while I'm amazed at all of the statistics, my interest in this conversation as a theorist is the rights analysis. And I think that we really rushed through that and maybe even just kind of brushed it aside. And I think that is the foundation. Get to a lot more. Yeah, that is kind of the foundation of this entire conversation, right? And so, I think we take it for granted, and we say this a lot on the right, if the government's tyrannical, we have to be able to fight back. And I think that that's something that we just kind of assume is true, and we rush on because we don't want to have that hard conversation. And so I want to broach that. And I think that we can dive deeper into this analysis. And I would love to hear from the expertise on the panel. But, when the founding fathers were drafting this, they were doing so at a time where you had your single shot muskets. And you had a government that you could actually fight back against. And so this is something that makes all of us very uncomfortable, right? But the founding fathers could never have even envisioned World War I level atrocities, much less the nuclear warfare capable today. And so while this is very uncomfortable for us on the right, it is actually our responsibility to have a more nuanced conversation on on these rights, and to actually dive a little bit deeper, because first of all, when you start talking about rights, people get very worked up, and all of a sudden it's either you're for guns or you're against them. You're for free speech or you're against it. And there's almost no nuance to the conversation. I was joking with Fidgetal earlier, you stand in the middle of the road, you usually get run over. So I usually get crucified in spaces for being kind of the voice of reason. But I do think it's so important to have a more nuanced discussion on the rights. And so when we're talking about the right to bear arms, I think it's almost ridiculous to claim that, the rationale for bearing arms today is the same as it was then. Mainly the fact that unless you want to concoct nuclear weapons in your backyard, you are not going to stand up against the biggest governments in the world. Add on top of that the fact that the founding fathers would have been absolutely aghast at the size of our government and the size of the military industrial complex that we have today. I mean, it's absolutely shocking. They were debating whether or not the 13 colonies were too big to regulate. Can you only imagine how aghast they would be? So we're almost talking about a completely different governmental structure, even on the most foundational level, than what the founding fathers were talking about. Yet our amendments and our rights analysis cannot seem to ever catch up to where we are as a country. And this doesn't just apply to gun rights; it also applies to things like AI and tech. We just can't ever seem to update the amendments in a way that actually protects our rights as individuals in the face of the monstrosity that has gotten out of control. So I just don't think it's a very realistic framework where we start off this debate, all of us just assuming that we're going to fight off these tyrannical governments. I think we need a little bit more nuanced discussion around that. I do have a lot of thoughts on the statistics that have been brought up. I'm going to go ahead and save that, as I would love to have some commentary on this.
Yeah, I'd like to just chime in.
Okay, I just want to say something. I'll go first. There was a lot of words, and thank you for the contribution. I just want to go back on the point you made about single shot muskets, right? Americans obviously when the Constitution was written, single shot muskets, and a militia could ostensibly, take on the government, right? In that circumstance, would you say that Americans have lost so many of their rights with the growing size of government to the point where, it's going to be very difficult for a militia or no matter how organized to go up against, say, the U.S. military or the National Guard, right? Wouldn't you say that, it is more important than ever to defend the Second Amendment? Because, back in the day, you could literally own a warship. You could own cannons. You could own, a whole armory of weapons that you just can't own nowadays, right? You cannot legally own a tank, right? It's like, it'd have to be like disarmed, essentially, if you wanted to own a tank nowadays. I'm sure you can find some ways around it, but you're not going to own a whole, a battalion of tanks or whatever. That's just not happening. So wouldn't you say it's just more important than ever to protect the Second Amendment in order, for the average citizen to have a fighting chance? Because we've seen how, the U.S. Army, we could talk about, how they have F-16s and how they have nuclear bombs and all kinds of weapons, but they've lost wars against goat herders in Afghanistan.
And they're never going to use that stuff on American soil.
You don't know that. Hold on. You don't know that. Just 2 seconds. First, Brian, I want you to jump in next, but before that, Nick, Jim, I want you to introduce Evan again, who fixed this technical issue. He's up on stage. But I do want to respond quickly to Ian. The argument of owning guns to ensure the government doesn't overstep their limitations and then go against the population one way or another was plausible decades ago. But is it even reasonable now, considering the weapons they have?
I would say so. Absolutely, because what would happen is if the American military or the American government were to turn its guns, train their guns on American citizens, you would have a civil war. So that is something that I think nobody in the government wants to do, unless they're completely unhinged. Say they're Beto O'Rourke, he will make those threats. But nobody sane in government is going to say, hey, let's train our guns on American civilians, and hope that, they just roll over and capitulate. That's not what's going to happen.
And you would also have to have members of the U.S. military that would be willing to turn on American citizens.
Exactly, right?
Hey,
all
by
these
the
soldiers,
way,
all these cops, they signed their oath, right? They swear an oath to the Constitution and not to the U.S. government. We've got to keep that in mind.
I do have a question for you. I'm very curious, if this is your rationale, then where do we draw the line? Because, we're talking about, semi-automatic weaponry, right? But to actually stand up against the government, consider someone having tanks, having, God forbid, nuclear weapons at the disposal of individuals. At some point, you have to draw the line in terms of, your ability to fight back against tyranny, right? In modern times. So where would you draw that line to say that, okay, well, maybe the average citizen shouldn't necessarily have a nuclear bomb or shouldn't necessarily have access to some of the advanced missile technology or drone technology? Just curious what you would say to that.
Well, by the way, I would only add to that debate, as Spike speaks here in a moment, we just have a recent example of why that might actually be a concern. Joe Biden recently was talking about right-wing Americans who support the Second Amendment and he said that they would need an F-15 to take on the government.
Correct.
I mean, that was an actual threat.
That's a good argument for
really
having those rights back, right? It's a good argument for having the ability to take out those things. Now, nobody's saying you should use a nuclear weapon. The thing about nuclear bombs is not the same.
Their ability to take out what? Sorry.
To take out armor, to take out drones, to take out F-16s.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but man, this conversation is crazy.
I'm not saying I'm
to
just
wipe out their citizens.
It's a hypothetical situation because I don't believe. Okay, so here's the thing about nuclear weapons, right? They're not used for domestic reasons. They're used for international. What would you call it? Like mutually assured destruction, right? Because like if you use a nuke, someone else is going to use a nuke and nobody wins, right? That's the whole principle behind, it's a nuclear deterrent. So I don't think that's even a part of this conversation. That's a completely different thing. It is a tool that nobody wants to use.
The US military could easily take out the populace without nuclear weapons.
Okay, but the U.S. government doesn't.
Stage of the conversation. I can't believe we're even having this.
Sam, the U.S. government wants to govern. They want to govern. The U.S. government wants to govern. They don't want to kill you. Sam.
Exactly.
Well, hold on.
Exactly.
Sam, what is Sam?
Guys, Jim, just quickly, Jim and Sam, I do want to go to Spike and Brian if you don't mind, and then
we should go to them. But I will point out, and this is something that Liza DM'd me.
It's very difficult.
Sam, hang on, man.
Sam. Yeah, let me speak first.
Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, so this is a point that Liza actually brought up in the DMs.
Constantly, I'm trying to
oh my lord.
Jesus, Sam, hang tight,
Let me
man.
just
go
first.
Go ahead,
yeah, I'm not even. This is not even my point, but it's a good point that's being raised by Liza. She points out that gangs have RPGs and they do use them. So this idea that, you can just simply ban every weapon, it's not going to be available, completely untrue. Look at the cartels in Mexico. It's not legal to own, tanks and armored vehicles and RPGs in Mexico. They've banned these weapons. They've banned them. But guess what? They've got access to them. The criminals have access to them. Wouldn't it be better if everybody kind of had access to them so that this wouldn't be an issue?
Yeah, so Brian, you've been waiting very patiently. I want to give you the option to respond to that, and then I'm going to go to Spike right after that. I'll let you respond to Brian.
And then we'll go, and then Nick right after Spike. Right after Spike, I'd love Jim to introduce Evan. I'd love to hear Evan's experience before continuing the debate. Sure. So go ahead, Brian.
Yep.
No. So I just want to agree with Lala. I think she brought up a good point. Like where do you draw the line? And I know I say this about everything. Where do you draw the line? There's already weapons that are banned in the United States. Most Democrats, most of the people on the left, they're not calling for a complete ban of any weapons. They're not calling for an abridgment of the Second Amendment. They're calling for regulations on certain weapons, which would not be an abridgment on the Second Amendment. So I think the issue is, where do you draw that line? Do you draw the line at automatic weapons, which it kind of is right now, unless they're pre-1979, I think? Do you draw it at maybe you can draw it at other weapons that are less damaging than automatic weapons, like automatic rifles and stuff. So that line is what I think the argument is about, because nobody on the left, not nobody, but the vast majority of people on the left are not saying ban all guns. And we can't do that anyway, even if we wanted to.
Well, so with that, I want to make a transition.
Before the transition, Jim, before the transition, I want to go to Sam to give you the opportunity to respond to Ian, and then we'll go to Spike, and then we'll transition to Evan.
Right. Well, it's a bit difficult now because the flow of the conversation's passed, but it was really that I mean, do people in this group believe that the intention of the original, rule was for someone to, if they wanted to go and buy a gun from their local shop, are they thinking in their head, now this is to protect me from the government? Because if that was the original constitution, is that at all relevant anymore? Because Lala summed up beautifully.
The answer is yes.
So you
yes.
You believe that
100%. 100%. If the government becomes tyrannical,
hold on, Ian. Go ahead, Sam.
But the thing is, if the government wanted to wipe out people in the US, they could do it without effort.
So we should just make it easier? Is that what you're saying? We should just make it easier?
It's not about making it easier. It's irrelevant. They're not even going to touch you. They're going to fly over your city and bomb you if they want to do that. But
the principle is that we're going to fight back. That's why they won't do it. It's a deterrent.
So this whole
why people buy guns. I don't think
this argument
because they're thinking I'm going to protect myself.
Hang on, Spike. Let Sam finish and we'll go to
you. No, Spike, jump in, Spike.
The only point I'm trying to make, and then I'll move on, is that I don't believe when people go to buy a gun that they're doing it to protect themselves against the US government.
Yeah,
Well,
Spike,
people
jump in.
buy guns for all sorts of reasons. I will tell you that the argument of you shouldn't worry about defending yourself because they'll murder you easily anyway isn't exactly inspiring people to walk away from the position that they should be able to defend themselves. But let's look at the practical application of this. The reality is the U.S. government, which, by the way, a big part of my motivation is I've seen what our government does to other countries. I don't want them doing that to people here. And the reality is that when they've tried to do that in most other countries, their most recent defeats, the U.S. military's most recent defeats were against enemies that did not have tanks, did not have helicopters, did not have fighter jets, certainly did not have nukes. They had relatively small arms and maybe some smaller weapon systems like RPGs and things like that, but certainly no kind of advanced systems that we think of when we think of a modern military. And after spending tens of billions of dollars and actually trillions of dollars over the course of decades, they lost most of the wars that they've been involved in. But I'll give you an example domestically.
They weren't in cities.
I'll give you an example of domestically where the government did attack Americans here in America using airplanes, and that was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, when the police used airplanes and dropped firebombs in black communities to try to commit a massacre and kill everyone there. And the one thing that stopped the marauding group of white supremacists who were trying to wipe all black population from Tulsa off the map was the fact that those black people in Tulsa were heavily armed, and they were able to defend themselves and protect their communities enough until the time for reinforcements to arrive and for calm to set back in. And it was simply put their ability to defend themselves. And so it's not for any coincidence that some of the first gun control laws in this country were written explicitly to stop freed slaves and Native Americans from being able to own weapons and defend themselves. And it's also, we talk about the inherent racism in the war on drugs with the disproportionate use of the war on drugs against communities of color. It is wildly more disproportionate in its enforcement against minority communities. So, the arguments about how we should just give up because they're going to kill us all not only aren't true, but even if they were true, that would be the number one reason not to disarm, to have even a fighting chance at all.
Yeah, and
it's like you're furthering the power imbalance between the government and the people, right? That's the issue. I mean, look at what we're doing for Ukraine right now. Whether regardless of where you stand on the issue, America is sending a ton of weapons to Ukraine to protect them from a government. I mean, keep that in mind, right? You got to keep in mind that having guns, any kind of gun, is a great equalizer. Without having a gun, when you're disarmed, you literally cannot fight back. That's the issue.
And by the way, just to further add to that, in the United States, and I'd certainly like Taylor maybe to comment on this too, but in the United States, the first substantive gun laws were designed to take arms away from free blacks, period. I mean, we didn't even have anywhere substantively like gun control laws before the Reconstruction period after the Civil War.
But now minorities are the biggest victims of gun crime.
Jim,
so it's a lot more nuanced.
Just Jim, before you introduce Evan, Jim, I do want to go to the audience. I brought up TJ Roberts because I think one of the panelists dropped. But before that, I do want to go to the audience. Anyone that does own a gun or knows someone that owns a gun, I want you to put in the comments why. The team will go through them. I want to look at some of the reasons and be honest. Is it for self-defense? Is it like, hey, it's a cool thing to have? Are you worried about the government? Would love to get more thoughts on this. That's for anyone that does own a gun. But yeah, Jim, do you want to introduce Evan? I'd love to learn about his experience.
I'll do that. Evan, before I introduce you, is your mic working? Just test it real quick. Are you talking in it?
Yeah, Evan's just having issues.
Evan?
I'll get the team to
maybe not.
Yeah, I'll get it to fix
We'll work on this. Yeah, I'll talk with him privately. Go ahead.
So, but anyway, I guess while we wait on that, TJ. Man, I've known you for a while. Will Fife actually put in a good Will Fight put in a good word for you too. You have written papers that have been put in the law review for Second Amendment rights, and I'd love for your take on this, on what you've heard so far, because you've been in here since the beginning. So,
okay, so I mean, just to start on my area of expertise, which is really the rights areas of it. It is important to consider the history and tradition, particularly with the Bruen decision. The overwhelming purpose of gun control absolutely has been, is now, and will continue to be to suppress the rights of those overwhelmingly in poor minority communities. That always has been the case, always will be the case. In fact, you can find language in the Dred Scott decision where Taney, in his rejection of the notion that black people are even human beings, said that if we declare them to be human beings right now, then they have the same right to keep and bear arms that we have, that white people have. That is what we are talking about when we're talking about the disarming of individuals. Now let's talk about the nukes issue. Nukes are not going to be used to suppress rebellions. If Russia has not nuked Ukraine yet, America is not going to nuke its own soil, period.
I agree with that point. I think nuking its own soil is something that shouldn't be even on the table in terms of a discussion, in my opinion.
It's not.
I think that's just a completely different topic, right?
Can we talk about the fact that Black Americans are so disproportionately impacted by gun
violence?
Let's
talk about that. Let's bring
If you want to talk about that,
absolutely. Let's talk about this. The number one prosecutions that you will find in federal courts are drug crimes and then federal gun crimes. 922G1, felon in possession. If you went to prison for a year or longer for possession of an ounce of weed, you cannot vote, you cannot leave the country, and you cannot own a gun. And you can see this is why, for example, in the Bruin case with the concealed carry law in New York, why the National Public Defenders Association wrote an amicus brief, not for the leftists of New York, but for the New York State Rifle Pistol Association. It's because these laws have been used to wreak havoc on impoverished individuals and get them sentenced to prison. And that did prove to be persuasive to the Supreme Court. It is overwhelmingly used against poor people, and what does that mean automatically? The most oppressed groups are the ones who get hit by gun control the hardest.
No, but they're also the ones who are the biggest victims of gun violence by a factor of 10. Why is there a disconnect here?
We can talk about gun violence. We can talk about gun crimes as well. We can also talk about defensive gun uses, where there's at the very least 2.5 million every year.
So I want to let Maj jump in on this one. I think that he
Maj is going to be a great speaker on this because he runs Black Guns Matter. I think we should hear from him on this one.
Yep.
Go ahead, Maj.
Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, loud and clear, man.
So the word that I'm hearing a lot is nuanced. We can't just say nuance just to justify our position that is very unconstitutional. It's like a contradiction. Yes, it is nuance. Yes, the areas that have the most gun control laws, which clearly were started to stop Black and brown, including indigenous people, from having the means to defend themselves. Somebody brought up the Dred Scott decision, which is 100% spot on. These things were put in position to make sure that melanated beings did not have the means to defend themselves. That's number one. Those areas that are, if the firearm and the rules around it and the education and information around it, where that happens to be most Black and brown people, urban areas across America, have the most gun control laws, which were there to disproportionately, or have been and still do, disproportionately impact those communities. Now there's no education around it. Now there's no safety training around it. Now there's no conflict resolution. There's no understanding or respect for the tools. So, when, guys say, well, why is this community impacted by this issue? If I just make pools and don't teach people how to swim or cover their pools, then you're going to have more drowning. So that's the nuance. It was started to stop Black people from having the means to defend themselves from legitimate racists, not people that we're calling racist because we disagree with their political stance, legitimate racist. And the outcome, Michelle Alexander wrote a great book called The New Jim Crow, where she speaks about through the prison industrial complex how racism changes, right? It's a fashion faux pas to say we don't want you Black people to have guns because we look at you as second class citizens. We can't say this anymore. But even if the outcome is the same, which means locking Black people up disproportionately, which is happening for simple possession of a firearm, which is a huge contradiction to the Second Amendment, which means we have the right to keep and bear arms and it shall not be infringed except for the Black people. So we're not making laws that say except for you Blacks, which they literally did, slave codes, all of those different things, right? Virginia literally changed their state constitution, so forth and so on, right? So we don't say it the same way now. We make it taboo. We lock you up for it, and the outcome is exactly the same. So that's the nuance. So when you're advocating for more bans or more controls of a literally racist practice, literally, not figuratively, and the outcomes are still the same, and you say it because you don't have an understanding of self-defense and you don't live in those communities, you do not work in those communities, the education around the tool is not there, and you think you're doing something, speaking for a community, that's the height of a white savior complex. It's the height of it. It's you telling
Matt,
black...
can I ask you?
Yeah.
Do you believe that minorities and black people are safer, less at risk of homicide in areas with low gun control or high gun control?
That's not my belief. That's a fact. Dr. John Lott wrote this book, 20, 30 years of experience. It's called More
So where
Guns.
there's less gun control, there's less homicides, and
the book is called
people
More
and minorities dying.
Literally, the book is titled, everybody can look into it, literally, it's called More Guns, Less Crime by John Lott. 30 years ago.
How do you explain other countries, though?
Speaking of John Lott, we got him in the audience here, so we're going to bring him up very shortly.
Right.
So when you say, how do I explain other countries? Well, we're first and foremost, are we having a discussion about America? Because I live in America. I have a freedom.
Yeah, but they can be used as good case studies for countries that do have a stricter gun control or even outright bans on guns.
Yeah, it was okay. Let's go with that. Let's pick London, right? We don't got to go all the way to Australia where they're like putting people in like vaccine camps. We don't even got to go that far. Let's talk about London. London has pretty much almost pretty much like outlawed private gun ownership. You know what happened? Their stabbings went up. Now they're asking literally for knife control. The problem here is when we try to solve this problem, again, that word nuance is very key. We have to understand it in the context of how America was framed with the founding fathers having their contradictions. Unfortunately, they created a document that said you have the means, humans, Americans, a human right, a natural right to defend themselves up into including the government. Now, if we want to talk about homogenous populations, smaller countries, and their lack of rights, right? Their lack of rights, we can have that conversation too. But that does not mean that violent crimes are tremendously, dropped. And you got to also factor in this simple fact. 60% of gun-related deaths in America are suicides.
Hey, hang on. Okay, yeah. So, well, actually, John, Mr. Lott, you were actually just brought up here. You're the author of More Guns, Less Crime, and now you're up on the stage. So, I would love to hear your response to that.
Well, there are a lot of points to bring up. One is, I guess I disagree that it's not just in the United States that you see the relationship that increased gun ownership is related to less crime. And it's particularly important for the people who are most vulnerable, the people who are most likely victims of violent crime. And that tends to be poor blacks who live in high crime urban areas. But you see it around the world. I'll give you a simple fact, and that is every place in the world that's banned either all guns or all handguns has seen an increase in murder rates, and often by threefold, even sevenfold increases immediately after the ban's gone into effect. You think if on net guns are banned, then surely you should see most of the time murder rates should fall. And yet every single time they go up. And there's a simple reason for that, and that is when you ban guns, it's the most law-abiding good citizens who are disarmed relative to criminals. You may take some guns away from criminals, but you're primarily going to be disarming the law-abiding citizens. And you make it easier for criminals to commit crime. When we had the gun bans in Washington, D.C. and Chicago, gun control advocates said that those weren't really fair tests, that unless you went and banned guns every place in the country, people could still get them from Maryland or Virginia or Illinois or Indiana. Problem is that doesn't explain why it went up. It may explain why it didn't go down as much as they were promising to begin with. But you've seen that even in island nations, from Jamaica or the Republic of Ireland or the UK. You've seen gun bans have been associated with huge increases in homicide and murder rates afterwards.
Can I push back on you bring the UK as an example there. The UK's gun ownership has never been legal in the UK apart from very very few exceptions. And,
That's not
within the
true.
first 6 months of 2022, there were no gun-related deaths in London, as an example.
Okay,
So
well, let me give
can you confirm exactly, like, the instance, when did the UK introduce these gun restrictions, considering gun ownership has been essentially illegal in the UK for, since World War II?
Well, the first gun control laws that they had in the UK were in 1920. And the reason why they passed them was because you just had the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. You had a lot of unemployed soldiers from World War I, and they wanted to make it difficult for relatively lower income people to be able to go and own guns. But it wasn't because of crime. There's an excellent book by Joyce Lee Malcolm, Guns and Violence, from Harvard University Press. And, you mentioned murder rates now in London. In 1900, there were about 8.5 million people who lived in London. The number of gun murders that occurred during the entire year that year? 3. You know the number of armed robberies that occurred? This is when gun ownership was very common. In fact, if you go and pick up old copies of the London Sunday Times, what you find is page after page of ads for guns. And it wasn't just normal guns. You had book guns, briefcase guns, walking stick guns, all sorts of different types of guns. I mean, I can't even wrap my head around the fact that you could have 3 gun murders in an entire year of a city of 8.5 million people. With gun
but
ownership.
Last year the numbers are about the same, but London is 6 times bigger than it was in 1900. So I don't understand the correlation.
But okay, the point is, if you look over time, there have been 3 major gun control laws that you've seen. All right, 1920, 1956, and January 1997. After the handgun ban went into effect in January 97, you had over the next 8 years about a 50% increase in the homicide rate. It went down after that, but only after a huge increase in the number of police. Look, there are lots of factors that do it, but you have more police now per capita in London and other parts of the UK than you had before. And if you have a lot more police, they were able to go and basically bring it down about to the rate it was prior to the handgun ban going into effect.
Look, you realize that the majority of the police in the UK aren't armed.
Yeah, okay, but they still help fight crime. And I don't know, about 20-some% of them.
But not gun crime. And the majority of crime in the UK, the vast, vast majority of crime in the UK is not gun crime. There are barely any homicides in the UK each year. You can count them on 2 hands.
The overall violent crime rate in the UK is about twice the violent crime rate in the United States. You have a lot more rapes. You have a lot more robberies and aggravated assaults. And a lot of it occurs without guns. There's no doubt about it. But it's more dangerous in many different ways to be in the UK. People aren't able to go and defend themselves. I'll give you one simple example. You look at the burglary rate. The burglary rate in the UK is about twice the burglary rate in the United States. And one really difference is whether the burglaries occur while the residents are in the home. In the UK, about 60% of the burglaries occur while the residents are in the dwelling. In the United States,
and most of them don't result. Can I give you some stats? The per capita comparison of intentional homicide in the UK is 1 versus 4.7.
I understand.
In the US.
I just said it was
the murder
lower.
rate in the US per capita is 15 times higher. No, 18 times higher than the UK. So how can the murder rate in the US be 18 times higher, but you're saying the UK is a more violent country?
Well,
This is per capita.
Okay, right. Well, what I was saying is the overall violent crime rate in the UK is about twice what it is in the United States. But look, I know
that's just not true.
It is.
He just
look
cited,
at the international.
He just cited
look at the international. Look at the International Crime Victimization Survey, and the reason why you look at the survey is that the rate of reporting crimes to the police in the UK is very low. And the reason why people don't report a lot of crimes is that the arrest rates for crimes is relatively low. So people don't see the same return to reporting them that you see in the United States. But look, the fundamental issue here is that there are lots of reasons why crime rates vary across places. So I mentioned before, in 1900 in London, you had 3 gun murders. That's obviously much lower than the United States, even though there were no gun controls in the UK at that time. Why was that? Well, obviously there are other things that are differing between those things. And so what most academics do is not make purely cross-sectional comparisons. They just don't say, look, the UK has a low homicide rate compared to the United States. They have strict gun control, so it must be the strict gun control that's causing it. What they'd look at is how things change over time and compare how it's changing in different places relative to each other over time. And if you look at the UK and the major gun control laws that they've had, the UK has been consistently lower than the United States, but it's gone up relative to the United States after they've had the different types of gun control laws.
But you're talking about gun control laws that are about 100 years old now, and the population has dramatically increased.
I said you have 1920,
gun control laws
1956, and 1997. Those are the three major ones that were passed.
Okay, essentially Britain has become a more policed state. That's the issue, right? It's become a more policed state.
That's not. Where are you getting that from, Ian? The police.
I mean, that's basically the correlation, right?
No, because firearm.
There's more police now than there's ever been in the UK.
Actually,
right?
if you ask the police, that they're not. Yeah, my best friend.
You could say that the gun, obviously the gun numbers have gone down or whatever, right? Because you banned guns, but the relative rate, of violent crimes in general has gone up. And if everybody was allowed to simply police themselves, there would be low violence in general.
The number of police officers in the UK has been falling for years. In 2010, it was 172,000. Now it's 164,000. So we can't just say things that aren't true. We can't just say stats. Police numbers in the UK.
What about in the 1920s? In the 1920s,
if you compare it to what it was prior to the 1997 gun ban, there was a large increase within about 8 years after the handgun ban went into effect. They increased the number of police in there by about 18% over a 4-year period of time. Has it gone down a little bit since then? Yeah, but it's still higher than it was significantly higher than it was prior to the 97 handgun ban.
Okay.
We have the numbers on our website at crimeresearch.org if people want to look.
Sorry, my mic disconnected here. William, I do want to give you a chance to jump in here because you have been a pretty staunch advocate of gun control measures, and Mr. Lott has given some great numbers here, some great data. And what I really want to know is, do you believe that these gun control measures actually do disproportionately affect Black communities? Oh, and he is gone. He is out of here. Okay. So Spike.
Now before
were you referring to?
Yeah, he just dropped out. But I do want to go quickly. Sebastian, how are you? Before going to Spike, Sebastian, I just see you.
Good. Good.
What's your stance on this topic?
Well, I think Marge and Dr. Lott know very well. So look, you're listening to a guy who left the United Kingdom, who was born in the United Kingdom, in part because of the fact that the government took my weapons away and my family's guns away from us because of one event, one outlier in Hungerford, when a guy who was on the radar screen of the police killed some children that were part of his scout troop, again, making a policy out of an outlier. Look, let's boil this all down to, I mean, also I have to say, I'm reminded of that scene in The Princess Bride with Vizzini. Never go up against the Sicilian when death is on the line. Never go up against John Lott when gun control is on the line. I mean, this is the man who literally wrote the books on More Guns, Less Crime. So great to hear you, John. So here it's very simple. It boils down to one thing. Stats here or there are pretty irrelevant, especially when the real stats are ignored. If you read A.W.R. Hawkins, if you read the Second Amendment author at Breitbart, he catalogs it based upon material that John and others have collected. We have nigh on a million instances every year where legal CCW holders, where people who are authorized to carry weapons, stop crimes. More than 1 million instances. And that is, interestingly, always left out of the discussion when the mainstream media covers these issues. But the bottom line is a very simple one. There is no empirical data whereby the punishment of law-abiding citizens, the disarming of law-abiding citizens, stops criminals from committing crimes with guns. It is a very special level of imbecile who thinks another law will stop somebody who's already a criminal from using a gun. A criminal has no qualms about using a gun. So the idea that, banning braces in America or getting rid of bump stocks or any other measure will have any effect on a gangbanger on the South Side, that's a very kind of special kind of stupid. So
should we get rid of all laws, Sebastian?
No, you don't. That's going to extremis. No. I'm talking about real cases. No, I'm talking about where criminals use guns.
But why have laws at all? Why have laws at all? Based on your argument.
No childish arguments.
You have to be
serious
careful.
Hold on.
Okay,
no childish arguments. Serious arguments. When you've got an existing situation where criminals are using guns acquired illegally, no additional punishment of the law-abiding changes the behavior of criminals. Are you capable of actually arguing at that level of analysis, or do you have to go stupid? Okay.
No, a lot of these guns
so give me an example. Give me an example of where punishing a law-abiding citizen makes a criminal act differently. Give me one. I'll wait. Thank you. So
a lot of these criminals
let's
are
finish on the question of why America is also.
And I'd appreciate it if you actually could address
on why America.
Hey, William, let Sebastian finish, and then we'll go straight to you.
And then let's finish specifically on what makes America unique. And God bless the founding fathers. As the child of somebody who was a political prisoner, whose nation was disarmed in 1948 when the communists took over. Once he escaped and was liberated from that communist prison and escaped to the West, got married, had a son, one of the first things I learned to do as soon as I could do it safely was to handle a gun. And he told me the last line of defense is you. You are the guarantor of your liberty. And the fact that every despotic nation in history, from Hitler to Stalin to Venezuela in 2012, every despotic nation disarms its citizens is reason enough for us to fight for the last line of defense, which is us. Because the Second Amendment has nothing to do with whitetails, nothing to do with hunting, and even doesn't really have to do with, the million instances every year where law-abiding citizens use their lawfully held weapons to stop a crime. The Second Amendment is there.
Sebastian, can I ask you a question?
I'm going to finish my sentence. Right? The Second Amendment
Sebastian,
is there
go ahead.
as the ultimate protection of our constitutional liberties. It is the one civil right that makes all the other civil rights possible. So that's the context of the gun debate.
Right.
Sebastian, do you believe that the presence of guns in an altercation make it more likely that altercation would result in serious injury or death? So if there was an altercation...
that's garbage. The million cases every year prove you wrong.
Million cases of what?
The data doesn't. The data suggests
there are
that
a million cases every year where law-abiding citizens use their CCWs, use their concealed carry weapons to stop a crime.
That's absolutely
nobody
incorrect.
gets killed. A million cases every year. Ask John and ask A.W.R. Hawkins.
Yeah. So, William, you've been trying to respond to that. You've been raring to go. I want to bring you in on that because you do have experience with gun legislation. So, jump in, man.
All I'll say is Sebastian's lying when he says that all these gun crimes are committed by people that obtain their guns illegally. A lot of these people obtain them 100% legally because we don't have systems in place. We have the gun show loophole. We have all these various ways in which people can legally sell guns to people and not even know who they are. They can be criminals, and those criminals might be buying them illegally.
False. That's simply false. Look at the
garbage.
Look at the Bureau of
It's
Justice
totally
Statistics
accurate.
survey.
It is accurate.
No, look at the Bureau of Justice Statistics. About every 5 years, does a survey of criminals and how they obtain guns. You're talking about 1%, actually less than 1% of criminals obtain their guns from any type of gun show or flea market or anything like that. What they do is they get the major source of illegal guns are drug dealers. And if you think you're going to be...
Why is the US have the second highest total gun deaths per capita, despite having the highest GDP, very high levels of education? The other
that is also fallacious.
We're not even close to being the second highest.
Venezuela, India, the Philippines.
Nick, do you want to moderate the room? Give the mic to each speaker.
Yeah. In many recent years, both Mexico and Brazil have had murder rates 6 times higher than what we've had in...
That is just
Why are you comparing us to Brazil?
That figure is completely false.
Brazil is the developed country, right?
Same. Hang on 1 minute, man.
One at a time. Let John go first.
Just let John
please.
finish his point, then you can go, Sam.
Yeah, don't interrupt.
Unmute yourself,
John. You got to unmute bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah.
I'm being muted. Look, the major source of guns for crimes. First of all, about 90% of adult murderers have an adult violent criminal record. Okay, so these are not generally law-abiding people. It's not because of the lack of background checks. The problem with the background checks is that while people talk about 3.8 million denials, prohibited people that have been stopped, actually about 99% of those are false positives. It's one thing to go and stop a felon from buying a gun, but about 99% of those are law-abiding citizens who should have been allowed to buy a gun, but were stopped simply because they had a name roughly similar and a similar birthday to a felon. And overwhelmingly, it's black males, law-abiding black males, and law-abiding Hispanic males who are falsely stopped. They can go and appeal, but usually they have to hire a lawyer, and you're talking about thousands of dollars in costs. And it's through no fault of their own. It's simply because we have a completely messed up background check system that stops law-abiding people, not criminals. Criminals may be stupid, but they're not that stupid that they go and buy guns from places that have background checks. Look, it's about as difficult to stop criminals from getting guns as it is to stop them from buying illegal drugs. You can look at a country like Mexico. Since 1972, there's been one gun store in Mexico. About less than 0.1% of the adult population in Mexico is legally licensed to own a gun. The most powerful gun that you've been able to buy in Mexico since 1972 is a .22 caliber short round bolt action rifle. That's not the type of gun that the drug gangs are using. They bring in the weapons from around the world just as they go and bring in the illegal drugs. And, it's not like a drug gang in the United States can go to the police and say, look, this other gang stole my drugs. Can you help us get them back? They have to set up their own little militaries. If I could click my fingers and cause all guns in the United States to disappear and all illegal drugs, how long do you think it would be before illegal drugs started coming back into the United States? 20 minutes?
I mean,
how long would it be before they brought in the weapons to protect it?
Yeah. Okay. So Sam jumped in, and then I'm going to go to Spike.
Let me just finish, and we can close off this point, because it was the original point I put, is that on the list that has the highest gun deaths per capita, amongst the United States, there's no other top 10 GDP country anywhere near that list. There's the Philippines, Guatemala, India, Venezuela. Why is the US in that list if gun ownership isn't the problem? Because there are no other reasons.
We have a drug gang problem in the United States. The murders in the United States are very heavily concentrated.
So 5%, you believe that there should be gun controls to prevent people who take drugs maybe from getting their hands on guns? That's the reason for all these deaths.
We have a lot of people who use illegal drugs in the United States. There's a big profit for selling illegal drugs. And murders in the United States are very heavily concentrated in tiny areas. 1%, the 1% worst counties in the United States account for 42% of the murders. The 5% worst counties account for 73% of the murders. Over half the counties in the United States have 0 murders in any given year. 70% have either 0 or 1 murder. And
John, what are those counties?
You can go to our website at crimeresearch.org. Right at the very top, we have a link to the new study that we just put out with data through 2020 that's there. And it has a map. It has the detailed, all the detailed information on the counties that are there.
So, John, you know that alcohol is the biggest factor, not drugs, but alcohol. Do you believe that alcohol is the problem as a drug?
No,
because a third of all gun deaths are related to alcohol.
Look, no. But first of all, you don't know what you're talking about. Look, I've worked in the Department of Justice.
John, you're missing the point.
Probably the biggest. It's basically, I don't think people understand how much murder as drug gangs fighting against each other to control drug turf. You know, when you see
but a third of murders are related to alcohol. So I appreciate there's a big issue with drugs, but a third of murders are related to alcohol. A third of people
maybe
killed
some
by
of the
guns
people
have alcohol in their system.
Sam, is that a third of all murders or a third of all gun murders? Because I've noticed you dishonestly using gun deaths in order to paint the United States as some Wild West here. So I'm just wondering, are you talking gun deaths or gun
the United
murders?
States is in a league table of gun deaths with a bunch of countries that are developing nations.
Now, where are we on deaths
I'm reading out
general?
statistics.
Guys, go ahead, finish your point, Sam, and then go back to John.
No, I'm just saying, with all due respect, I'm just reading statistics here. I'm not taking a premise, but nobody seems to like statistics when they disprove their theories.
No, you're not reading statistics that disprove any theory. You are talking about gun deaths. You are not talking about deaths writ large. You're not talking about knife murders. You're not talking about people beating people to death with their bare hands. You are only talking about gun deaths. And yes, of course, the country with 120 guns per 100 people is going to have a higher gun death rate than a country with 4.6 guns per person. Of course that's the case. But now let's talk about murders writ large. Let's talk about rapes. Let's talk about murders. Something that you have been conveniently dodging. You're not posting statistics that refute us. You're just being dishonest. And in addition, let's
hear those statistics.
Let's also talk about this because I think I know about your
Sam, 1 second. Sam, let TJ finish,
because
hold on.
For every 100 people for every 1,000 people in the United Kingdom, there's 3 police officers. Compare that to the 50 largest cities in the United States. For every 1,000 people, there's 1.8 police. So yes, the United Kingdom is far more police than the United States by an order of magnitude. That is a considerable number that you conveniently lied about on this. Whenever I was able to look this up on this simple Google search.
I'm not lying. There are 142,000 police officers in the UK. I'm not lying about
that. We have 400 million people.
There are 212 police officers per 100,000 people in the UK.
I'm talking about England and Wales.
I'm not arguing about
I'm talking about your specific country. I was leaving out Northern Ireland. I was talking about England and Wales. It's
the UK is England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland.
Okay, we can do the 2.4. Once again, we're still at 1.8 for every 1,000 people in the 50 largest cities where the crime is happening, where the violent crime is happening. The fundamental level, you are not going into the actual numbers because, again, you're talking about gun deaths further. So you're simply giving us a great presentation on how to lie with statistics. I mean, but once again, you switch from this, but also let's talk about the felon gun ban because there's a lot of reasons to have skepticism toward that, especially since most felonies in America are nonviolent drug convictions that has ultimately wreaked havoc on poor minority communities. And this whole conversation has shown exactly how little the left cares about it.
Hey, before you guys respond, I would like to rotate over to Jim as a co-host. So, Mario, if you could drop me down to listener and make him the co-host, that'd be fantastic because I think we need more speakers on here. So that'd be great.
Perfect, we'll do. All right, Nick, go ahead.
Sure. Spike, man, you've been waiting for a while. I'm sure you just have plenty to say, so I want you to jump in on this.
Oh, and we're like 5 points past why I originally raised my hand, but I can roll with it. I want to go back to the fact that, and John has talked about, Mr. Lott has talked about this, TJ has talked about it, Mosh has talked about it. A very high disproportionately number of the murders including gun murders that are happening in the U.S. and really around the world, but let's focus on the U.S. They're happening in the places which have the highest levels of gun control, which not coincidentally also have the highest percentages of black and brown communities. And that's not coincidental. Those rules were put in place to make black and brown and indigenous communities vulnerable to those in power. And a side effect of that is that they're more vulnerable to those who would commit crimes against them. It's a larger, more scaled up version of why the almost all mass shootings happen in so-called no gun zones. People who want to commit crimes and hurt others go where they have the easiest targets. You know, it's more accurate to call it a no gun zone a fish in a barrel zone, because if you want to go and stack up a bunch of bodies and cause a massive atrocity like just happened in Monterey Park, you go to the city with the most gun control, the county with the most gun control, the state with the most gun control, and preferably a building or a property where gun ownership isn't even allowed. So you know it's likely you're the only person there who has a firearm to be able to use it against others. And we see a larger, more scaled up version of that in the most impoverished communities. Another thing I want to talk about is the fact that we are blaming other things for gun crimes. And we've already done this before. We did this during Prohibition, during the war on alcohol. We saw after alcohol was banned, we saw it give way to black markets. Prohibition empowered cartels, turned them into the most powerful people in the country. Not only did they corrupt governments, not only were they selling alcohol more than ever before, but they used violence to enforce their turfs. There were machine gun shootouts in the middle of subways and all sorts of stuff, which led to machine gun bans, starting with the NFA, the National Firearms Act. It did not reduce gun crime. What reduced crime was ending the war on alcohol. And so I would argue that when you look at how high of a proportion of violence, including gun violence, is actually gang violence because of the war on drugs, that's an argument to end the war on drugs, not to scale up the war on guns.
That's great points all. And I want to take time because I think he might be available right now. Evan, can you just test real quick? You're unmute there on the bottom left. I want to introduce you to folks. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
good. Good. Hold on. Just a quick introduction. Evan Todd is the survivor of the Columbine High School shooting back in 98, was it? Was that 98, Evan? 99. Thank you. So Evan is actually a Second Amendment advocate after going through that. And there are a lot of people out there who have been part of these gun violence things and survived, who pro-gun or anti-gun. But Evan has really gone around the country and been very articulate on this in various ways. And I want to let him kind of tell his story. And I want to get your perspective, Evan, and see what you think about the debate we're having so far.
Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I've been listening in, and yeah, it's a very vigorous debate, and it's obviously something that's very personal to my life, having gone through what I did at Columbine. I am a survivor. Just to fill in what happened, on April 20th, 1999, I was the first student who was targeted in the library. When one of the murderers came into the library, he saw me across the room. He lowered his shotgun, fired, and I was hitting the lower left side of my back. I jumped down behind a desk, and he fired a couple more shots that went over my head, hit the desk in front of me. That had a computer. I had shrapnel blowback into my face and neck. They came into the library, and at that time, that's when everything that happened in the library happened at that time. For about 7 minutes, they walked through, murdering people, execution style, taunting students, laughing, shooting under desk, just the most horrific thing that anyone could ever witness. And after they had gone through the library, they came back to where I was at. I was hiding under the librarian's desk at that time. And one of them saw me again. He walked up, kneeled down, put a gun to my head, and he said, "Why shouldn't we kill you?" And I told him, "Look, I don't have any problem with you. I don't want any trouble. I've been good to you and everyone in this school." And he started to stand up, and his facial expressions changed. He turned to the other one and said, "You can kill him if you want." And they discussed a few things back and forth for a brief moment, and they said, "Let's go." And they started to walk out of the library, and essentially that was it. That's when everything that had happened at Columbine, all the murders, all the deaths, everything had happened before that moment. That's when they didn't target anyone else. They didn't murder or wound anyone else after that moment. And I got out of the library shortly after that. And, obviously in the aftermath of that, I lost, there were 13 who were murdered. Four of them were classmates that I had classes with, and two of them that I played football with. And when I started to really dig into this debate, because it was already a hot debate in the aftermath of Columbine, and I am a staunch, unapologetic Second Amendment supporter, and it's not only because of my experience, but because I am a student of history, and I actually loved hearing some of the debate on tyranny, and that's one of the things. I think there's a couple things of why I'm Second Amendment supporter. One, here's a statistic. I think you, as an individual, have 100% a right to life, liberty, and property, and the fact that someone is uncomfortable with that doesn't mean you have to give up a percentage of that, all of it, and you have the right to defend your life. One of the other speakers did bring up that you are the last line of defense. Well, I actually take issue to people who call law enforcement the first responders, because they are not. And I noticed that on that day at Columbine, they are usually the second, third, or fourth responders. You are the first responder. When something happens, it is your responsibility to defend your life. Most of the time, law enforcement shows up when everything is all over. And I learned that the hard way in April 20th, 1999. But like I said, I'm also a student of history. And I started to look at the atrocities that have happened throughout history, whether that's been, Nazi Germany, communist Russia, China, Pol Pot, you name the dictator. And they kill people by the millions, unarmed, unable to defend their own lives. And when I take all of these things into consideration, and that is why I am so passionate about defending the Second Amendment as a written, and trying to gain back some of those rights that are being violated at this time in our country.
So Evan, I do want to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Jim. I want to ask you one question here. As a survivor of Columbine, what do you think could have been done differently to prevent that shooting and the absolute atrocity that it was?
Jim, before you reply, we do have breaking news right now. I'm inviting Breaking 4 News to share it. Police responding to shooting in Half Moon Bay, California, with multiple fatalities. Comes just hours after fatal shooting at charter school in Iowa. An update from officials on the mass shooting. So that was just
4 dead so far.
Okay, I'm bringing up Breaking 4 News, Mateus, to share this with us. But go ahead. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah. So Evan, I'll ask that one more time. What do you think could have been done as a Columbine survivor to avoid atrocities like that in the future? Do you think current Colorado gun legislation that's trying to be pushed through would have actually made a difference?
No, I don't. Since Columbine, we've had a wide range of legislation that has been passed. Immediately after Columbine 2013, none of these things, we have gotten more gun control, and we've actually had, as other shootings in Colorado that haven't done it. And to your point of what could have prevented it, and I look at this very specifically because I believe that I look at this as a cancer in our society. I think that there's a definitive way to prevent these, and there's a definitive way to treat them once you have cancer. And I mean that specifically as you can prevent cancer with your, lifestyle choices and diet and exercise, all those kinds of things. And I think prevention does go down to what's happening, what's being taught in our schools. I think it goes down to our society not respecting life. I think there's all these things. But when someone walks into a school, prevention doesn't matter, whether that's a gun law that you may or may not believe would work, or whether that's a societal issue, a mental health issue, prevention goes out the window at that point. When you have cancer, you must treat it. You must attack it and kill it. And that's why I am a huge supporter of armed staff in schools. And
I will just quickly...
Yeah, so Evan, I definitely want to come back to you on that. And Matthias from Breaking 4 News is here right now. There was another shooting in California, it seems, and I want you to give us some details on that if you can.
Yeah, guys, please excuse my voice. I'm getting over a little bit of a cold. We're getting some breaking news out of California. This is at Half Moon Bay, California, where there has been an incident with at least 4 fatalities. There are unconfirmed reports that the shootings are separate in nature, meaning that there's at least 2 locations involved. This, of course, coming on the heels of the mass shooting in California over the weekend, as well as a shooting that we're learning about that happened in Des Moines, Iowa this afternoon at a charter school. So it goes towards the conversation you guys are having right now, that it seems that 2023 is already off to a start with significant amount of shootings.
With that,
Nick, Jim, so just quickly, I'm just updating the title. So just a quick question, Matthias. I don't know where Nick is, but Matthias, quick question. So now there's another 2. Is the average increasing?
I would have to check back on statistics and things like that. At this point, I don't see a significant increase.
So, let me break in there real quick, Matthias, because John Lott's on the line here, and he'll probably have a better grasp of those statistics. Do you know the answer to that, John?
Well, I mean, you have 1 month increases from time to time. I don't think this is a hugely unusual 1 month so far. But I did want to make one thing, and that is people have to realize that the United States has over 330 million people in it. If you put things on a per capita rate, there are lots of countries, even in Western Europe, that have higher per capita rates of mass public shootings. The traditional FBI definition is 4 or more people killed in a public place, not involving some other type of crime like a robbery or a gang fight over drug turf. And the United States.
And John, excuse me, but if you then break it down to per gun, it goes to decimal, like not measurable events.
Okay. I'm not sure what you mean by per gun,
go
ahead
and
finish. Per gun owned in the country.
Yeah. Go ahead and finish that, John.
I know people have brought up the small arms survey numbers before. Just so you know, if you actually look at the small arms survey footnotes, they only have references for sources for about 25 of their 209 countries. And most of those are even from 20 years ago. It's really not a very reputable source to go and use for numbers. But look, if you want to compare the United States to the rest of the world, which a couple people have done in this conversation, the United States makes about 1% over the last 20 years of the world's mass public shooters, but we make up 4.6% of the world population. And so we're way below the world average there. And so, and even in terms of the worst ones compared to Western Europe, I mean, if I were to ask people over the last decade, let's say since 2010, just Western Europe and the United States, can you tell me where the 2 worst mass public shootings have occurred? It hasn't been in the U.S.
Where's it been?
So where would that be?
It was in November 2015 in Paris. You had 130 people killed. And then in 2011 in Norway, ignoring the bombing deaths that were there, you had 67 people that were shot to death by the Norway killer that was there. Both of those are significantly worse than any mass public shooting we've had here in the United States. But you're
referring to the Stade de France attack that was a terrorist attack in France, yeah?
Okay,
by the Islamic State. You're saying
hold on just a second. So what?
Are you going to
guys? So
I just think it's disingenuous to use a terrorist attack in Paris as an example. That's got nothing to do with gun control.
Hold on a second. We can't talk over on the mic. So So the point I want to make, Sam, is it was a shooting. I mean, I don't know what the distinction is between a terrorist shooting and any other shooting. I mean, why people are called terrorists here from time to time when there's shootings. There were some
Jim,
terrorist shootings here in the United States.
it's important that we when we're providing an example that we give the context.
Well,
how many of the 101 mass killings in the US have been overseas organized terrorist groups like ISIL?
Well,
how many of those 101 mass killings? Because the one in France was the Islamic State. They bought those guns in from the outside. It was an organized group, a heavily funded foreign terrorist organization. So how many heavily funded?
Well, before we go on,
just say this is irrelevant.
Hold on a second. Before we go on, Sam, you'll finish that point in just a minute. But Mateus, I just want to get from you any further updates. I don't want to keep you longer than you have to since you're working on this, or add anything else before we move on.
So remind me also, did you say that the suspect is still at large? Is this still an ongoing situation?
Yes, this situation in California is still ongoing, and a suspect is at large at this time. We can now confirm from local media that they are investigating at least 2 scenes associated with this incident, but all evidence is pointing that these 2 shootings are connected, and we have at least 4 people confirmed dead according to local media. We also just heard an update from California from the Los Angeles County Sheriff Luna, who gave an update on the mass shooting that occurred yesterday, Saturday night into yesterday, where he did describe the gun as being a semi-automatic 9mm handgun, as well as other things, like he confirmed that at this point the motive is not going to be released and that they're still working on confirming that. So all these situations developing at once does give Americans that feel that the shootings are out of control, that these take place. This is what happens often when things like this happen. We don't know if some of these instances are inspired by others or so forth. I heard mentioned as 2 examples of overseas incidences, the France terror attack, as well as the Oslo terrorist attack. The Oslo terrorist attack also had a bombing component at a governmental building before the shooter crossed the ocean with a boat. Not an ocean, I'm sorry, the river with a boat to attack that camp. But all these things should be at play when we discuss shootings at large. But this specific incident that's taking place and active right now in California has resulted in at least 4 fatalities involving at least 2 scenes, and the suspect is outstanding.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. There's no evidence that this is connected to the shooting from the other day in Monterey Park, correct? Last thing.
Well, you don't know.
At this point, it's way too early to confirm anything of that nature. We obviously know that the suspect involved in the Monterey Park shooting is deceased. He took his own life yesterday following the pursuit and capture by police. But there's really way too early to tell if anything was inspired or related in any sort of way.
And just, Mateus, stay with us here on the panel just to update us. So whenever there's an update, just if it's major, just unmute, interrupt, and update. If it's not major, just feel free to put your hand up. And just a reminder to everyone in the audience, first, pinned tweet above is a newsletter if you want recaps if you're late for the space. Second, anyone requesting to speak, do DM me so the team can check your requests, because we can't see all speaker requests. We just get too many and the glitches out. Sorry, go ahead, Nick and Jim.
Okay, so Spike, I do want to bring you in on this before we go to Dr. Dinesh.
Did you want Sam? Maybe Nick, you said Sam will finish his point first. I think Jim was referring to that.
Oh, Jim may have said that, but yeah, go ahead, Sam.
No, it's fine. I made my point. Look, the US has 101 mass shootings attributed to it. Russia 21. Below that, France, Germany, Canada with kind of 8, 5, and 4. I don't think anyone can deny that there's a big difference between, France being the very worst in Europe, and we know that some of that was because it was an organised terrorist attack from an outside force, versus 101 in the US. I'm just trying to bring some statistics to the debate, because I just think it's incomparable to say that there is not a clear problem, and to try to claim that European countries have a problem that in any way compares to the problem in America, where we are talking about a debate, and during our debate there is another mass shooting.
Well, so with that, John Lott, I wanted to get your response to that.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not exactly sure where you draw the line between terrorist attacks or others. You have the San Bernardino, you have Fort Hood, both of those. You have other ones, the Chattanooga one. You have, numerous other attacks that you would classify then as terrorists because they were in communication with people overseas. But look, you don't need to. You want to eliminate the France one, fine. You had other ones that had occurred that year in France. You look at Germany. If you want to look since 2000, the United States has had 9 mass public school shootings. Okay, Germany over that period of time has had 4. Germany has 80 million people in it. We have 330 million. So you'd have to go and adjust Germany's population there, multiply
So you
their
say
number.
Germany's had four school shootings,
Right.
because you said school shootings for the US. Yeah.
Right.
I'm genuinely just checking.
Right. And so, I mean, the worst one there was 18 people killed. Another one there was 17 people killed. Another one.
I've got the list in front of me. So can you tell me which ones you're referring to? Because from what year did you say? Since 2000?
From 2000 on up until this end of last year, there were 9 mass public school shootings in the United States. And
but there weren't any. There weren't any. How many school shootings were there in Germany? Because I'm thinking there was a hospital shooting, an airport shooting, a city centre shooting, another city centre shooting, a synagogue shooting. None of these were in schools in Germany. So I think we need to compare apples to apples here.
Yeah, well, if you go back and look, you'll see that there were school shootings in Germany. Actually, there were 3. I was thinking of another country there, but there are 3. So if you multiply.
But which ones? Which states? Because I can't see them in the list.
I don't have. Okay, you're going to have to.
Yeah. Well, let's can I jump in here real quick? There's one. Erfurt, Germany is one of those, and I went and visited them. But I also want to jump in and point out that there's one place where there are not any school shootings, and this is actually a study done by the Crime Research Institute, and it was over a 20-year period, over 1,000 school districts in the United States that had armed staff, had 0 incidents, 0 murders, 0 injuries. These shootings happen 92%, I believe it is, 90 some odd percent in gun-free zones. These murderers know who's disarmed, and the last thing we should do is grow our gun-free zones by outlawing guns in more places. That's why cities are unsafe. That's why California, and my heart breaks for these people right now. But tell me which laws would have prevented in California. They have the laws, but they still have the shootings.
And Evan, I just want to point this out because one of the big parts of the debate when it comes to school shootings, that with Columbine being the most prominent early example, was really about having people who were armed, officers who are armed on the campus and able to take care of things. I mean, this is one of the things that you've talked about in the discussions of ever since, your involvement in that. I mean, that is also a big factor when it comes to school shootings, is it not?
Yeah, it is. And, we had a school resource officer who was off campus at the time. He was around not too far, but he showed up after the fact and inadvertently pushed them into the school. But that leads to the point of, we've seen law enforcement fail to protect, whether that was Uvalde or in Florida at Stoneman Douglas, and at Columbine. And so where we've seen shootings stop is when you have no other choice but to defend your own life. There's been teachers who have literally taken bullets protecting students. And you go not with mass shootings and you see how many of these incidents have been stopped in malls and churches. There are people who are in the moment right there ready to protect and defend. And that's why we need less school gun-free zones and more armed staff in these places.
This is so Spike, I do want to bring you in on that actually, because this is a very common argument that gun control advocates use. It's like, how many kids need to die before we enact quote unquote common sense gun legislation. And I want you to hit on that a little bit. What is common sense gun legislation, and how do we fix the school shooting problem?
Yeah, so I turn the question around. How many more children have to die before we're allowed to defend them?
Yeah.
Evan, I'm glad that you shared your story, because I can't imagine the trauma you went through. I doubt anyone else here who hasn't been the victim of a similar thing could possibly imagine it. And I appreciate you sharing it. And I'm sorry you had to go through it. And I'm sorry that the kids at Stoneman Douglas had to go through it. And I'm sad that the kids at Uvalde had to go through with it. And so many others have had to go through with it. And they went through with it because we have a policy where we protect money and power and influence with guns and our children with signs. I want to be very clear about something, and I'm going to hop off after this because my wife has been very, very patient waiting for me. And frankly, I care more about my marriage than this. But I want to say this. When it comes to the idea of how government looks at school shootings, when seconds count, police are minutes away to show up, hold you back while your children are murdered, and then blame you for owning a rifle legally. And that's the problem that we have here, is that we have a situation where either intentionally or unintentionally policies are put in place that leave our most vulnerable in a position of being easily murdered, and then grandstanding on their deaths to push for even more policies that make even more people similarly vulnerable. And it has to end. And we could put aside the fact that it's completely futile to even talk about stemming the flow of guns here or anywhere else when there are already more guns in America than there are people, and that with the advent and the increasing advances in 3D manufacturing, it will soon become an absolute pipe dream and a joke to even talk about stopping anyone from owning a gun. The fact is, gun control leaves those who need protection more vulnerable than ever, and sets the environment up for advocates for more of it to grandstand on their suffering and push for even more control, which leads to even more suffering. It turns out that government and its control and central planning isn't a good way of handling anything. It hasn't been a good way of handling the opioid epidemic or the crime epidemic, and it certainly hasn't been a good way of handling the gun violence epidemic or the school shooting epidemic. It is the cause of the school shooting epidemic. So with that, I appreciate you guys being on. I look forward to being on future, hopefully less contentious subjects on Twitter Spaces, like maybe abortion we could do next time.
Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate you guys. I love you all. Thank you for tuning in. And,
hey, Spike, we're going to be going here for a long time. If you want to come
Thanks
back,
so much,
let us
Spike.
know. So thank you, Spike.
Thank you.
We'll see. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Hey,
thank you.
real
Can
quick,
I just say,
yeah, go
one
ahead.
thing on top of that? When I look at these gun control laws, it's salt in the wound, because when more gun control is passed, what essentially is happening is legislation, and people are saying, we want to take guns away from you, Evan, who wants to stop a school shooter. They rather take my guns away than let me be the one that, and I'm just saying that, in an instance that I could be the one that stops a school shooter. The only people who are going to, follow the gun control are the people who are going to stop these shootings. So we need to stop disarming the good citizens of America and empowering these mass murderers.
Good point. Hey, Dr. Dinesh is in the room, and he's got his hand up now. I was about to go to you anyway. So that was very prescient, Dr. Dinesh. Well done. Go ahead. What's on your mind? And do you think we're making sense of anything in this debate?
So I want to, as always, I want to do some disclaimers so that I don't get too many DMs on the back end. One, I believe in the Second Amendment. I think it's a constitutional right. I do think that, I've actually studied some of John Lott's work, and I was sending Mario a bunch of messages in the background about sort of both sides of the argument, just because what I wanted to start with was my history with guns. So I did facial trauma when I was at WashU. And when you're doing facial trauma, you see a lot of young men coming through, especially after gang violence, with significant gunshot wounds, sometimes self-inflicted, most of the time homicide attempts and physical assault. And so, you see it, and it's really hard to get yourself out of it and look at it broadly. But I think ultimately we have to have conversations around common sense. And common sense kind of speaks to the fact that the people that are going to break the laws are probably not going to be the ones that the laws will affect. But on the other side of that argument are very common sense things that I think most people up here will agree with. I'd love to hear people's thoughts specifically. And I want to be very specific about 2 points that I believe are very simple places where we can begin. Number one is child access prevention laws. For people that don't know, child access prevention laws allow prosecutors to bring charges against adults who intentionally or negligently allow children to have unsupervised access. I wanted to say this one because I don't know why there would ever be a reason to not go after that. Number two would be increasing background checks, especially for people that have a history of mental health issues or domestic violence or violent crime. Why are those two issues still up for debate in our country?
Well, Dr. Dinesh, it seems to be the common argument is, for taking guns away or blocking people with, when it comes to domestic violence, it's accusations a lot of times that end up causing these guns to be taken away or you being blocked from purchasing the guns. Is that the way that it should be handled, or should we do?
So I'll be very,
John,
very clear about what I'm talking about. Okay, let's start with the first one. Sorry, I'm going to dissect this because that's what I believe it should be done. I don't think just saying, hey, guns are bad is fair. I think we need to have a deeper conversation around it.
Hold on,
guys.
Sebastian.
Nick,
hold on, I muted
Nick.
Sebastian.
Oh, okay, I thought it was you, Nick.
So very specifically, I wanted to debate specifically child access prevention laws. Like, what could possibly be a negative of prosecuting parents who are negligent or that are intentionally arming their children?
Well, I can respond to that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Dr. Lott.
The bottom line is these laws require that people have to lock up their guns. In some places, that's fine. But if you live in a high-crime urban area, making it difficult for people to quickly get access to guns actually makes it so criminals become emboldened to attack people in their homes and are more successful in committing the crimes. The total number of deaths actually increase. If you look at the Centers for Disease Control numbers on the number of accidental deaths involving children, like under 10, you're talking about something around 30 or so a year. For under 15, you're talking about something that may be about 55 or so a year. One wants it to be zero. But first of all, most of those accidental gun deaths involve adult males accidentally firing their guns. You can pass a gun lock law, but most of these people have criminal records. They're alcoholics or drug addicts. It's illegal for them to, maybe in most cases, to even own a gun. And the notion that somehow requiring that them have to lock it up, that they're going to obey it, just doesn't work. You don't see changes in accidental deaths or suicides for young people when you pass these laws. What you do see, though, is that gun ownership falls, mainly because of all the stories exaggerating the risks of people having guns in the home. And criminals become more likely to attack people in their home, and they're more successful, and total crimes go up. After you pass these laws, more people die.
So, John, I wanted to put, I'm sorry.
Let's have Dr. Nish next.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond.
I'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond because I knew John Lott was on the stage. So I went and I got evidence. The evidence that I got was from Rand's study, specific that actually they referenced some of your work. But, I don't know if, John, if you read the Rand overview in January of this, this month, actually, last month.
I've read the papers, but the problem that you see with the other papers is when we were talking about accidental deaths, what you have to, look, accidents generally fall over time for everything, okay? You just can't take the simple before and after averages. You could do that for cars. I don't know if you've seen a graph showing accidental car deaths over time. It's falling over the whole period from 1920 on. And what people will do is they'll say, well, a seatbelt law went into effect in 1967 or something like that. And if you look afterwards, the number of accidental deaths are lower on average than before. But you could have picked any year. You could pick 1940, 1930, 1925, any year, and you would have gotten a low. So what
John,
you have to do,
I've taken care of these kids, John.
Okay, no, I'm not saying people don't get hurt. I'm just saying you have to, if you're going to do the empirical work correctly, and these other studies that Rand, Rand's very biased for whatever it's worth. But if you're going to do it properly, what you have to see is the general downward trend that you're seeing anyway in all accidental deaths of all types over time. And what you have to do is to see, did it fall at a faster or slower rate after the change than it was before? And when you do that, you in fact see that these laws have no effect on the rate of decline that's been occurring beforehand. And you understand, if I have a perfectly straight line that's falling, I could pick any point along there and the after average is going to be below. But if it's a perfectly straight line, you're not going to say the law had any effect, right? You're going to want to see.
Yeah. So let me bump in here just real quick, because Dr. Dinesh, I got a question for you, and then we got someone in the speaker queue that we want to introduce. But Dr. Dinesh, I got a question for you. There's no doubt, obviously, you are on the front line of some very sometimes tragic circumstances, and that is the heart of what we're talking about here. But
Nick, you got to mute.
Is it necessary to address that, to take away certain rights or to put extra restrictions on as a means to stop every harm that there is? Is that the case you're making?
The case I'm making is, and John, I know that this is not as straightforward as you're saying it is. I think it's quite controversial to say that having people lock up their guns in a home with small kids is not, and then to prosecute those parents that are literally leaving their guns unlocked in a home is not. I think most Americans believe that should not be the case.
Well,
and the empirical data is not as clear as you're saying it is. I think
Dr. Dinesh, before John, hold on a second, guys. Hold on. So, Dr. Dinesh, before Dr. Lott answers that, my question to you is that precisely the thing that we must do? Like, we must lock up parents just for having a gun, even if it doesn't actually cause harm? I mean, is that
no?
Really
so that's not actually what the child access prevention laws are specifically. So the child access prevention laws are specifically that the parent can get prosecuted if if the child has access to it in a negligent way, or if they intentionally harm their children. That is what I'm talking about specifically. Thank you for clarifying that. So go ahead.
No, I was going to say, because that is an important point. I mean, so because what Dr. Dinesh, what takes place, and I'm going to go to Steve here in just a minute, but what takes place so often in these debates is the prescriptions for dealing with these problems that people have take rights away rather than deal with an actual criminal type behavior that has happened. Like, they call criminal the fact that you've got a gun that's not locked up in your house. Well, not necessarily. I mean, you may be training your people in your house to do the right thing. This is where we get way off on these prescriptions that are restrictive, and also ignore the basic fact that the Second Amendment is designed to protect an individual right. That's what the Supreme Court has come to the conclusion of.
And before John responds, I just wanted to ask the second part of the question, which is, we know that a lot of these mass shootings are related to people that are suffering from mental health issues, or that have a prior history of domestic violence or some sort of violent crime, one or the other often. Should that not be part of the background check process? That was the other question.
It already is.
Yeah, briefly. Hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Well,
so briefly, I want to have John answer that question, and then we're going to introduce Steve. Go ahead, Dr. Lott.
Maybe get TJ.
Go ahead,
get TJ. TJ was answering as well. So if John is not there, we'll get TJ to answer it.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Perfect.
I'm here.
Okay, we'll get TJ afterwards.
Over half the mass public shooters in the last 25 years were actually seeing mental health care professionals within 6 months of their attack. And yet, in not one single case did those mental health care professionals identify those individuals as a danger to themselves or others. And there's a whole academic literature that exists on this. I did want to make one offer to Dinesh, because maybe there's some common ground on the background check stuff. And that is, to me, when you talk about reasonable laws, to me, I just want reasonable fixes to the gun control laws that are there. And there are two reasonable fixes that if you want to join with me, we can write an op-ed together and say we both agree on this. But if you want to have the universal background checks, I can tell you how to get it passed. There are two changes. One is the error rate in the background check system. Right now, about 99% of the 3.8 million people that have been stopped are false positives. There's no reason why that should occur. If private companies, when they do background checks on employees, had an error rate that was 100th the error rate that the federal government has, under federal law, they'd be sued out of existence. There's a simple fix. All you have to do is have the federal government have to meet the same standards for doing background checks that private companies have to do. I've been telling that to gun control people for 20 years, and they will fight you tooth and nail against that simple fix. And the thing is, as I mentioned earlier, the errors overwhelmingly occur against black males and Hispanic males, mainly because about 34% of black males have felony backgrounds, about 18% of Hispanic males, and people tend to have names similar to others in their racial groups. The second fix is the cost. So a lot of these states that have these universal background checks cost a lot of money. DC, for example, costs $125 to do a background check on a private transfer of a gun. If you want to encourage people to go out of their way to do the background checks because you think it's good, you don't want to tax them, essentially, for doing what you want them to do. Pay for it out of general revenue. And the other thing is, if you think it reduces crime, it reduces crime for everybody, not just the law-abiding citizen who's going out of their way to go and obey the law. As an economist, I would say whoever benefits from these things should be the ones who pay. So why make the entire freight of paying for these background checks be borne on the law-abiding person who's obeying the rule there?
Yeah, so Alpha,
if you agree with me on those, then let's write an op-ed together and say, fine, we'll have these background checks, but we'll fix these two parts of it.
Dr. Dinesh, with that offer, make sure you DM me and I can get you in contact with John, who's a friend. So that'd be great.
We've got Stephen Alpha.
No. We had to go to TJ first because Mario probably
TJ's back. Great. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I really just have to point something out here because talking about mental illness, it's an easy scapegoat for both sides of the aisle to say that the mentally ill are the cause of gun violence, that they're a reasonable regulation. I think it is worth pointing out that people who struggle with mental illness are less likely to be violent than those without mental illness. And that has been established by the CDC time and time again. The fact is that if they should be disarmed, statistically, so should you. I don't think either should be disarmed. Maybe those who it is clear present a danger to themselves or to society, an imminent one. But once again, as John Lott pointed out, none of these shooters, while they were seeing therapists, none of the therapists actually said that they posed the risk. They posed a risk to themselves. They posed a risk to others. That was not established with these guys. Maybe that's a problem with mental health providers not being more careful and not looking for the warning signs. Maybe it's just that we don't have these warning signs available. But the fact is, we can look for an example in the Sixth Circuit. So that's a federal circuit covering Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee. There's a case called Tyler versus Hillsdale. The plaintiff in that case was institutionalized, and then decades later, after he got his life back in order, he wanted to get a handgun in order to protect his home. Something which is the core essential right protected in Heller. But the fact that he had been institutionalized in the past, decades ago, prevented him from getting that gun despite him not struggling with it, despite him not being a danger to himself or others, having never been declared a danger to himself or others at any point. For it to be a life ban, I think that's obscene. And same thing with felons, because again, the mere status as a felon simply means you were convicted of a crime that was eligible for imprisonment of a year or more. The consequences that we have on that is a clearly unconstitutional background check scheme where we are over-criminalizing individuals and ultimately taking individuals, for example, you have an ounce of pot on you, all of a sudden you can't have a gun for the rest of your life. That's a huge problem.
Right.
TJ, one area of common ground, I hope, So thank you, John. I appreciate that. I'll reach out. I was going to say, TJ, what about people with a history of violent crime? Could that be an easy place, or is that even too far?
Violent crime is one thing. My take on it: if I don't trust you with a gun, I don't want to let you out of the prison. If you're beating your wife, you should be in prison and you should stay in prison. If you've shot someone, you should be in prison.
Okay,
You should
okay, but
stay in
TJ, here's my question for you then. How do you, at what point do you start flagging these people and say, okay, you don't need to have a gun right now? Is that after conviction or is that after the accusation?
If I said after the accusation, then I would be overturning more than 800 years of Anglo-American common law. I'd be refuting the presumption of innocence. The fact is that you are innocent until proven guilty by a jury of your peers, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm going to apply that with every right and liberty.
But we deny licenses all the time, TJ, to people for a bunch of different things. If somebody has a history of drug abuse, if somebody has a history of poor vision, I mean, like we have laws in this country to deter bad acts from happening.
And we also have an amendment to our entire United States Constitution preventing the license of a fundamental right, unlike driving.
Yeah. So Maj.
So with that, I'm curious about something, because one of the big issues that comes into play when we're talking about the rule of law here, and Monterey's back up, and I'm glad you came, sir, is red flag laws, because we've got a serious issue taking place, which is major debate time, that around how do we go after these problems legally and deal with them. And some states have come up with the idea that we'll just take away your constitutional rights and just go take your gun and then make you prove why you should have it. Monterey, I'd love you to speak out on that, because I think it's a big issue here.
Yes. Hey, Jim, do you mind if I jump in? Because I actually have a show to jump onto right now, and I'll make it quick if you guys give me 2-3 minutes.
Sure. If you can make it quick, go ahead.
All right. So first of all, to tap into what you're talking about with the red flag laws, I'm in California. 0 criminal history, decorated combat veteran, decorated law enforcement veteran. The Department of Justice and the FBI said my tweets were a reason to use California red flag laws against me, remove my firearms. So there's a personal experience of what you're going to, Jim. But the conversation, the reason I jumped in earlier, is Sam was twisting some numbers with data on how many deaths, in quotes, deaths were used in the United States. So just to clear some things up, and these are statistics from the Pew University, and it's from 2020, 54% of deaths were from guns were suicide. 43 were murder, to put those numbers that he was putting out there into context. The second thing, and I know where you're coming from, Dr. Dinesh, with regards to we need to have laws, for locking weapons up. The problem is you're dictating to people how their homes are run. We already have laws in place, like in California, we have Penal Code 273A, child endangerment. If a child sustains an injury because someone was negligent in the storage of a firearm, there's already a crime that has a consequence to that. We don't need to dictate crimes or penal codes of telling people how to store their firearms. There's a crime for the consequence of that already. The second thing, I can tell you guys right now, 14 years of law enforcement, working undercover, working gangs in Southern California, thousands of arrests that I've been a part of. Only one time did I ever arrest a criminal that used a gun that was registered to him. The only thing gun laws do is make law-abiding citizens criminals. Gangs, drug dealers, they're going to get guns regardless. You can go back to Operation Fast and the Furious. Our ATF gave the cartel Mexican drug lords guns that came back into the United States and resulted in the death of 2 Border Patrol agents. So gun laws don't fix anything, you guys. The problem is we have repeat offenders, and it's not because we don't have laws. It's because we don't have a properly operating judicial system. I have arrested guys with notorious rap sheets. 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, they're out. They have probation. They're given probation on top of probation. The problem is our judicial system doesn't punish criminals. That's the issue we have here in the United States, specifically with California. But like I said, I wish I could tell you guys more. I'll have my ears on if you want to ask me a question, but if you guys need to open up some space, you can drop me down.
Yes, so Maj,
thanks so much for coming. Maj, can we get you to respond to that? Are you there, Maj? Are you available?
Yeah, I'm here.
I do want to hit on one point here, because one of the things that TJ brought up is that these red flag gun laws do disproportionately affect the black community. That seems to be what the data shows.
Absolutely, and I think we got to maintain objectivity. Anytime that we can't allow, if me as a libertarian, I guess some would identify me as more right of center, right? When we have a president like Trump who says, take the guns first, due process later, that's wrong. That's wrong. On top of the fact that you're going to a place where people will abuse so-called red flag laws. There's very little to no due process. It's a process that, in essence, we're talking about saving lives, but in essence, you also are potentially going to put law enforcement, not even just the citizen as well, but law enforcement also included. You're going to someone's house in the middle of the night to no-knock raid their house, in essence. And we see how that worked out for the Breonna Taylor situation. And to the point of... Again, we're not going to Beverly Hills to do this. We're not going to affluent neighborhoods to do this generally. Gun control, the data is clear. The history is clear. The areas that they are going to implement these unconstitutional and racist practices, including red flag laws, generally are there. And the problem with this too is you have a situation where people can literally take advantage of it. You have an angry husband, an angry ex-wife that says, oh, this person has guns and they're a nuisance. We have these systems of checks and balances, as well as the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. It's there, and the judicial, the exec. We have these separations and checks and balances for a reason. When we get into the space where we're saying, well, in order to save this, we have to trample on that, and that's just
Imagine we've lost you for a second.
I'm not here. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
On top of saying this way, I will be honest and say no. Someone earlier on in the space when I was in said, by and large, people on the left are not attempting to try to take firearms or certain types of firearms. That's literally false. Beto O'Rourke said it. Hell yeah, we're coming to take your ARs, your AR-15, so forth and so on. So that theory's not there. The data does not support the things that you're talking about. When you have those bad faith conversations, like earlier, when, the gentleman was leaving out, whether he was ignorant of the statistics or leaving them out on purpose, you cannot ignore 60% of these deaths at this point in relation to firearms being suicides. Right? Not violent crime. You guys are playing the stat game. You're saying, hey, yes, we absolutely want to come for your firearms. We have a system in place of you don't want the Second Amendment? Get it ratified. We have a system in place to make this happen. But the reality is, I think there's a lot of bad faith conversation happening when we all could really say this. Now, I'll be critical of the pro-gun side as well. There's no reason that we on the pro-gun side have not taken up the fact that 60% of these deaths, as related to firearms, are suicides. That should be our priority number one. Our priority number one should be finding help, making sure that we're making a lot of these younger people feel whole, and try to address some of those root causes. Because if we get rid of 60% of this, scourge that's happening, there won't be room for more of a conversation. When we start looking at the data and tying that in with this is now our purpose to make this our mission, it's almost impossible to argue. If I did 60% of anything and I said 60% of the time, this is the reason for it, we wouldn't be having a conversation about the tool anymore. We'd be having a conversation about the 60%. So the red flag law.
So Madge, I don't think anybody actually disputed the suicide fact, but I think the point that's being made, and I'd be really interested in your response, is it's a lot easier to compulsively take your own life with a gun than it is with other methods, and that may be why guns are involved in so many suicides in the US. So I think that's the point. I don't think anybody disputed that a very high proportion
and Sam,
of all gun deaths are suicides.
I'm going to go one step further for Maj. I feel like the only way we find compromise is by being more specific. And the most specific thing is, if there is a person out there that has gone to a mental health professional and even said, hey, I don't have an exact plan on how I'm going to commit suicide, but I have thought about it, should that person be allowed to get a gun?
So this is where it becomes the slippery slope, because we're having a question about rights. Someone earlier in the space had a discussion about, we're handling rights as if we somehow unequivocally or unilaterally get to decide for other people's homes. So I can't make an overall statement. Now, if I see someone like the kid that's, hey, he's been arrested 19 times. He's been saying these threats. He's been doing X, Y, and Z. First and foremost, he's already doing things that are illegal. And if we find that this person has had a mental issue, this person should be getting help and should be in a psych ward. So that removes the need to then reach into law-abiding or safe and responsible firearms owners' rights because of the one person. Again, if we run into the space where, okay, there's 100,000 people die from alcohol, there's a whole bunch of things in relation to drunk driving, we are not going to curb people that are driving safely and responsibly in their freedom of movement because of jerks that do the wrong thing. And so that balance there, for me to make a blanket statement and say, yes, because this person, and that's a blanket statement now. Law enforcement has to do their job. Law enforcement, because mysteriously all of these mass shooters, he was known. That's the repetitive theme. He was known to the FBI. He was known to the FBI. That part has to get done. If this person is threatening a person, we take that person. We don't break in the middle of the night, not knowing who's who, and the wrong person gets murdered and killed, including, again, the law enforcement officer. I think when we have that discussion about nuance and saying, there are things that a person can do that they can put themselves individually on the radar for the threats or the physical attacks that they do, and law enforcement locally addresses that problem. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. But where we get a little bit convoluted is when we say, well, we have to have something in place to stop a natural fundamental right. And you're going to get pushback by Second Amendment supporters and gun owners because I have a human right. I have not done anything wrong. I have a natural right. The structure of this nation, America, we have a Bill of Rights. These are rights granted by our Creator, not given nor taken away by government. That's the sticking point that we don't just get to abandon. No different than the argument about other things. Oh, well, forget your rights as it relates to this. No, that is a fundamental sticking point for the American concept. And I think that we got to put our, thinking caps on to be, again, repeating this word, nuanced in that space when we are honest and objective. If we look at the data, okay, are the bad guys buying guns legally? No. Okay, where are the bad guys? Do we have laws against these bad guys doing these things? If this person is following the trajectory of looking like a person that's a bad guy that potentially could do something, let's address that person. When you start making blanket statements along with supporting the racist practice of gun control and executing this gun control in the same areas that it initially targeted, mostly black and brown, poor communities, you're going to have a problem with all of America.
Can I ask you specifically on that subject, that these areas where they're targeting and you feel it's unfair, are they also areas where gun crimes are statistically higher? Is that actually the reason they're being targeted, rather than they're doing it deliberately to affect minorities? Is there an argument for that?
I think there's an argument. I think there's an argument for it to say, oh, well, they're being targeted because the violent crime is there. But I think that's a little bit of like killing the flies and leaving the garbage. When you want to learn about something, you go to the natural genesis of it. You can't say, oh, this community has deliberately not had safe and responsible firearms ownership. There has been a tremendous disrespect for the Second Amendment. And then we dump, again, we're talking about, the United States government again. We're dropping drugs and guns and other things in here, but then we're locking the people up. This is not like a conspiracy theory. This has been proven. This has been proven that CIA, so forth and so on, has done. So after the fact, if we say, well, that's where the crime is. And then again, John Lott, his breakdown was marvelous. The reality is the areas where there's more of a flourishing understanding for the tool, same amount of guns, less violent crime, because there's more of a respect for the tool and education around it. The argument always is, oh, the guys from Chicago that can't get them are getting the guns from Indiana. Okay, well, if the gun is the tool, why isn't violent crime the same in Indiana? It's not. Because there's a different level of targeting. This word that is the most repetitive theme in a good way today is nuance. John Lott said some things in regards to when you're evaluating, there's a multitude of things that you have to evaluate. You cannot ignore that a demographic that has had to hide firearms, even if for protection, Even if for protection, I can't have this because the rules say I can't have this, but I have it for protection because I live in a bad neighborhood, but then I go to jail. And then the bad guys that know this neighborhood does not allow firearms ownership is shooting fish in a barrel. I can rob more people. I can sell more drugs in this area, so forth and so on. You cannot separate those things. So after the fact, you could say, well, maybe there's more over violation of human rights by law enforcement in these communities because there's a lot of guns there. But you cannot separate that. That's like taking the cause away from the effect. And the inverse to go ahead.
Sorry, just to keep it flowing. Lala, can you respond on some of the things that Marge has been saying there? Because you've got your hand up.
Yeah, of course.
Just quickly, sorry, Lala. Steve, if you could keep your mic muted because you got a lot of feedback sound on your end, and then whenever you want to speak, just put your hand up, and then Sam or Jim will or Nick will give you the mic.
Okay,
sorry, go ahead, Lala.
I do want to bring in real quick. I'll just bring in real quick before we go over this. Someone has been taken into custody in Half Moon Bay, California. However, it's not 100% clear whether or not it's the shooter. That is the speculation, and that's what news agencies are reporting, but we don't know that for 100% sure. But I just wanted to give that update.
Cool. And just another reminder for the audience before Lala speaks. Bottom right corner, we're going through all your questions, all your comments, your thoughts on the debate so far, and any questions you have for the panelists. Just keep that in mind. Bottom right corner, and then pinned above is the newsletter to get recaps and further additions from the panelists. I do have another update from Mateus from breaking_4_news. Make sure you follow all the panelists and Mateus, Breaking4 News. 7 shot, 4 dead, 3 critically wounded, 2 locations involved. Suspect just turned himself in. Sources KPIX. So that's from breaking_4_news, Breaking4 News. Go ahead. Sorry, Lala.
Yeah, no, thank you. I really like what Maj said about the FBI really knowing, so much of the background on these shooters, et cetera. But I think it's kind of interesting because he's asking the FBI to do incredibly deep analysis on individuals that could just be taken care of by a comprehensive regulatory framework that really doesn't hurt law-abiding citizens at all, right? Like we know that the FBI knew about the Fort Hood shooter, the Pulse nightclub shooter. We know about who else? The Parkland, Florida shooter, the Tennessee Waffle House shooter. All of these shooters were already known to the FBI to the point where they had in-depth interviews with these individuals and they were still allowed to purchase guns. So I guess I'm failing to understand why a regulatory framework on a state level that recognizes, hey, if you've been interviewed by the FBI, you probably shouldn't own a gun, how that would hurt law-abiding citizens in procuring such weapons. I think that the two things I've been repetitively kind of frustrated with this entire conversation around regulation is, number one, the idea that 100% solvency is needed in order to institute a deterrent like this, right? Like that's impossible, right? But who's to even say like 50% or 25% solvency is a bad thing? I just don't understand that when we're talking about lives. So long as we can prove to like what Jim said earlier, that this is not actually hurting individual rights like law-abiding citizens. And I think the particulars of that, again, the more specific, I think as Dr. Danish said, the more specific we can get, the better, right? And then the second thing that is just very frustrating to me is kind of this painting of the picture that you're almost like somehow against guns entirely if you're advocating for these types of regulations. So, it is frustrating to kind of be pigeonholed into this place where you almost have to, like, poor Dr. Dinesh down there, he's having to go to extreme examples of like, if this person says that 100% they will kill themselves in therapy, like, don't you think we should, it's kind of ridiculous that we have to give these extreme examples to advocate for a regulatory framework on a state level that could widely protect some people, as opposed to kind of like asking the FBI to do this in depth, like Maj says, well, we can't just have these blanket regulations. Well, right now, sir, it takes more, it takes less effort to set up a nail salon and get the permits for a nail salon than to go, purchase a gun. It's a little ridiculous that you can go to a gun show and you can have a severe history of mental illness, even be interviewed by the FBI, but yet there's no regulations when to even run like a simple business in this country to drive a car, you have to pass a certain, test list of abilities, right? So I would say that those are some of my frustrations with this discussion. I appreciate us getting a little bit more specific into what some of these regulations can be. I think background checks are absolutely necessary. 82% of the population agrees that we need background checks, or I think it was even higher than that at the last polling. So to even advocate against that is already extreme when you compare it to the statistics. But beyond that, to look at permitting that is appropriate, and to look at someone's, history, whether or not they are, a danger, red flag laws can very quickly go downhill. And I'm not advocating like poor Alpha, can't tweet out here without getting scrutinized and his gun rights taken away. I'm not for things like that. But I think when we look at some of these mass shootings and we see the obvious signs and people in this room even admitting the FBI knew about these things before they happened, there's got to be some sort of benchmark where we can all agree, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, okay, this is extreme. We need to protect against these kinds of dangerous criminals.
So TJ,
real quick, let me jump in there. So one, we do have those in place. Every time you purchase a firearm, it's a 4473. You get a criminal background check. That happens already, including
only with licensed dealers. With unlicensed dealers, if you go to a gun show or if you buy secondhand, you do not have to go through those federal regulations.
True. What you're saying is not true. That is not true. Everyone that sells a firearm in a gun show has to be a FFL in a gun show. We're not talking about private sales in few amounts of states. Every single time you purchase a firearm lawfully, including at a gun show, you are going to, from a dealer that is set up in that gun show, you are going to fill out a 4473. That is a fact. No one can argue against that fact. You just look foolish. That's number one. Number two, when we say about, the FBI, they have to do a super comprehensive thing, we're talking about the people that were already known and they can be passed off to even before we get to FBI. The sheriff's department with the Parkland shooter and other shooters knew about these young men. That's local. That's not an extensive job. Our job also is to make sure that we are targeting the person, not all of the people. When someone kills someone as a drunk driver, we are not then saying, okay, we have to make everybody driving be a part of that. Yes. Is it nuanced? Yes. Is it a difficult thing? And lastly, and it's something we have to do, especially when people that are being that, as well as, again, we're mixing the weeds. We're saying, hey, we're talking about mass shootings, which make up, and all death is horrible. But those mass shootings, if we want to get to the bigger number, the mass shootings make up less than 1% of all shootings in America. Less than 1%. So now we're looking at the smaller number that infringes on rights and adds more restrictions on, again, yes, to safe and responsible, law-abiding firearms owners. And we're ignoring the bigger number of 60% of suicides. We're ignoring the people criminals that drug-related. Spike made a great point about prohibition as it relates to the war on drugs, so forth and so on. So we're ignoring the bigger number while saying we care about the death, going after the smaller percentage of shooters that we can handle individually, while then saying the way that we'll solve this is to make more safe and responsible firearms owners felons or violate their rights. That is backwards. If we address the 60% first, mental health, psychotropic meds, which ironically most mass shooters are also on, psych meds. So if we want to really get at the bigger number and save more lives, that's where our efforts should be focused. No different than if we're talking about black communities where there is high levels of violent crime for whatever reason. That's not an AR-15. So why are we talking about AR-15s? See, this is where it starts to look like good faith conversations are not being genuine. They're being disingenuous because the data is there. The data is, I'm a high school dropout and I know the data. It's there.
Lala, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I'd love to. I think it's a little, I still am losing this connection to where if you ask law-abiding citizens to participate in a permitting program, similar to how all law-abiding citizens have to take a driver's test. Like, you have to be of a certain age to drink alcohol. Like, there are certain things that you have to pass. If you want to set up a beauty store, you actually have to have a permit for that. So we're talking about, common sense permitting requirements that it, review your background, and
We
determine
have
whether or
it.
not
It's
you're
literally
fit.
called the 4473.
But
That's the
Maj,
proof.
Lala,
I
I just
feel
have
like
to
you're
point
being
this out.
Maj. I'm so sorry, Lala. I have to speak about this gun. The gun show thing is very interesting because Maj is absolutely correct that a licensed dealer that specifically does this, the law, it depends on, obviously how you interpret the law, but the law specifically says that if you devote time, attention, and labor, right? Those are the three, TJ and Maj, to selling guns, then you have to do this. But if you are selling it as a hobbyist, or you're selling it, correct? Maj, please correct me if I'm wrong. They actually do not run those background checks.
Wrong. There's no such thing as a gun dealer that's a hobbyist. That's wrong.
But now,
You
I'm not
have
saying a
some
gun dealer. If you go to a gun show and there's somebody standing with 3 guns and they are collectibles and they can be called collectibles, they do not run a background check. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong. I'm telling you, you're wrong. That's incorrect.
That's an incorrect statement. And I'm happy to share it. And Mario and everybody, please post it up there so I can share it with everybody.
Yeah, so
Now,
TJ, jump in on that.
Lala, I
This
just
took a lot
have
of
to
time
point something out here. Your proposal that anyone who has been interviewed by the FBI with the wave of a wand, you just disarmed Martin Luther King Jr. You just disarmed John Lewis. You just disarmed countless other civil rights activists. You have disarmed people who ultimately stand against the powers that be. This is precisely what I have meant by saying that what gun control is at its very level, from the first gun control laws, which were meant to stop slaves from arming themselves and seeking revenge against their former masters, to the modern gun control laws now.
That's a very slippery slope argument. All of a sudden, we're back at the
Precisely
racism
what you
conversation.
proposed. You said, shouldn't it be common sense that if you've been interviewed
No, I
by
think
the
if
FBI,
someone is
that they
assessed to be a
shouldn't get a
terrorist,
gun?
and I think if someone is assessed.
Okay, guys, just one at a time. So Lala, if you respond and then we'll go back.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think if someone is assessed to be a terrorist, I'm not advocating for, us to protest MLK or whatever sort of like, oh, now Lala's a racist conversation is happening. That's not at all what we're talking about. We're talking about people who are assessed to be a serious danger to the public, who are mentally unfit to hold firearms. If we're talking about people who have declared, like, take for instance, okay, the Bend shooter, right? Literally has entire Wattpad published articles about how he can't wait to see blood and gore in the streets of Oregon because he's going to wreak havoc. This was up for months and months. The FBI knew about it. The authorities knew about it. And he was still able to go to an unlicensed gun dealer and purchase a gun and then go and shoot a ton of people. So I think that when we're having this conversation, like I've been quiet for most of this conversation. I have seen a lot of slippery slope fallacies where all of a sudden we're like talking about racism when like people on this stage are literally just saying, yo, if there's criminals out there, they probably shouldn't own guns. I don't really understand how I'm missing why that's such a bad thing.
Hold on. Hey,
guys,
give me.
Okay, let's let TJ respond.
What?
Okay, Martin Luther King Jr. was blackmailed by the FBI to the point that he was encouraged to commit suicide by the FBI. That is the reality that you are ignoring. If you've been interviewed by the FBI, you shouldn't have a gun, you think MLK Jr. should not have a gun. That is the reality of your proposal. Whether you like that or not, that is a necessary implication by what you proposed.
So TJ, I've got a question for Lala. So Lala, I want to ask you this: Would you consider someone who is having struggles balancing their checkbook and taking care of certain aspects of their finances without help? Would you consider that someone who should be on a watch list as well? There's a specific reason I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I'd love to hear your
I'll be glad
rationale
to
behind that.
once you answer. I'll be glad to. I just got please answer the question.
I'm not here to supervise individual checkbooks, so I can't
Thank you for saying
speak to
that,
why
because
someone
that
would
is
want
the
to do
policy. Thank you for that. That is when I was working on Capitol Hill, we had a serious issue, particularly in the district that I was helping with in Kentucky, and we found out it was being propagated otherwise. That the Veterans Administration, when certain people were getting help with their finances from the VA, they were being put on watch lists to take guns away. So TJ's point is somewhat valid here, because it's a subjective matter to determine what really constitutes a dangerous person. If someone has absolutely committed a crime and been convicted of it, then that's one issue. But if they have these kind of ancillary situations come up, it becomes subjective often. What are you going to say, Fidgetal? Go ahead.
So often throughout this argument, and the reason why TJ's argument had me laughing is it's when we use like incredibly slim margin incidences to make broad decisions. He literally undermined Lala's entire argument by saying Martin Luther King 50 years ago would have not had a gun, therefore we shouldn't institute common sense regulation right now.
I'd be happy to elaborate to it across.
Hey, TJ, give Fidgetal time to finish. TJ, please.
No, I think Fidgetal made the point.
Fidgetal. Okay.
It's not that it's not true. It's not that it's not true. You are correct, TJ, but that's irrelevant as to having a larger discussion about balancing equities. And I think that's what Lala's getting at. And I think that's what's missing in the conversation is hyperbolic, nuanced specifics that we then extrapolate into the overall conversation, right? And this is going to a core. People are skipping over. I think I heard Maj say the gun is an inalienable right, and therefore, and then he has an entire diatribe built on that faulty argument. We're having a discussion about the fact that the Constitution, right, is not clear. The Second Amendment is not clear.
Yes, it is. It's not clear to you because you don't know it, and you have a narrative. It's very clear.
I'm an attorney. I'm an attorney. I've been studying it for 20 years.
Then you're wrong, and you're sending a lot of your people. I hope they're not coming to you for self-defense and Second Amendment cases. The reality is it's very clear, especially in the context of what those framers, and again, these are guys that I'm very critical of for their contradictions. They had contradictions. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence while owning humans. I'm not a deifying of these guys. I'm just saying, as written, it is very clear, especially in the context of what was happening in that nation, in this nation at that time.
It was nearly 400 years ago, and there's equal language that says it's supposed to be applicable over time. The law is applied.
So if that's the case, then you're right to say what you're saying on this Twitter space should not have the same freedom of expression if you go in that direction. Because this argument somehow, which is faulty in and of itself, they couldn't understand the type of firearms that would be there. All of that stuff is falsehood.
Freedom of expression changes over time with case law.
Okay, guys, this is great between you two, Marge and Fidgetal. So I just say your point, and then let's get the response, and let's have you both going back and forwards because it's really great to hear you both on it.
I'll just end with this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Marge. I just want to be very clear. The reason why there is case law that has led to how we look and apply laws in the Second Amendment now is because the Second Amendment wasn't clear. That's just fact. Right? So we are at a point now where we're saying that the Second Amendment says what the case law has interpreted and not stopping and saying, well, maybe we don't think the case law has interpreted how it should be applied now and should it be changed because the Second Amendment was not clear. Otherwise, we wouldn't need case law.
So I'll give you some clarity for the Supreme Court of the United States decision that I'm cited in. My organization, the Bruin overturning in New York. Yeah, we're cited in that. It was overturned and clear again. Heller versus DC was very clear. Chicago versus so forth, all of these different things. It's been clear. It's been overturned and upheld several times. Again, the most recent one that Black Guns Matter, my organization, is cited in the Supreme Court of the United States is the overturning of the unconstitutional carry laws in the state of New York. If you want to cite case law, there's a very recent one for you.
No, you're making my point. My point is that we sit here and say that it is the Constitution when it is case law. You cited case law.
It's been clarified several times, brother. It's been clarified. The conversation that we should be having is where I will agree with Lala is I am going to be critical, like I just was, in good faith and objectivity, and critical of the gun owners and not going after the biggest number. The biggest number meaning 60% of the deaths related to firearms are suicides. We're talking about something that's less than 1% of the death We're talking about the over-policing and continuing unconstitutional and racist practices that have been proven to be racist for a smaller number, as opposed to gun community, anti-gun, pro-gun people saying, here's the biggest number, here's where we can attack this and cut down on the trauma and death. That's the issue.
Brian,
Have we had conversations about, here's organizations that are doing the work. Walk the Talk America, that is a mental health organization that does work with gun owners and gun companies. That's 60%. Are we all agreeing that that's the biggest chunk that we could be handling? And are we all agreeing, based on numbers, not feelings, are we all agreeing that that is where most of the death in relation to firearms is in America? Anyone that says no to that, you're a liar.
Mars, we agree on the statistics, but I don't think it takes away the relevance of the other side of it. But I think we should bring Brian in because he's had his hand up for a long time.
Yeah. So I was just going to actually ask Maj a question, and that was, do you feel that semi-automatic guns should be? Do you feel that semi-automatic weapons are mandated by the Constitution, by the Second Amendment? Do you feel that there's something in the Second Amendment that says we must all have semi-automatic guns?
So you're asking me, does it read as that? Because not only was semi-automatic, you do know what that means? Semi-automatic means I pull the trigger once, one round comes out. A flintlock under that definition is a semi-automatic. That's number one. Wait, stop for a second. Let me answer your question. As well as when that was written, there was fully automatic firearms existed when the Second Amendment was written. Everybody in here should go look at the Puckle gun. It existed. So this argument from people that don't have a history of firearms ownership, know the history of firearms, don't have an understanding of them, you make these.
So
wait. So not only were semi-automatic in that argument, fully automatic was in that argument. Back then, those things existed then. So this argument that.
So what are your feelings about should an AR-15? My understanding is it can pretty quickly, knock off 30 shots. Should that be available to the average?
What do you mean it can knock off 30 shots? See, you said you led in with saying, from my understanding,
it's semi-automatic. You squeeze. There's no reload required, as far as I know. I appreciate I don't have a great understanding.
Right. Now we're getting into it.
Can I just finish asking my question? So what I'm asking is, do you feel that if we banned semi-automatic weapons or AR-15s, let's just say AR-15s as an example, would that be an abridgment of the Second Amendment?
Yes, because semi-automatic firearms existed and fully automatic firearms.
So then you think that we're already. So you think that we're already abridging the Second Amendment because there are pretty rigid laws against automatic weapons?
No, there's not. You're saying things and you don't know what you're talking about. Wait, stop. I can lawfully purchase I own fully automatic firearms legally.
Before 1979.
No. Listen to me. I'm saying that's unconstitutional. I'm saying I still can own them. I'm saying I own them now legally. So this argument, because you're jumping all over the place. First, you asked me about semi-automatic. I said to you when
I'm trying to see where you're drawing the line.
You're not drawing a line. You're moving the goalpost. Your first question was, how do I feel about semi? I explained to you. Named an example. The Puckle gun was full automatic as well as semi-automatic existed when the Second Amendment was written. That conversation's done. So they were clear. So this argument that, they didn't know, that's false.
That's not false. My argument. Hey, Maj, just let me finish what I'm trying to do. You answered the question with AR-15s. You think that ban on AR-15s would be an abridgment against the Second Amendment. But we already
are you asking me that as a question?
Yeah, so we already had a ban in 1994 for 10 years,
and it was unconstitutional.
Okay.
So when somebody else brought up the conversation about case law, right?
So now I'm moving to automatic weapons. So the law currently is that you can own automatic weapons if they are manufactured. I think it was before 1979. You cannot purchase a new automatic weapon. You can't purchase a military-grade automatic weapon that's being manufactured today. That is against the law. So do you think that's an abridgment against the Second Amendment?
So you'll give me 20 seconds to answer this question?
Sure.
Okay. I think it's unconstitutional, and I do think it's an abridgment. And again, if we're talking about the context of what is killing Americans, because that's what I thought we were all, whether we're pro-gun or anti-gun, wherever we lay, I thought we all agreed on the fact that we're talking about how to heal and stop this trauma, because that's why I'm here, right? So if we're talking about now fully automatic firearms, the vast majority of shootings have nothing to do with fully automatic firearms. None at all. So even the rules have nothing to do with the death associated with it, even the rules that are being so-called being created to supposedly save life. So no, it's a wasteful, unconstitutional situation. And to the other point that was made earlier about case law, at a certain point, the Dred Scott decision had to be overturned. That means at a certain point, even the Supreme Court, since we're talking about case law and, how we interpret things and things like that, even the Supreme Court at a certain time thought black people did not have any rights that white people were bound to respect. They got that wrong. Fast forward to today. Man, the federal government has way too much involvement or say in what a woman does with her reproductive rights. The federal government should not have it. Roe v. Wade gets overturned. Even the Supreme Court gets things wrong if we're talking about interpretation and perspective on it. So right now, any of the unconstitutional statutes that are on the books, I am in disagreement with them. I am consistently working to overturn them, not because I just like guns or am supportive of death. The crazy part is, as we have had more of these restrictions to the Second Amendment, it has led to more death, destruction, and the inability of my community to protect itself from criminals, enemies, foreign and domestic.
Can you understand? Can you understand that we disagree with the Supreme Court decisions as well, just like you do?
No. Wait, I'm not saying that I'm disagreeing with them. You're saying you disagree with that one, and that's fine. I'm not debating you about whether you are allowed to agree or disagree. What I'm doing is saying my disagreement and then tying it back into modern data. Again, we're not going to separate these things and just make the conversation about how we feel in our disagreement. We're then going to take that feeling and disagreement into, again, historical context. Yes, these laws were put into place to stop black people from having the means to defend themselves. That is a fact. Yes, black people are still currently disproportionately impacted and incarcerated because of this unconstitutional and racist practice. Yes, the areas that have, let me finish this point and I'm done. Yes, the areas that have more of a respect for the Second Amendment, yes, those areas are by and large safer. So when you look at all of that context, that's where I land where I land.
Maj, I ask you a question. If there, sure. And this is, so a hypothetical requires that we don't scoff at the hypothetical, but we actually take into account a hypothetical. Hypothetically, if bad guys did not have guns or access to guns, and there was no risk of tyranny from the government, would you still have a right to a gun? And why?
Yes, I'll answer that question. Yes, because when the founders of this place wrote the rules that they codified.
Maj, no, don't go back to the Constitution.
No, you're asking me. Wait, stop 1 second. You're asking me my answer and I'm going to tell you my answer and how I get there. I'm allowed to do that. I have one of the First Amendment, the freedom of speech, right? So yes, if your hypothetical was, hey, there's no bad guys, which is an amazing stretch. There's no bad guys. There's no crime. Would I still have a right to protect my life with the most effective means possible? Yes, I would.
And he also said no risk of tyranny, too, which is also a real stretch. So
that's a real stretch.
It's a hypothetical. And by the way, Maj,
the reason why it's more of a stretch. The reason why it's more of a stretch because that is the exact opposite of what has happened in world history. Not just because Maj is saying it. I mean, there was this weirdo named Hitler that kind of did a thing that murdered a lot of humans, that murdered a lot of people. There was a guy that went through Africa and
Maj, you answer my question. You are saying that when a threat does not exist of a gun death, you still have the right to have the ultimate defense of a gun. And then I can't argue with that. Now, do I think that would be a right, and do I think that's encompassed in any way by the intent of the Second Amendment? I do not. I do believe it is inherently based in uneven defense, and therefore the balancing of equities to allow for a semi more fair defense. But if that's your position, that's your position, and I can't argue with that. But I think other
Right.
people
You
would
can't
disagree.
argue against the
Hey,
fact.
Fidge, I got
Okay,
Can
guys,
I?
let's move on. Let's get some different speakers up. Suleiman, how are you, man? You've been waiting for a long time to speak. What do you want to bring to the conversation?
Yeah, thank you. Marge, thank you for that. I learned quite a bit there, so I appreciate your comments. It was very educational. So I'm from the UK, and I wanted to bring a different perspective or a different thought that I had. So it's looking at it more from a holistic point of view rather than from a specific point of view. Now, I understand that according to the United States Constitution, there is the right to bear arms is imperative against the possibility and a very real possibility of tyranny. And I think Marge gave a very good example of Hitler, but I think you can even look at a more recent example you saw in COVID, where where the government put stringent measures in, but they were lucky that the people were very conformist and they basically stood down and didn't listen to what the government had to say. If they hadn't, there would have been a real possibility for tyranny. But why this is important is because my thought is this: it seems like, and I used to think this right was very important because it was engrossed in this idea of freedom. But over time, or over these last few years, I'm not too sure if it's cause of freedom or cause of fear. And I'll explain my thought, and then I'd love people's thoughts. And the reason I say this is this, because when the mask mandate occurred in the United Kingdom, we didn't follow it as much as they did in the United States. We were very relaxed. In the north, hardly anybody was wearing it. In the London, I would say most minorities weren't wearing it, and most Caucasian males weren't wearing it, and you only had mainly Asians, and that was probably because of the affinity to they stay back home, and that's a different discussion. And mainly, liberal leftists who were wearing it. But when I used to come to the USA, whether it was a blue state or a red state, extreme amount of following the procedure, following the policy, not being fearful, keeping the masks on, and for me, it was a big shock how stringent they were about masks. And what that showed me is, wait a sec, is this a nation who base their ideas on freedom, or is it more about fear? And then when you look at the US policy around the world, are those actions really about freedom, or are they about fear? And then I tied it, which may be incorrect, but it's just something I've been thinking, that is this need for guns based on freedom, or is it fear? And if it's fear, then that's actually more concerning, because that's not the reason what it was for originally. So that was my thoughts.
So, Suleiman, I'm curious what your thoughts, though. So the assertion in the Federalist Papers 51, James Madison talked about, there'd be no need for government if men were angels, but men aren't angels, so we need government. I mean, that might be another motivating factor beyond just mere fear. Like, there might be fear involved, if we define that as concern, when it comes to the ability of mankind to harm other mankind. And, the Second Amendment was envisioned within the rubric of that question in Federalist 51. What are your thoughts on that?
I'd say, okay, I think you've asked me a good question. I guess I have to define it better. I would say when fear, and I just want to be careful because I don't want to offend my fellow America, people from America, but I would say fear more towards cowardice. And I don't mean this in a horrible way, but real fear. Like, it's not that I'm concerned to keep myself safe, but because I'm not able to defend myself, I need a gun. I'm scared of I'm going to die from, so I need a gun. I'm scared of so the COVID, so I need a gun. I'm scared of, there might be a hypothetical situation where Muslims might bomb me. We're going to basically do 20 years of, a war on terror. So it's based on fear as opposed to actual, genuine, the right for freedom. And what I'm saying is, this is just my thought recently. I actually thought the right to guns was imperative based on what the founding fathers, and I really believe that a government can become tyrannical. It's just, we've seen it through history, and we've seen it through COVID and the fact that the government controls everything now, as well as social media and media. And tyranny is more possible and probable than it ever has been before. But in terms of this perspective, I'm talking about now. I'm trying to think it's fair.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Okay, so Suleiman, another question, and this will lead to something that I think Tira can talk about in a minute. But so let's talk about another form of how this fear shows up. So there's a fear and a concern that someone who, let's say it's a couple that have had arguments, and a spouse is concerned about the spouse having a gun, and then red flag laws were created to preemptively take that gun without due process rights. And that seems to be a motivation of fear too. How does that compare in all this debate?
I mean, it's a good point, but that I would say is different because you haven't got the balance there. So you have one person with a firearm and one without. So that's genuine fear where you're not in an equitable position.
But isn't that the case? Someone, with respect, isn't that the case with someone else who wants to have a gun just in case someone else has a gun?
No. So my point is this. So it's not talking about whether you should have guns in the sense of right now because you guys have guns. It's whether the whole premise of this should be guns in the first place. And I'm saying the whole premise of anyone having guns, originally the most important part was, as you said, protect yourself against others as well as protect against a tyrannical government. But now, so that's the point. But now I'm saying in a world where you basically, let's say you were in the United States and you could eradicate guns completely, why would one be against that? So is that because of fear? So let's say I know people can get them illegally, but even then, if you were to be stringent enough and strong enough, you could I mean, in the United Kingdom, we do have gun deaths, but they're very, very minor. But then I agree that that's been replaced by knife crimes. But then again, knife crimes is different because with a knife, you have to physically go up to a person, and there has to be more close combat. So there's less about cowardice and there's more about, even though it's still cowardice, but it's a lesser form of it because you're doing it from a more close approximation. Whereas a gun, you can just be a coward and just shoot somebody from far away. So that's what I'm talking about.
But you still can commit murders, in which I think a lot of people that come in on the other side of this debate, Suleiman, are saying, okay, you talk, does the closeness really matter? Is it really about defense? I mean, and by the way, is someone that comes into a house with a knife and is a much stronger person over a female who's much weaker, per se, and just using that as an example, and that female has a gun, do they not hold off the person with a knife? I mean, I think it gets very complicated with this, but that's why this discussion, and I want to turn a little bit to discussing red flag laws, and Tira is in the audience and had some thoughts about that because we've talked about this earlier.
Jim, I want to before you jump into here, I just want to mention some breaking news here from Nick, who I'll be bringing up shortly. He shared it in our group. I'll mention it right now. Suspect in Half Moon Bay, California shootings identified as 67-year-old Zhao Chunli. Victims are Chinese farm workers. NBC, from the NBC. So that's just an update on the shooting today in Half Moon Bay. But go ahead, Tara.
So unusual, two older individuals in a row. I think that's not what we typically see. What's interesting about this conversation is I think that Americans are much less divided about these issues than one might think. Gun owners, non-gun owners agree in general when you take polls on certain gun control measures. They're not, for example, most people actually support red flag laws. Most people support raising the age that you can purchase certain guns to 21. So I wish we could not divide this by politics and instead, sort of leave the rhetoric out of it and see where we might be able to get. Now, one of the issues to me is that we are, of course, bound by our Constitution. And the Supreme Court in New York Rifle and Pistol Association basically has given us fairly strict guidelines about what we can do to do gun regulations of any kind. So what they've said is gun regulations are impermissible, basically. At least, I mean, they were talking about concealed carry in New York State, but forgetting that, they basically took out a test and they said if they weren't available in either 1791 or 1868, then they're not going to work. So we have to deal with that regulatory background. My view is that some things that are mentioned that people do agree on, like raising the age, might not be permissible. Because if you went back to 1791, you would find that 16-year-old, 17, everybody could own a gun. I don't believe there were age limitations. I mean, I haven't studied this, but I seriously doubt it. I'm not sure that you can actually limit certain types of guns. The Supreme Court is going to that has not been decided. Unlike what Maj said, we don't have those decisions made yet, but I'm not certain that this particular court would say that's okay, because I think by analogy, they might be able to say, well, there were similar guns, etc. Now, red flag laws to me strike me as a little different. I actually don't think they're unconstitutional. They are ex parte in general. They are basically something where someone would come in and the party who is against whom the judgment is rendered doesn't have the chance to explain themselves. But there are states where you can have, and these are state laws, right? We've been doing it state by state. So what we really need to do is look at the best practices and see if we can get past some of the, I think not constitutional issues per se, but some of the unfair issues that people have seen in them. So, for example, we need evidentiary standards. We need the right to appeal. We need, there are things we need to do. We need to decide who is able to make such a complaint. Some states have it just police. Others have it police, relatives, friends, etc. We can do this. This is not beyond us, and I would sort of like to see us do that. The other area in which we probably can do this, because it's outside of the requirement of, who gets to own a gun, is in the case of making sure that people have gun locks, or at least are liable if their children get hold of a gun, or anyone gets hold of their gun and uses it to commit a crime. And I do think, once again, most people support that. I'm not really troubled by this, you're regulating what goes inside the house, because you're really not. What you're saying is, if that leads to a crime, we have plenty of laws like this, then you're liable. You're sort of like aiding and abetting, etc. So I do think there are things that we could probably agree on, and we should, instead of talking about liberals and gun owners and whatever, we should stop some of this, because in point of fact, I think, look, I'm a Democrat, but I don't want to take away guns. Other than Beto O'Rourke and a few people, I don't think most Democrats think that is a realistic thing, or would even want to. What I want to do is make things more safe. And the final point I want to make is that I also feel like we need more research, because the Congress actually had stopped money for researching about gun laws, et cetera, for quite some time. I believe there's money now in the budget for doing such research. We need to know what works, because rather than go forward and sort of make all these laws that may not work, it would be good if we could we would know that what we're trying to do is effective. Thanks.
So Tira, I got a question for you. So one of the things about red flag laws that always concerns me, and I think concerns a lot of people like myself who come a little bit more from the pro-Second Amendment right side of this, more strictly looking at it, is habeas corpus. So when you talk about red flag laws, and I do agree that there are similar constructs that are not precisely red flag laws in other states, and that does complicate how you think through this. But the whole concept of habeas corpus, show me the body, legally, was always intended to be, listen, if you're going to move forward on prosecutorial action of any sort, then you need to have some evidence that an actual crime was committed. And you being a lawyer, I know understands the concept. Does that not kind of come into play here, even with the laws that are similar to red flag laws?
Well, I actually, okay, so we have TROs, right? You can go in and basically they're pretty easy to get in many cases, right? And we also have seizure laws, but you can't actually use the proceeds of the seizure until somebody has the right to go in and check.
But just to interrupt real quick, but those have a habeas corpus standard as opposed to a red flag law, do they not?
I don't actually think so, do they? Not that I know of. Why would TROs have a habeas corpus standard?
Well, because you have some actual conjoining situation related to that. Do you not? I mean, I'm just trying to understand this here.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Jim, and that's actually a really good point, but I don't think it would stop these laws from being valid. I really don't. I think what you're saying is we have reason to believe, it is a preventative measure, and everything like that is a little dicey, let's just say, because you're basically saying you don't have the right to do this because you might commit a crime, right? And that's what your concern is, right? Nothing's really happened.
Yeah, well, because like with red
nothing's
flag
really
laws,
happened. But we have stalking laws when nothing's really happened, right? It's just we've decided that is a bad thing, right?
Well, I think on a stalking law, though, you have to come in, and I want to shift to Brandon in a minute, but I'm grateful for you being here. I'm not trying to shut you down and keep the conversation going, Tara. But when you talk about stalking laws, you actually have some other process that has actually taken place that would that triggers the ability to do a stalking law, or even any other restraint of coming onto someone's property. Whereas with red flag laws, it's that, I think I don't trust that person, and I think I'm scared of him, so I need you to take it. Which really is a subjective criteria.
Yeah, but not necessarily. That's what I was saying, evidentiary standards. You could actually make it like this person has been stalking me online and I am terrified, right? There are things you could do to sort of say it has to be closer or more akin to a crime, not just, I'm a little nervous because he's sort of shady and I don't like him, right? But I think we should definitely try these things. I don't know what the Supreme Court would rule on these things, but I suspect it would be okay depending on the safeguards you would have in place for the potential defendant, let's just say, right? And you do need those. I get that. But I think they would work, and I do think that most people would sort of say it's okay if you have enough proof. Not just, I don't know, I saw him outside, he looks a little weird. You know what I'm trying to say? We can't let it be just somebody, your neighbor doesn't like you. Okay, it has to be much more significant than that. Serious threat of harm, something that you have seen things, like I said, it would be more akin to an actual stalking incident, right? Thanks.
Yeah, and that's why something closer to the TRO standard is much better than the red flag standard, which is in most cases, or I shouldn't say in most cases because it's still playing out, but you have a whole range of subjective criteria that can be thrown into that, as opposed to the TRO standard where there's actually something else connected to it. We'll pick up on that as we go along. But Brandon, you've been waiting. You came up here and just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on all this as you're looking through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for having me. I just think it's really interesting just looking into the conversation about this particular shooting, the exact one that spurred a lot of the conversation, and nobody seems to really be talking about the kind of weapon that was used being illegal already in the state of California. Because to my understanding, it was a Cobra M11, which is basically like a knockoff of the Mac 11, which they refer to as an assault pistol or something like that. That is not on California's handgun registry as an approved handgun. So that is not a legal pistol to own in that state. And it also had a 30-round magazine, which I believe all of this stuff has been kind of more or less illegal to purchase in California since 1989. So it's kind of funny to see some of the solutions being proposed already being in effect in California, and instead just being a glaring example of why they don't work.
Justin, you got your hand up. What are your thoughts on that, just real quick?
I'm going to just give just a minute or two here and then jump off to give some other people a space here. But I had some comments there because I think, I'm a data guy by nature, but lots of stats have been told and conveyed. I love the back and forth on the legal. I think that's really compelling, and that's probably where a lot of things end up. But I think you can't, lose sight of the stories. And, this might surprise you as I start this conversation. Just bear with me, because I want to relate to you just 4 quick sentence stories on 4 terrible crimes committed with guns. Here it is, and these are from December of 2022. Marionette, Wisconsin. Woman fatally shot and stabbed a man in his apartment on a busted robbery. December 5th, Warner Robins, Georgia. Mass robber jumps the counter, shoots and kills 5 people. December 6th, Knoxville, Tennessee. An intruder shot a man and his wife in their home. Man returned, found the uncle returned, and he was shot as well. Here's number 4, December 7th. Again, these are all just the first week of December. Carjackers killed 3 people, stole their cars at gunpoint, obviously. And I've got a dozen more in December. Those are just the ones that made the news. And I've got 15 to 20 more for every single month in 2022. Terrible, terrible crimes and killings by guns. I'll pause there, and I'll just straight up admit now that I'm lying. That's not what happened. All of those people lived. Here are the true stories. December 1st, Marionette, Wisconsin. Local police said a man who fatally shot a woman in an apartment complex hallway was justified in his actions. She produced a gun and stabbed him before he shot her in self-defense. December 5th, Warner Robins, Georgia. Armed masked man jumped over the counter at a fast food restaurant, demanded money, pistol whipped an employee. That employee drew his gun and fired 3 shots at the robber, striking him twice. The robber fled, was caught later. December 6th, Knoxville, Tennessee. Man returned to his home to find a naked intruder ransacking his living room, so he and his wife fled to a neighbor's house to call 911. The intruder followed the couple, prompting the neighbor to retrieve his handgun, order the suspect to lay down. Instead of complying, the intruder broke off a car's windshield wiper, repeatedly swung it around aggressively, came after them, fired a warning shot, and retreated to his own yard. The neighbor ultimately shot and wounded the intruder. December 7th, Chicago. There was a carjacking. 3 people did not die. A concealed carry permit holder turned the tables on 3 would-be carjackers who shot at him, police said. The intended victim drew his gun and returned fire, striking 2 of the carjackers and sending the 3rd fleeing. So I've got literally a dozen more for just December, 25 for November, October, and those are the ones that are just in the news, and those are documented. Again, when Seb Gorka came on and talked about the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cases that I believe a year go unreported of guns being used to thwart harm, that is what I think the true intent of having a right to bear arms is all about. Don't lose sight of the stories on the other side of the equation.
Yeah, so Brandon, on that point, I do want to bring you back in on that, if you have any responses to Justin. But I also want to ask you. You mentioned different types of firearms that were being used in some of these shootings. Do you believe that restrictions on the type of guns that should be able to be purchased in various states is something that would be effective in quelling the gun violence?
No, not in particular. I don't really think it would be effective, and more importantly, I don't think it would be constitutional or in the government's power to do so. There was someone earlier who had mentioned that we are bound by the Constitution, and I might be getting into semantics a little bit too much, but I can't stress how much I hate that phrasing. We are not bound by the Constitution. We are protected by the Constitution. The government is what is bound by the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't tell us what we can and can't do. It outlines what the government can and cannot do, and that's an important distinction that I think a lot of people miss. But as far as the types of weapons, I think a lot of people are just kind of buying into media hype about the kinds of weapons that are being used in the streets and the things that are causing American schools to be so dangerous. It's not the quote-unquote assault weapons. Yeah, I pulled up the statistics a while back to make sure I had it fresh, but according to what I see here, in 2021, rifles accounted for 447 deaths, period. That's not just assault rifles like AR-15s. That's all rifles spanning from single shot to bolt action to, an M1 Garand to an AR-15. 447 deaths in a year. And you would think that it would be thousands if you just watch the news or listen to the propaganda. It's really I'm not going to say that it's not terrible when something like that happens, but it is massively overblown by the media. And a lot of what they consider to be quote unquote mass shootings are done by handguns, and they're done by, and it's basically inner city gang violence, essentially. So I think it's really, really a radically overblown media hype that doesn't address the actual problem, which leads to legislation being passed that doesn't actually address the problem.
Okay, Brandon, so this is a term that is thrown around quite often. Assault weapon, assault rifle. You hear that term all the time. What do you define an assault rifle at? And I want to ask the same question to Fidgetal and Tira as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the assault rifle is a term that actually does have a real definition. So an assault weapon is a made-up term. An assault rifle is any rifle that has the ability to be select fire, meaning it can go from safe to semi to full auto and sometimes 3-round burst. So it has the capability to be a fully automatic weapon, whereas an assault weapon is just kind of a made-up media term. It can basically mean anything that's scary.
Right. Okay. So Tira, same question for you.
Sorry. Look, I don't know much about guns, and if there's one thing that I have learned in many spaces, it is that gun owners have schooled me quite a bit on these things and made me realize that banning certain types of guns is probably not the way to go. And, anything can be turned into those sort of guns. Does that make sense? So I can't give you an answer. What I can say is I would listen to responsible gun owners on what makes sense. Thanks.
Right. Okay. So TJ, let me bring you in on this too, because you've done a lot when it comes to gun legislation. You've worked with a bunch of gun rights organizations as well. So what is fair to design or call an assault rifle? Because I know the ATF's definition varies wildly from the normal lay person's definition, does it not?
I mean, the ATF just has a definition of what's an unlawful NFA item. Brandon's definition of an assault rifle is precisely what an assault rifle is. The ATF just pretty much is whatever they feel like, which that's more than just Second Amendment issues. That gets you into the question of the legitimacy of the administrative state as well, and the ability of the executive branch to supersede the ability of Congress to actually write the law and ratify constitutional amendments. But that's just another topic to discuss on that issue.
Right. So I know you had a lot more to say on the red flag point that I believe Tara was making earlier, right?
So I just have to point out with regard to red flag laws, they sound like a good idea until you see the actual application of it. I mean, the fact of the matter is with them being ex parte proceedings, the individual who is having their firearms taken away from them, they don't get the opportunity to respond before the deprivation. You can see in extreme risk protection orders like we have in Kentucky, the person who stands accused as being a present risk has the ability to present evidence before the deprivation. Whereas with red flag laws, it flips it on its head where, as Donald Trump called it, we take the guns first and then go through due process later. I've worked in criminal defense areas. I want to make it disclose very quickly. I am not an attorney yet, but I've worked in criminal defense areas, and I can say this much. The accused are absolutely railroaded in the American justice system. Our criminal justice system is broken, and the individual who's laughing at that clearly hasn't been on that side. I want to point that out. Which to another point on that in this regard. Regarding the MLK stuff, MLK was just one example of an individual targeted by the FBI. There have been thousands of people who have been interviewed by the FBI. That does not make them guilty. No conviction, no rights deprivations, period. And it's a shame that there is an attorney in here waging war on the presumption of innocence. Tira, not you. I'm making that abundantly clear because you seem to at least be respectable in the way that you handle that. But
who was that attorney?
It was
I think he's referring to Fidgetal.
Okay.
I am because, frankly, the way that he addressed my argument regarding MLK,
hang on, Fidgetal. Let TJ finish his point, then you're going.
The way that he addressed the MLK argument is not what I was trying to say. I'm not trying to say, oh, you're racist, oh, you hate MLK. He knows that. He's smart enough to know that. He's being dishonest, which I expect, and it's unfortunate because that's not how good conversations happen. But ultimately, I do have deep concerns about the notion of anything that leads to a pre-adjudication deprivation, where you don't have the chance to present evidence that suggests your innocence. I agree that something might be constitutional if there's an extremely high evidentiary standard, and Justice Barrett's dissent in Cantor versus Barr suggests as much as well, where if the government truly proves that a specific individual is truly a danger, it might not be unconstitutional, but that is an extremely narrow exception, and red flag laws, in my opinion, do not afford that protection. And
Okay, so
there's
yeah. So
May I?
before we have Digital jump in here, yes, I do want to remind everybody, make sure you go up to the top and the top of the nest area here, the pin post, and subscribe to the newsletter. These are some sessions, some spaces that we have really good information coming out of. We have a lot of speakers bringing really great points. We summarize them all in the newsletter. And then for all the panelists we have up here, make sure you leave your questions down there in the bottom right-hand corner. Hit that purple button. Leave your questions for the panelists.
Not the panelists leave questions, just for the audience. Leave questions for the panelists. We do go through them and give us your opinion as well. Like we always check it out, as Nick is just about to say. So I'm literally spending all my time going through the comments. Everyone, sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, sorry, should have been more clear. But anyway, yeah. So Mario, hit it. Digital, jump in.
Okay, so A was not you missed the point on both things. Was not calling you a racist with the MLK thing. I was very clearly making a baby with the bathwater argument, using even thousands of people who have had their constitutional rights potentially abridged to make decisions that affect millions over generations and generations and generations in the future. And so, B, you responded to a part where I was implying that I was referring to a lack of due process as not being an issue, and therefore undermining my legitimacy as an attorney. No, it was again taking leaps, and this has been my concern with this entire conversation, and why I was discussing with Maj. Maj predicated his entire everything he said was predicated on core leaps in logic, and where I land, and this is the most important part, which is if having a gun is not a right? Because the Second Amendment does not say, it could have very easily said, the Second Amendment could have easily just said, every U.S. citizen has an inalienable right from God to have a gun. It didn't, right? That would have solved all this. It could have said an inalienable right to have any kind of gun in any amount at any time they wanted. It didn't. It chose specific language. And all I'm trying to say is and to Maj, it was about, we have case law, right? And he said, well, I said, well, the Constitution isn't clear, otherwise we wouldn't have case law. And he said, well, the U.S. Supreme Court said this, and we evolve as people. That's why the Constitution was meant to be a living document within the construct of humanity. And I don't think people should have their guns taken away. That's not my point. But I'm blown away where we sit there and go, I had this inalienable right. This is my gun. Don't get away. And we don't have conversations about going, well, why do you need an AR-15 and why not have a bazooka, right? I believe people should have a handgun and a shotgun to defend themselves, but we don't have logical conversations. We have polarizingly illogical, irrational, gut arguing discussions based on the cores that we do not discuss. And I think we should discuss them.
Yeah, so TJ, I want to let you jump in there, and then I'm going to
incredible take.
Can I jump in?
I
To be honest, I do also have
because if we are talking about it, the Constitution is clear whenever you read the plain text as informed by the history and tradition. It was an incorporation of the Blackstonian notion that an individual has the right to self-preservation, including the right to use lethal force to preserve themselves. It is fundamental. It says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, with a prefatory clause speaking of a well-functioning militia. That is the Second Amendment's plain text as applied. The only times where the Supreme Court's ever agreed with it was over a white lynch mob depriving black individuals of their guns. And they said the Second Amendment and the 14th Amendment doesn't apply there. That's the only time. And the Supreme Court now casts great doubt on that notion. If we look to the ratifying conventions, it was clear to those who ratified the United States Constitution that there was going to be a Bill of Rights that was going to protect the people's right to private arms, using your logic that it has to be so clear if there's an inalienable right given by God to X, then we also don't have a freedom of speech. We also don't have freedom of religion. We also don't have the freedom against being forced to court of truth.
That's another hyperbolic argument.
No, it's not.
I disagree
No,
with that,
it's not.
Digital. I mean, here's the thing.
I'm
The
applying the
language.
same.
Digital, go ahead.
Sorry to weigh in here, but like,
Go ahead, Ian.
I pose a simple,
okay. Yeah, I just want to add.
question.
I just want to add a little bit here. Yeah, it's fucking plain outside. Holy crap! Sorry.
I love
it's an inalienable inalienable right, right? Not unalienable right. It's inalienable right. That means you cannot take it away at all, right? That's what it means. So I just want to add that. Sorry.
So all I want to say is, and this is I've had these exercises before. That my opinions are not as bold as blatantly saying everybody gun, and everybody no gun. But here's a question. If the framers were sitting here right now and having this discussion, not about what they said before, but about what they think should be happening now, right? Because if we're sitting here and saying that back then they were arguably perfect or close to perfect in creating this document and this people and this government and this country, honestly, tell yourselves, and I'm happy to answer, what do you think they would say now?
I think they'd be even more outraged than they were in the 1770s, but also it's not about the fact that the founders are perfect. I'm just applying the plain text of the document that you as an attorney took an oath to. That is all that I am doing.
Wait, TJ, people differ on originalism and the meaning of what was available in the law at that point, etc. You do recognize that. Otherwise, we wouldn't need a Supreme.
I also recognize that there's four
so,
Supreme Court decisions acknowledging an individual right to keep and bear arms.
Absolutely. What I'm trying to say is we do not know the scope of that at this point exactly.
I mean, I think we do know the scope that you do have the right to own a gun, which he said is not a right, directly.
You took me out of context again.
That's not what he said.
I don't know that he actually said that. You do have the right to own a gun.
Precedent do you have the right to own a gun, Digital?
Under certain circumstances, yes.
What do you mean? What circumstances?
The circumstances that the courts have agreed that the Constitution defines, but I do not think that therefore means you have the right to have any gun, anytime, of any number for any use. That's all I'm saying is that there has to be there's buffers on both ends, and people just forget the cap on it, and then they run to being able to use anything, and any abridgment is now abridging the core. They just forget the basics. And they just keep on building and call the last block they see as the basic. And it's just this lack of critical analysis that is a failure in our government, in our judicial system, in our laws, and in my opinion, our social discourse.
Should
So
AR-15s and
I want to
AK-47s
transition from that, if I could, real quick. Brandon, talking about any gun, anytime, anywhere, which is kind of your deal. I want to sort of get your thoughts on this, Brandon. I'm curious what you're thinking as you're hearing this.
Before we go into Brandon, I just want to add, shall not be obliged. That's in the Second Amendment. They picked that language specifically.
You mean abridged?
No,
he means whatever. You get what I said. Don't correct my language. Come on.
Sorry.
Brandon.
Yes, sir. So, well, as for any gun, anytime, that is a little bit kind of my MO. It was kind of funny to hear, I don't think anybody's advocating for you to own a bazooka as I stare 3 feet to my left at my shop wall RPG-7. I just don't understand why the actions of others have anything to do with whether or not my rights enumerated not only by the Constitution, but natural rights to own a thing, not to do a thing, but to own an object. I don't see why that's linked in any way to what some crazy dude has done 2,000 miles away from where I live.
So think about that, Brandon.
Can I chime in?
Just a moment, Joe. So, Brandon, I'm just curious about this, though. So some would say, well, yeah, but what if Brandon changes his mind and becomes whatever? So that's the thing. How do you answer the fact that someone would say that anyone that has it might at any time cause a huge problem, and therefore we need to take care of that somehow. What are your thoughts on that?
I I can understand the outward looking in, like, assumption of that, especially if stuff like this kind of looks scary. They're like, why should anybody have the ability to have that? But honestly, I don't know. It's without being too callous, humans are really squishy and easy to kill. And you could do far more damage with a rented U-Haul than you can do with any AR-15. That's really just kind of the state of it. And I think on a deeper level, more of like a legal point, and where we're talking about like, actual natural rights, I don't believe the government has the right or the ability, and it's not enumerated in the Constitution, to tell me I can and cannot possess an inanimate object because they decided that I shouldn't be able to have it. Especially with reference to some of the like the things talking about what the founders had. So, maybe it was only single shot weapons or muskets, and anything after that is a debate. It's like, well, no, that was back in the time where there were privately owned warships, privately owned cannons. As much as the commander-in-chief likes to reiterate that we cannot own a cannon, we have always been able to own a cannon. There's literally never been a time in American history where we have not been able to own a cannon. I own a cannon. It is less restrictive in this country to buy a cannon than it is an AR-15.
And now, when we get into this way of thinking, and I want to go to Steve here for a second, you start getting into the criminal element of this, and Steve, that's your area of expertise, I know. How do we deal when we're express this concern about the criminals that are out there and the criminality around some use of guns, and really, every bad use of gun that has a criminal intent or behavior about it? How do we deal with the fact that a criminal element arises in people or arises in situations, and yet still address the issue of the individual right or not? Steve, I think you muted yourself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you got a problem with your mic there. Yeah. Well, check your mic. Oh, he just dropped off. That. He's gone. So, Bernard, you came in. Glad to have you back. We love having you here.
Yes, sir.
What you're thinking?
Oh man, I appreciate it. You know how hard it is for me to be patient, but I was for a little bit. So my perspective on gun control and whatnot is pretty different than one might expect. I have a much more nuanced approach, and the same kind of logic that I use when it comes to COVID-19 and medical illness I use with this. And so, one, I'm Black. Two, I'm a doctor. So gun-related deaths, they're a public health issue. We're clear on that. And as a Black person and knowing history, I also understand how gun control was used to disenfranchise Black Americans. In fact, the modern gun control movement started with Ronald Reagan. I don't know if people know that, with the Mulford Act in 1967, when they felt intimidated by the Black Panther Party openly carrying loaded weapons, and as a result, passed that law when Nixon was president at the time. So I don't know if people were aware of that. So that's
hey,
important.
by the way, Brandon, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was actually going to, not about the Mulford Act. I hadn't thought about it, so I appreciate you bringing that up. But I mean, that was one of the basic things that the early days of the Black Panther movement in the 60s, like, they were really concerned about the protection of their lives, because they felt threatened in certain ways. And they were asserting, weren't they not? I mean, maybe you remember this better than I do, but I think they were asserting that right even against potential law enforcement abuses, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that they were policing the police. I mean, police violence was rampant in communities back then. I mean, no one talks about it now, but we didn't have body cameras, we didn't have social media, so a lot of Black folks in inner city communities and in rural communities, for that matter, they were getting killed left and right and beat up and all kinds of stuff. You all know about.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I apologize. I was going to say, and even the Watts riots inspired some desire for protection, I believe, if I'm correct about that.
I'm not too familiar with that, the Watts riots. I'm aware of it, but I haven't really dug into that in too much detail. But that sounds very plausible. But basically, it's important to understand, what are we trying to do? And what frustrates me with the gun control debate is rather than people focusing on decreasing death, morbidity, mortality, they jump into their ideological framework. So as soon as a mass shooting happens, people are quick to say we need more gun laws. And then, there's a reaction there that like no gun laws. I just think that we need to focus on the fact that people are dying. And I thought that Brandon brought up some good points because, guns just make it more efficient for you to kill somebody. Like, what about all the other steps that led to people killing someone? Like the amount of guns that a household or a community has does not directly correlate to the amount of deaths. There's other mediating factors that we refuse to address, like poverty and scarcity of resources and all these other things that are overlooked and framed in this gun control debate. And then, what also troubles me is seeing so many black folks jump on the gun law debate. And any black person knows that, when you pass a law, they're gonna lock black people up first, straight up. I mean, like we saw that with the foreign drugs, where black in their communities, and there was a mass addiction, and we made these draconian laws, and black folks got locked up left and right. I mean, black folks don't do drugs more than white folks, but they getting locked up for marijuana, for cocaine, for all of that stuff. And it's also, I just want to point out a contradiction because I want to talk about a whole lot, but I just want to point out one contradiction is that a lot of the folks that are very big on, their rights to own a gun and be independent, they don't keep that same energy when it comes to drugs as well. I mean, some people who are pro gun rights are more than willing to lock people up for smoking a joint, which is crazy to me. So
right.
I just think frame this and not let the politics dictate how we look at this, because the politicians have done their old divide and conquer strategy once again.
Sure. Yep. No shock there. All Source, you've been listening in for a while, and you have some really good opinions on this. We've talked about it in the past a little bit. And I'd really love your take on the first, the Second Amendment in a whole, and what you believe it means and how far it goes.
Yeah. So I did wanted to, I wanted to speak earlier because I know people were comparing gun violence in the U.S. to kind of what's going on in the gun violence in the U.S. compared to Mexico and Brazil. And, that's something that I cover extensively. So, I am, I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm pro Second Amendment. I'm also in favor of, gun control laws in specific areas and trying to control that. But one of the things I did want to highlight, and I think that's important for this context, because when we're comparing it to countries, and people mention Mexico, right? And it's right? It's like, Mexico has an epidemic of gun violence. That is disproportionate, right? I mean, it is one of the most violent countries in the world. And I think one of your previous speakers mentioned, cartels, through international gun trafficking can get guns easily. And although that is correct, one of the things that is very important to highlight is that 70%, there's been a massive amount of studies of this, 70% of guns utilized in Mexico come from the U.S., right? And we fail to analyze the debate, and I don't necessarily want to get into the domestic politics of it, sort of the constitutional rights of it in the U.S., but I do believe there's a fundamental national security risk when we're talking about guns and how easily accessible U.S. guns are, specifically in Latin America and South America, and how it disproportionately affects those countries, third world countries, and increasing levels of violence. Last year in Haiti, we saw Haitian gangs paralyze the country and having the ability to outgun Haitian law enforcement and police because they had an easier time getting weapons into their country compared to the Haitian government and utilizing that against. We see this in Mexico consistently. A lot of the guns that we see in Mexico, and by the way, we talk about mass shootings, something I covered. Mass shootings happen in Mexico daily, consistently. Yesterday, there were 6 killed in a targeted attack against a known gang leader in Veracruz. 6 people died. 2 of them were his children. There was a mass shooting in Michoacan, in one of the province there. 1 dead, 3 injured, probably a lot more based on the videos that we saw from the inside. Just today, 3 Mexican police officers were killed also in Michoacan in an ambush by sicarios. And I think that that's something that, if we're talking about, the Mexico and the epidemic, and we're trying to utilize it as a comparison, I think that's something that we just also need to highlight and understand that, a lot of it that we as a country, as the U.S., maybe internally this is going to be a lot of domestic political debate. But I think outside of it, right, there should be a concerted effort, more so than it done in the past, to control outflow guns from the U.S., specifically to South America. And I'll end with this point. I talk to other accounts that track conflicts around the world. And when there's one specific account that I talk to regularly that centers on conflicts in Africa, and he's from France. And one of the things he highlighted to me was he was kind of shocked that there was a specific rifle that was utilized a lot in South America, the M82. It's an anti-material rifle, 50 caliber, very lethal weapon. And he said he was very shocked that it's prevalent in Mexico and in Brazil and across Latin America. Because when you look outside of those areas, if you look at Africa, if you look at Middle East, right, or even Afghanistan, the M82 is just not it is not a rifle that is utilized extensively, even at all, in those conflict zones. Yet when you look at Mexico, Brazil, and other Latin American countries, it is predominant. It is easily accessible to the point where it's almost like a necessity for these gangs and cartels to have it as part of any formation that they utilize. At least one of them has an M82. And I think we just have to acknowledge that, a lot of that comes from the U.S. It's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to solve. And I know, multiple administrations, both Republican and Democrat, have attempted to stop that. And that's something that the Mexican government always goes back to the U.S. to say, hey, you want us to control fentanyl, you need to control the guns. And there has been concerted effort on the U.S. side. The Mexican government is just unable to do it. But I think that's just an important point that I wanted to highlight, that I think it's important when we're comparing gun violence in the U.S., if we want to use Mexico and South America as an example, that we just do need to acknowledge as a fact that a lot of those guns do come from the U.S.
So what's you are always tracking that stuff that's going on down in Mexico. Other than some of the stories that we hear in the media, and in fact, the idea that guns were going into Mexico through programs that the Obama administration was doing, and maybe even before then. How is that actually happening when it comes to Mexico and the countries nearby us?
Yeah, it's just easily smuggled. I mean, I know people are going to reference Fast and Furious, and we can debate that to death. But I mean, that did not cause the massive amount of weapons that are in Mexico right now, right? I mean, there was a specific program that had a lot of flaws that was not correct.
Did you say, sorry, also, did you say
Yep.
Fast and Furious?
Yeah. You know about
Operation Fast and Furious.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just confirming.
Yeah. Operation Fast and Furious, that was the name. But I think, it's a lot more than just that. I mean, if you follow, for example, Customs and Border Protection, right, on Twitter, they regularly update, hey, this, U.S. citizen attempted to, or, a person tried to cross the border from the U.S. into Mexico and he was carrying weapons, right? It just as drugs flow from Mexico to the U.S., guns flow from the U.S. to Mexico. And then across South America. I mean, again, Haiti, Brazil, it is such an easily accessible market. And when you analyze the gun flow for example, you compare it to South America and you compare it to other conflicts in Africa, the Middle East, you can almost tell the predominance of how the weapons in the U.S. because of what the weapons they use mostly in South America compared to other parts of the world, right? Like, for example, if you look at Mexican cartels, and you compare it to, let's say, a civil war in Africa, right? A civil war in Africa, you will see a lot more Soviet-era old-school weapons, rocket-propelled grenades, et cetera, because of the nature of those countries and where they were at politically in the past. But when you look at in Mexico and South America, you see a predominance of more small-arm weapons utilized by cartels that come from the U.S. and less of the Soviet style, specifically rocket-propelled grenades or anti-tank guided missiles. Those are just not as prevalent because they have such easy weapons. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of it is because of corruption in Mexico, right? It's specifically, and South America in those countries, a lot of the weapons that these governments get, the military then sells to those cartels or their gangs. That is also a huge problem of it, right? But it is also important to note that I think there is an important aspect of the drug trade into the U.S. from Mexico. It is also the gun trade south. And I think it might not be necessarily for this conversation and tied to the Second Amendment, because that is not part of the Second Amendment. But when I just wanted to provide that important context when we're talking about gun violence in America and trying to utilize Mexico, South America, or the war zones as a comparison, I just don't think that's a fair comparison. And the solutions for, let's say, gun violence in the U.S. are going to be completely different than how do we try to provide gun solutions or reduce violence in South America, because if you look at the statistics, most of the violent countries in the world of deaths because of just violent death actually occur in South America, our borders, our neighbors. And I think that's an important distinction to make.
Yeah,
Martha,
Steve, I know you have to go here shortly, so I want to bring you back up here. Again, you're ex-Canadian law enforcement. Correct me if I'm wrong. And, being across the border to the north, obviously you have a lot of different gun laws. What is your take on the effectiveness of Canadian gun laws versus gun laws in the United States?
Yeah, well, we've got and thank you for the invite, by the way. And for the record, I spent, 30 years as a Toronto cop, most of it in homicide. I now do local television reporting, but I'm here just because I was invited as a private citizen. Our gun laws are very strict. So we do not allow guns for the sake of protection. You can have hunting rifles for hunting, of course, or you can have some handguns for the purpose of sports shooting. And the laws are quite clear when it comes to sports shooting. When your gun's at home, it's got to be locked in a safe that's fastened to the floor. It's got to be taken apart. Your ammunition's got to be stored at a different part of the house. So if you're using that gun to protect yourself from somebody breaking into your house, good luck. That's not going to happen. And if you're taking your gun to and from sports shooting, you've got to go directly to the gun range. And then you can't stop for groceries. Then you got to come directly back to your house. We have a problem up here with guns, much like your last speaker. And I'm not here to stick my nose into American politics whatsoever. We are on the border with New York State and Michigan. Ontario is a pretty big province. The guns that we have that come in here are illegal handguns being smuggled in from the United States. I did 150 murders before I left the job and went on to reporting. In fact, I wrote a book, and my 6 worst homicides, not one of them was gun related. But we have a huge problem with illegal guns being smuggled in from the States by the boatloads. And our cops up here are doing, and with the American authorities as well, and with the CBSA, both American and Canadian, trying to stop the smuggling of guns coming in. But they're coming in by the boatloads. And the murders that we see up here, I can tell you in Toronto, we've got 3.5 million people up here in Toronto. We average about 75 murders a year. And the majority of them are gang related, and they are illegal guns. I've only done, and I've mentioned this many times before, one homicide in 150 homicides that I investigated was committed by a legal gun. So our perspective on why guns are used up here are completely different from our cousins, you guys to the south. And again, I'm not judging either way, but our philosophy on firearms up here is much, and we've got a very big political debate going on up here right now where our government, we've got a liberal government up here, wants to target, and I haven't got an opinion either way, but just so you know, they want to target, they are not focusing, most people think up here, not focusing on plugging the holes in the borders, trying to stop these guns from coming across. What they're focusing on is taking rifles and legal guns away from legal gun owners, and that's causing quite the stir up here. But our problem with guns is certainly not what you guys have down in the States, but the guns that we are seeing being used in murders up here by gangsters are being smuggled in by organized crime.
Steve, let me ask you a question. I'm also from Canada, so I'm just curious because we've really doubled down in Canada on gun crime, or specifically outlawing gun in a way that's quite significant, and kind of like as if we were tackling the issues that are happening in the U.S. And I'm just wondering, why do you think the Liberal government has taken such a hardcore stance on guns, given what you've just said, where you're saying that most of the gun crimes are committed, murders are committed by illegal guns, not legal weapons?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I can answer that based on this is just my own personal opinion as a Canadian citizen, nothing to do with politics or my job or anything of that nature. I'll base it on my past experience of 30 years in law enforcement, most of it in homicide. I just think it's the easier answer. I think politically it sounds better to target I haven't done any murder investigations with long guns, with hunting rifles, or with one legal gun. I think I did in 150 homicides. And I've said before, I've done more murder investigations with scissors and with knives. So if you're going to ban anything, ban scissors and knives and cars for that matter, because I've seen more homicides committed by those things rather than legal guns. And I think that's because our gun laws are as strict as they are. Even when you're transporting your gun from your house to the firing range, if you're sports shooting or just practice shooting, that's got to be locked in a safe as well in the trunk of your car. That's got to be separated. And again, you've got to go to and from A to B and then back home again. And the other thing that we can do up here, and let me just say this. My first few years as a young detective back in the early 90s, my job was to, if you applied for a firearm, it was called back then a firearms acquisition certificate, if you wanted to get a hunting rifle or a sports shooting gun. And I would spend weeks on weeks investigating that individual, their background, whether they've had any prior convictions, any domestic violence, any threats at all, any indications that they were violent. And then if we gave them the okay, it would go to the RCMP, which is our national police, and then they would give the blessing to allow that gun to be issued. And then those people would be under constant watch by the RCMP. And this is why you're seeing such an uproar up here by those who have legal guns and have long guns for hunting, because they believe that they are being picked on and that the issue is not being dealt with, which is plugging the borders and stopping organized crime from bringing illegal guns over the border. I mean, that's the simplest answer I can give you. But I can tell you that our gun owners up here go through extensive background checks before they are authorized to carry a gun. And if there's any doubt whatsoever, they can't have one. And if you're convicted of a crime in a criminal court up here in Canada, you are prohibited forever from owning a gun. So that goes on your record as well. And if the cops go to your door and there's a domestic without warrant, and if a partner were to say, my partner has a gun downstairs and I fear for my life, the cops can seize that gun without warrant under certain circumstances. And then that gun owner, has to go to court to make application to get that gun back.
Okay, so I know Fidgetal wants to actually. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead, Fidgetal.
I just want to know, just for maybe you said that, maybe I missed it. For context, what is the constitutional language basis for gun rights or the lack thereof in Canada?
Well, there's no right to have gun to protect yourself. You can possess a gun like you can possess anything else up here if you meet the criteria, and guns are only allowed to be used for hunting and for sport shooting. Now, that's not to say that if you were to break into my house and I had a hunting rifle and I used it to kill you because you were going to, you posed a threat to me or my family, that would have to be justified. But what would be scrutinized as well would be, where was that gun? I got you.
Not the question I'm asking. And this is actually, I don't know the answer. When was your Constitution drafted?
You got me there, man. I don't know. Back in, I couldn't tell you offhand. 18.
Were you fighting? Were you fighting from a centuries-long foe like England?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it was 1867, in and around there, I think.
Ian, you know the answers to these?
Yeah. They don't have a constitutional right to own firearms because they're still a part of the Great Britain.
That's right. We still fall under the Commonwealth. That's absolutely absolutely right.
They don't have the right. Yeah, they're not like Americans where they fought the War of Independence, right, against against Great Britain. So the laws are completely different. And this is true for, I would say, every Commonwealth country where there are no gun rights, right? I mean, there have been countries where, like my country, for instance, Malaysia, we had at one point the right to own weapons, but it wasn't baked into the constitution of our country. So when they took away that right, it wasn't anything that we could do about it.
So I asked the question again that I asked earlier. If the framers were here and we were not fighting for our independence like we were then, do you think right now they would have framed it in the same way in the construct of reality that we have now? Because I understand it in the context of when it was then.
I think that they would, and I think that they would have when Canada ratified their Constitution too. And in fact, the second framers, those who ratified the 14th Amendment, explicitly pointed out that the 14th Amendment, particularly the Privileges or Immunities Clause, was meant to protect the right of freed blacks to keep and bear arms in order to protect themselves from what later became black codes, from what later became Jim Crow. They were explicitly there and that was 1868 when the 14th Amendment
I
was
agree.
ratified.
I agree, but you're using a closer in time date to obviate the fact that there was another pressing reality at that time of another unequal positions of power and access, money, and rights that legitimized and necessitated them at that time. I don't
And
see
there,
that.
I see it every time every
Hey,
time I
TJ,
see how many
disconnect your phone from
nonviolent.
Bluetooth.
Okay, 1 second. Let me do that.
There you go. You're better. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. But I do see that. I see that when I look at how many poor blacks are in prison for nonviolent drug crimes. I see that when I see the fact that we have such a wide disproportionate population. There is indeed a power imbalance that does require there to be a right to keep and bear arms, at least for the right of self-preservation. So yes, I think that there still is that issue, and I do think that we do have an overbearing government, and I think we've seen that quite recently, and I think the only reason that 2020 wasn't worse than it was in the United States was because of the Second Amendment. So I do believe that ultimately there is still the case to be made for it, and that the Founding Fathers, if they had to do it all over again, absolutely would. If anything, there would be even more restrictions on the powers of the government to take away the liberty of the people. I think that we've seen how weak.
You don't believe that there's a logical connection between everything you just said and home hand weapons.
I absolutely do. I mean, the fact
can I get a
is,
cannon?
we used a bunch of goat farmers from an ocean across from us was able to hold us all for more than 20 years using AK-47s that came from the fucking Cold War. No offense, Brandon, I'm on your side. I own an AK-74. I love the AK platform. But the fact is, they were able to beat They were able to beat the Moab. They were able to beat us. We lost that war.
TJ, I would love to know at what point you think it's okay for an armed citizenry to go ahead and tackle the government. At what point is the government so tyrannical that we are allowed with our guns to start storming?
Well, when it turns into China,
take back our rights.
when it turns into China, right?
Benchmark, and I'm curious to hear TJ's response to this because he's been talking quite a bit about history, etc.
I mean, that's not up for me to decide. The same way that it wasn't up for John Adams to decide in the 1770s. That's not up for me. That's not up to me. That's up to the people.
But you can't give me an idea between what is treason and what is a rightful taking back of our rights with weapons. With armed
I can't.
Weapons.
And the reason why is because if the Founding Fathers had lost, they would have been considered treasonous scum in our history. History is written by the
what would have happened if during January 6th, or, we had people storming the Capitol with guns instead of just, walking in, and they felt justified, or let's not put January 6th into it, but at any point people can decide that they're being treated unfairly and they can take up arms against their fellow citizens.
To answer you,
I mean, that's what government is.
To answer you, in 1983, the Black Panthers invaded Congress. You know that, right? With guns. You can look it up. It happened. Nobody talks about it because, it goes against the whole, narrative. But look it up. There have been
do you think that
insurrections.
Do you think that was justified or?
Yeah, I do.
But we have a legal system, right? We have a legal system. So at what point do we justify?
They felt that the black community was being infringed against, and they took up their right to bear arms, and they protested with guns in the Capitol.
But they're
I want to point this out. The New Hampshire majority, during the ratifying conventions, they included language in their proposal for the Bill of Rights for the Second Amendment to protect the right of the individual to keep and bear arms unless they were in actual revolt. That was the exact wording, unless in actual revolt.
I actually do have an example, if I can throw it out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we'll go back to you, Brandon, and let TJ finish his point. Go ahead and finish your point, TJ.
But the New Hampshire majority during the ratification, they proposed having a revolt exception. You revolted against the government, you lost your guns. The Founding Fathers, the framers, and those who ratified the Bill of Rights declined to include that in their Second Amendment. There's a reason they declined to include that language. And I'll let
What is that reason, TJ? Since you seem to understand what was going on in their minds. Just wondering.
Okay, here's the thing.
based
So
upon
I just
their
want
own.
one example here. In 2020, I don't know if you guys remember, in January 2020, thousands of armed protesters rallied against gun control bills in Virginia. Do you guys remember that? Because they all showed up with guns to protest, and it worked. It worked. So, this idea that you don't need firearms, imagine if they were unarmed at that point. They wouldn't have their gun rights anymore. It's as simple as that.
So
you should be able to take things by just having guns?
And I want to let Brandon give his example.
Because the government is trying to take their guns from you, right? You have a right to protest that with your guns. That is a right that is enshrined within the Constitution. And I'd like to go to Brandon.
Is that the only time where you can use your guns? Is that the only time when it's justified to use your guns against the government? I guess what I'm wondering is that there seems to be a really vague line that we're drawing between when is treason and when is a justified use of the guns for this express purpose, right? When we look at Bruin, when we look at the case ruling, and the justices are specifically mentioning, this uprising against tyranny. Right? If we're gonna really break that down and test the test and say, is this appropriate to be applying in the modern context? Surely there has to be a more clear line drawn between tyranny and something that would be considered a criminal and an act of domestic terrorism and an actual legitimate use of our gun rights. And I guess has not been made clear to me.
Let me before you say anything, TJ.
Also, to Ian's point about the Black Panthers, it was not the capital; it was the state capital of California, which is very different. And he was allowed.
But still the same thing.
They were
right?
allowed in.
But essentially, they protested with their guns. They protested their guns. They went there armed to ensure that they had the right to protest, to have their guns. So it's as simple as that. It's the same thing in Virginia, where they protested the state capitol in Virginia in 2020 to protest against the seizure of their weapons. And I think Brandon had an example here that I'd like to go to because he's been trying to talk for a while. So, Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, say it, Brandon.
So this is an example that kind of gets thrown around a lot, but in my opinion, not quite enough, because I think it's a really, really clear example of when a citizenry used the Second Amendment or their Second Amendment rights, so to speak, to actively and violently fight the government that was justified. Was actually the example I had in my mind was the Battle of Athens in Tennessee in 1946. And basically, for those who aren't familiar, there was a corrupt mayoral candidate, I believe, who was basically running the entire county before or during the war, while all the men were out fighting. An election came up. When they got home, they didn't like what he was doing. They didn't like the way he was running the town. He was basically running the town like a mob. Had the whole sheriff department in his pocket, and so they held an election. They had their own guy going up against him, and they basically used the sheriff's department to shut down the polls and basically decide, you know what, the election's over. We're going to take the ballot boxes back to the sheriff's department under locked door and count our own votes. And that was when, and I think someone was actually shot when they tried to dissent that. They tried to fight back against that. They were shot at the polling place. And so all the men went back. They got their World War II issued M1 Garands. I think they even raided a local armory. They armed up M1 Garands, M1 carbines, 1911s, the whole 9 yards, and they actually besieged the sheriff's department, including blowing open the doors, the front doors, with dynamite, and the sheriffs then surrendered. They held them at gunpoint until the National Guard showed up, and it was determined that they did no wrong, and then the election results came out. And, of course, the good guys win.
And Brandon, what's the difference between something like that and something like the killdozer, right? Where a guy builds a bulldozer and takes out a town because he believes his rights are being infringed upon. I guess I'm just wondering for more clarification on, because both happened, right? One was okay and one was not.
For sure.
What is the determination?
Well, in one case, it was clear example of government overreach, that the entire town, the men of the town got together and determined we are having our rights trampled on and we need to do something about it, versus one admittedly funny case of a schizo.
And by the way, on the bulldozer, on the killdozer thing, I mean, we might take into account that happened, I believe, after a taking by the government of the man's property, and he was incredibly frustrated by that situation, and he reacted to it. I think a lot of times, and this is one of the difficult realities of the Constitution, is that the government is of we the people. Like the Ninth and the 10th Amendments, it seems to me were put at the end of the list because it was kind of a reassertion of the First Amendment was put at the first, and the Ninth and 10th were at the back end to say, so let's remember this is a document of negative rights, not of positive rights, and those rights hold within the people in the Ninth Amendment, and in the 10th Amendment, the states hold their rights as well. I mean, everything that is not laid out in the Constitution, the Ninth Amendment says, belongs to the people. So that's a hard truth that in this day and age, if we go by the construct that, we need to go with what it's like right now. Well, that's just not even true. I mean, the reason that the Ninth Amendment was written was to maintain rights within the people for a long period of time, in fact, throughout our history, and to reassert those rights is necessary to keep the government in check. I mean, I would argue that the federal government is well beyond its constitutional means right now, and I assert often that 60 to 80% of our federal budget is unconstitutional every single year. I mean, we do it and we allow it and we kind of live with it, but the only way to get rights back is with the people, and that requires pushing it. I mean, this is what's so challenging about the January 6th.
Jim, you just glossed. Jimmy, you just glossed over and just like threw out there that a reanalysis and application of the Constitution within the context of the reality of reality is just wrong. Like, that's huge. You just throw out there like it's a peanut show.
Well, I believe also that the only way that Constitution matters is if it's an objective document. Now, we can argue about originalism and all that kind of stuff. I do happen to think that originalism is applicable here, and I think it's the only way that you can actually understand what the words of the thing says. But the reality is you don't have a Constitution if it's not objectively verified as opposed to subjectively so. And if we throw too much into, well, this is the way things work right now, well, then why even have a Constitution? I mean, it's not even worth it. I think it's a very serious matter, and I don't think that there is any modern interpretation of the Ninth Amendment, Fidgetal. There's none at all. The Ninth Amendment clearly says what it says. There's not even an historical interpretation of it,
of course,
one way or
but
the other
Jim,
between
but
histories.
Jim, no, it's a catch-all, right? And I would have loved to have seen, as one of my favorite legal phrases, in the Second Amendment, if it had said, no, now known or not known, right? And that would have included everything, right?
Well, but the thing is, it wasn't necessary because it included what they perceived it to include. And why would we change that perception over time? Like, I can understand.
And that's the point. They can only make
from your perspective that on one side of this. I understand from your perspective that on one side of this argument, there are modern realities which make it more challenging to deal with that. But it doesn't mean we don't deal with it. Like, it's not like we throw it out or we say, okay, let's pull this language up from 1789. Let's go ahead and pop it today and see what it means. That's not it was even their intent. That's not even the reason for any written document. If it's going to be written down and it's going to be the rules that we go by, it has to have an objective anchor. Now, we can argue about what that objective anchor looks like, but it must be there nonetheless. That means we have to go back and see not only what the actual straightforward words say, but we also have to take those words as they are meant and apply them today. But back to my bigger point.
But historical
we've
context,
had that argument
right?
on the Second Amendment. The Ninth Amendment of the Constitution is unambiguous in its statements. And even though it comes from an historical context, it's easily transferred into any historical context. And it by implication asserts that the Constitution is a charter of negative rights, one, and two, that that constrained group of rights that are given to the government, which are severely limited by statement, are everything else outside of that, how you circumscribe that, are our rights. And I think that has implications when we're talking about, well, can the Black Panthers storm the Capitol or go to the Capitol and carry their firearms to protect themselves? I would say yes under the 9th Amendment. I don't even need the Second Amendment to figure that out. Like there are rights that we have as citizens that need to be asserted. We don't just throw this off and say, okay, well, we need all these people in government to tell us what our rights are. No, we need the people in government to validate the circumscribed rights that are laid out in the document itself. We don't need them to tell us what our rights are. We told them what our rights are. That's what the whole preamble of the Constitution is about. And that makes for difficult argumentation when you've got all these government agencies going around and saying what they think it all means. Or a court. Like, we want our courts to make rulings and to be able to objectively judge. But when they start being subjective judges, well, how do we deal with that? Like, do we just say, oh, okay, well, they're the courts, so we got to go with that? When we all know that there's subjective rulings that come out of courts all the time. And that's a huge problem that we have to deal with. Who deals with that? Does the Congress deal with that? Well, they should. Well, they're not. Okay, should the administration deal with that under its powers? Well, it should, but it's not. So who else is there left?
You're saying that the Congress or the executive should somehow interfere with court rulings because some people think they're subjective? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. That's what's literally stated in the Constitution. We were created a Constitution with 3 separate branches, co-equal
And who
branches.
decides what's right then, Jim? Who decides? Because everything's
the elected
subjective.
Representatives in Congress.
No,
that
can't
the authority
be.
Of the executive. The executive does have
rights.
They
do not have authority over the courts. You're just wrong.
Well, actually, no. The Congress has authority over the courts, Tira, because the Congress is the one that is constitutionally given the right to set up the structure of the courts. That's why when it wasn't crazy, when Newt Gingrich in many years was recognizing. Hold on, let me finish this point, and then you say I'll let you. When Newt Gingrich was out saying in recent years, the Congress needs to go and just get rid of the Ninth Circuit Court, and everyone was just in an uproar. Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? That's just horrible. How can you go against our constitutional rights? No, that is the Congress's constitutional right. There are balances that allow each of the branches of government to deal with the others. There are means and methods within that, and in that particular case. And in my opinion, the Congress should get rid of all the lower courts before the Supreme Court, reconstitute them all, and let the president reappoint everybody and just fix the whole freaking system because it's messed up right now. That's within the Congress's right to do that. It seems strange. It seems outrageous. It seems like we're going too far. And one of the things is, and I'm trying to be a moderator here, but I just got to speak on this. The rights of the people are a clearly asserted one in the 9th Amendment. It's unambiguous. It's clear. So when we're talking about, well, why would we have these people have their guns and then go and assert that in the example that Brandon just gave? That's a perfect example of an absolute problem with rights being absolutely taken away. And that needs to be dealt with. And that's an extreme one, but sometimes that was a case where actual justice was done in that particular case, and we should be thankful that people were restrained enough not to do it very often, because it actually is their right.
Okay, so you are.
Hang on,
correct.
TJ. Let Tira go. Okay. I'll let you respond to Tira. Go ahead, Tira.
You are correct that the lower courts, at any rate, are subject to Congress. But what I would say to you is the Supreme Court itself right now is a super activist conservative court that is reaching out to take cases that it doesn't need to take and is basically violating most of the things that many of us were raised to believe were true. For example, you shouldn't decide things you don't need to decide. You should look at the decision that will have the least impact, things like that, right? And this Supreme Court is running roughshod over that. And so I sort of feel like, how do I say this? I think we are in a time now of conservative judge activism. And what I'm trying to say is the idea that Congress should now go in this particular time and reconstitute everything, it's just going to lead to this happening over and over. I think I'm not
advocating that. I'm saying it's right
you're
to do that.
saying
for your statement for the Supreme Court is now an activist conservative court, which is taking certain cases I don't think they need to take. Well, all that means right now is that they have moved from a period where the Supreme Court was a leftist court that was taking cases it didn't need to take. Like, for example, all the way back to Dred Scott, we needed the court to come in with Brown v. Board to get rid of freaking Dred Scott. I mean, there are corrective measures that have to take place along the way. That's why we appoint the judges. We don't say, well, do we feel like it's going too conservative right now? No, here's what the Constitution says. The President of the United States picks judges that he or she thinks should be nominated. He nominates them. They go through a process in the Senate where that nomination happens. If the votes are there, that justice becomes that. We don't go back on the back end of that and say, well, it was Trump that did them. Or, Gorsuch, man, like he was really weird. You do know he worked for Antonin Scalia, don't you? I mean, so that's crazy.
You believe the Senate was correct in not...
I want to let you speak, but let me say this. That if we are willing to do what we did to Brett Kavanaugh, who, by the way, I think he's a smart guy, but I think he's kind of a crappy judge. If we are able to do what we did to Brett Kavanaugh and say that we have some justification for that, which was an abrogation of the system that was laid in place clearly in the Constitution, that Donald Trump can nominate Brett Kavanaugh and you don't treat him like crap, but even if you do and he becomes a Supreme Court justice, it's over with. They've been going after Clarence Thomas for 40 years almost now. And Clarence Thomas was duly and rightly appointed to the Supreme Court and approved by the Senate, and it's done. And people are still arguing about it. See, that's the problem with all the reinterpretations of the Constitution on subjective criteria. It is an objective document that says something clear. We disagree sometimes with precisely what it says, but it remains an objective document and a charter of negative rights. The government is restricted by that document, not empowered. And that's something that we need to talk about. And people in this country have a right to assert their rights in that regard. And we have left that principle, and we are far worse because of it. We need to go back and refigure. I mean, I totally respect what Fidgetal says. I think Fidgetal is an extremely intelligent guy, and I appreciate it. And Tira, I appreciate you greatly too. But guys, both of you, if we're going to listen to what you say about the Constitution and we're going to respectfully listen to that, you have to respectfully listen on the other side. Neither of you can make a rational argument that we need subjective means to interpret the Constitution. We have to have the rules of the road, or we have nothing at all.
Jim, we're not saying subjective.
Can I respond?
Tira, respond, and then I want to bring Joa in as well, because you've been waiting.
Look, what I was saying about the court was that, for example, it reached issues it didn't need to. In the Dobbs case, it could have taken the middle ground, as you know, could have said viability, after 15 weeks, states have the right to make the decision, et cetera. It chose to just sort of junk the whole thing. Maybe that was right. Maybe that was wrong. But it is basically reaching out and doing more than it had to. And you're saying it's doing this as a corrective measure.
Now, with respect, Tira, what do you mean it's reaching out too
Jim,
far?
please?
In what manner too far? Go ahead.
What I'm saying is they didn't have to go there, did they? They didn't have to. They could deal with the Missouri case. They could have just sort of said that statute is fine, right? They could have. They didn't. Now, number two, you make some interesting points, but of course you're basing this all on one side. Let's talk about the fact that when Obama nominated Merrick Garland, the Senate did not do its duty, did not do what it was supposed to do.
The procedure that's laid out in the Constitution. It does not require the Senate to accept a nomination. The Senate gives the advice.
Jim, be fair.
Jim, please be, that is, of course, that's a ludicrous thing. And you know it because what they were saying, it was based on precedent, etc. So basically my view of that is then we need people in the executive branch who are activists as well, who will say, okay, fine, you're not going to do your job. So I'm just going to assume that this justice is confirmed. And he's on the court, and then let the court, and then see if the Supreme Court takes that case.
No, there's not one bit of, I got to interrupt you. There's not one bit of my argument which would argue for what you just described, because the Constitution is very clear.
No, the Constitution says they shall advise and consent. The Constitution doesn't say what they do if they refuse to do it.
And whatever, but it says advise and consent.
Right. So one might
argue
when Mitch McConnell can get a majority of Republicans, they are basically
when Mitch McConnell can get a majority of Republicans to side with him in not hearing the Merrick Garland case, there's no requirement that the vote happen. It says advice and consent. Well,
Fine.
in
So
their
basically,
fashion,
if
that was
I
what
were
they
Obama,
did.
and I said this at the time, if I were Obama, I would have taken the position that that was their decision, that they are giving
But he
tacit
may
approval.
not do that because it's clearly stated in the Constitution that the
Oh,
Senate makes the decision, not the president.
No, it doesn't
that's
say what
specifically
happens.
there. Like,
no, it says advise and consent,
Tira,
but if
I
they
got to ask you a
choose
question.
not to.
Is there even a little bit of wiggle room for a president to just say, okay, well, screw you, I'm putting him on the Supreme Court? Is there anything there?
No. You don't understand. What I'm trying to say is when they took that illegitimate position, because it was illegitimate, and they based it upon the fact that they said, oh, it was precedent. That, of course, as we now know, is nonsense, particularly given Amy Coney Barrett. That's ridiculous. They were lying about that. I think that Obama could have said, okay, fine, you've made your decision, and I believe that your decision is not to weigh in, which is advise and consent, and so you're giving tacit approval. He could have done that. It would have been very contentious, but in all honesty, after I saw what they did, I would have tried it. And what would the Supreme Court have done? It would have been very difficult for them to weigh in on that, wouldn't it? Because it would have been a political question. So we might have had a different, I'm just saying, if one side plays that sort of constitutional ridiculous hardball, the other side should as well. I'm truly serious about this. I think the Republicans did something that was heinous, and they did it for political reasons with no precedent. They lied about the fact that there was precedent, etc. And in that case, as I said, Democrats have a right to respond, and I don't think the court would have taken that case, because how could they?
So, Tira, TJ, okay, let Joe respond, and then we'll go to TJ after that, and then I want to get Shu in here after that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Nick. I'm a liberal, and I used to be very anti-gun. But I was anti-gun when I was not well informed, right? And I hate to be contradictory. And when you apply this to crypto, which I'm sure a lot of the listeners are from crypto, would you blame Bitcoin for FTX's collapse? Right? You wouldn't, right? Because Bitcoin is the tool. It's not the murder, right? Murder's already illegal. Guns don't have to be illegal. Murder doesn't stop people from committing murders, right? There's a lot of data that's been thrown around tonight. I've done one of the biggest researches for Unilever on human decision factors, so I've had to parse data a lot of different ways. You can't use data from 2020 as Alpha Warrior used. Even Dr. John Lott was using data without taking into account police forces in each country. Guns aren't the problem. You have to look at the problem is gang violence, which, if you want to find an example, look at Portugal. Portugal had a ton of gun violence, and they had a huge drug problem, highest rate of AIDS in Europe. They made drugs a health problem, not a criminal problem, and now it's the second safest country in the world, right? If you look at suicide, which I don't think most people actually even care about, because people really typically only care about things they don't have control of. It's the reason why people are scared of skydiving, but they're not scared to drive, although statistically there's more people get harmed driving per voyage than people do in skydiving, right? It's when someone doesn't have control of something that they get worried about it. People don't have control over mass murders. That's the problem, and that's uniquely American. That's not a problem in other countries, unless you're looking at what's the biggest mass murder, and then you can shout out Paris. But Paris had like 4 mass shootings, when the U.S. had over more than one a day. And even when you look at it per capita, it's still higher. So why are the mass shootings happening in America? And it far outweighs any other country. That's not a gun issue, because murder is already illegal. That is an issue. Like I follow a lot of like tribalism. In Micronesia, it's unfortunately common for teenagers to try to commit suicide when girlfriends break up with them, right? This became popularized by a kid who did it, and it became romanticized. The Columbine shooting, if you look at the chart of mass shootings after Columbine skyrocketed. It looks almost like the Bitcoin chart, right? When you look at it, it explodes exponentially, and that's because they were all over TV. They got a ton of attention. People start writing them in jail. Like, I'm sure some of you guys saw the Netflix special with the Russian girl who tried to pretend to be an heiress in New York. She came out and she's famous. So it's become like this thing where people go and do these crimes because it's cool almost, or they're going to get the attention they've been seeking. And that's what needs to be fixed. That's the biggest problem. It's not the gun. Murder is already illegal. And we've been talking about for over a decade about whether to have guns or not have guns, when that's not the issue. Just like Bitcoin wasn't the problem with FTX.
So TJ, go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I completely agree. I think one of the issues is I think to me, there's a cultural issue here because there are many other countries where guns are legal and many of the citizens have guns and we don't see the same issues because I think there are attitude problems towards guns. I think guns are also glamorized. I think there's mental health issues as well, which I'm sure some people get upset when those are brought up. But there's a cultural issue, and I don't think we have enough conversations about why these shootings happen in the first place in a country like the U.S. Because guns maybe access to guns and regulations, I do personally believe are important, but what is it that causes people to act out with these weapons? What causes them to treat them in these ways where they're not being used as sort of like a deterrent of crime or a way to protect yourself? Because they're not being used as, a defense for, in case the government becomes unconstitutional or if you're being attacked. A lot of the times these guns are used in these mass shootings, or they're used in crime, or they're being used, they're not being kept safely. There's not like responsible gun ownership usually in the cases where things, crimes are being committed with them or they're being used against girlfriends. So what is that element that's causing that? I think that's very important to discuss.
Catherine, when you look at
Brandon,
things like Israel, when you look at Israel, and which people have to go to the military, or Switzerland, where people have to go into the military, there is high gun ownership, and it doesn't have this issue because people are 100% trained on how to use their gun. And to me, that's what's missing in America, is almost like a license system, the same way it happens in Israel and happens in Switzerland, where they get years worth of training of how to use their gun. Nothing wrong with owning guns. People need to be trained.
Brandon, jump in on that because I know you've got an opinion. Then I want to let TJ go, and then I got to get Shu and Martha in after that. So go ahead.
For sure. For one, I wholly disagree with that last point. I don't think it's the lack of training that causes mass shootings. I do agree that most people committing mass shootings are not very well trained, and that's probably for the best. But they're not just accidentally doing it. The biggest thing that I think is the reason why mass shootings are happening. And again, somebody brought up the mental health thing, and this is about to be a lot more unpopular than that. Absolute just plague of broken fatherless homes, because that is the sort of thing that instigates this sort of, nihilism and just broken young men who either fall into this incel camp or they just are mad at the world and they want to prove to everybody else, what they feel in the day-to-day or what they perceive that they feel. Like, a lot of people don't understand, like, your sense of empathy comes directly from your father for the most part. Like, the different things psychologically that happen to a child when he's in a situation with no strong father figure leads to a lot of the issues that we have, especially if you look at the profile of any of these, high-profile mass shooters, whether it be, Sandy Hook, Columbine, just basically throw a rock at one, and you over-index radically on these kids that come from bad familial backgrounds, and that's the sort of thing that people aren't actually talking about. That's the real problem, because it's not the guns. If you have an axe murderer,
that's a great point.
If you have an axe murderer that doesn't have an axe, that does not a good person make. All right, this is still a person that is bound and determined to throw his entire life away for the purpose of hurting others, and that is a real problem, gun or not.
So I want to point out
to your point, Brandon. Just to add to Brandon's point, there's a book called Freakonomics which studied the crime rates in New York, and the crime rates in New York dropped drastically, not because of the broken window theory, but because of the fact that kids that were turning 18, 19, 20 that were from unwanted fathers weren't around because of Roe versus Wade, and moms were able to have abortions, so there wasn't as many fatherless homes.
So
and crime rate
I just
dropped.
want to point out, Brandon, you're 100% right, and I'm saying that as someone who lost his dad at the age of 6 to an overdose. You're 100% correct that it's causing broken families. Now, I just want to point out in terms of some structure, because I want to point something out in terms of which branch is the superior branch. Tira, first of all, I respect the living hell out of you for coming in on these spaces, because, dear God, people disagree with you, and I hate to drag on to it, but I do have to point out that there have been plenty of times where Congress has explicitly overrode the Supreme Court without problems. Chisholm v. Georgia was overturned by the 11th Amendment. Dred Scott v. Stanford, overturned by the 13th and the 14th Amendment. Pollock v. Farmers Loan Trust Co., overturned by the 16th Amendment. And I'm forgetting the name, but the last one, that's it.
But these are all amendments. Didn't they have to be voted on by the states as well? Or maybe it wasn't the procedure at that time?
Article 5. So Article 5 has two procedures. You have the just purely congressional, but there's also states ratifying, and states did ratify these. But also,
that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't have happened just with Congress, right?
I believe the 16th Amendment was just with Congress, and they did not get the requisite number of states, actually. But besides that as well, there have been times where we have Employment Division versus Smith, which held that it was constitutional to punish a student for. It was constitutional to punish individuals for the use of ayahuasca. Scalia wrote an opinion that, frankly, I disagree with by saying that this, by allowing for religious exemptions there, despite our long history of offering religious exemption to nonviolent crimes, that a man becomes a law in itself. The Supreme Court, Congress responded to that with the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Sure, the parts as they applied it to states were held unconstitutional, but then states also revolted and filed their own Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So the courts only have so much, but even then, the Supreme Court, to expand on Jim's point, the Supreme Court is limited by Congress with the exceptions clause, where the Supreme Court has appellate jurisdiction, but that is subject to the exceptions that Congress sees fit. And that's plain language from Article 3. So I'd say it's pretty plain that Congress is, at least with the way that we have interpreted our text since Sheldon versus Sill and since Ex parte McCardle, I'd say that Congress has clear supremacy over the courts.
Over the courts, but not the Supreme Court. Also, you were wrong about the 16th Amendment. It was ratified by the states.
Okay. I don't necessarily know the direct one. As I said, I could be wrong on that, and apparently I am. But what I'm pointing out here is that this does apply to our questions here. For all the people who are going for, we need more gun control, there's a simple challenge to you. There's a pathway to changing the way that the courts have done it, if you disagree with the way that the courts have interpreted it. You could start Article 5 up and repeal the Second Amendment. Obviously, I'm against you guys in doing that. I think that that gun ownership is a right, an individual right, whether the Constitution says so or not. As Jim pointed out, the Ninth Amendment makes clear that the rights enumerated are not the only rights. But there is a pathway to doing it. And we don't have to do any of this dance around stuff of what is, in my opinion, very clearly a constitutional right. So you guys want to do that, there's your challenge. It's been done plenty of times before.
Yeah. So I do want to go ahead and I want to bring in Shu and Martha. Martha, you spent a lot of time and you lived in Venezuela, actually, for in the 80s and 90s. And so you know how that country kind of transitioned into what we see it as today. But Shu, you were born in Somalia, where you lived under a tyrannical regime. You were disarmed, and your dad was one of the victims who was left defenseless after the president's soldiers raided your house in the middle of the night. And then you fled when you were 9 years old after the Civil War. And now you're in the United States. You live in Minnesota. Judging based on everything you've heard tonight and your previous experiences, what do you believe that the Second Amendment does for the United States and how much of an effect it actually has?
Thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate the time to allowing me to contribute to this great discussion. like you said, I came from I survived a tyrannical regime, and I survived that. But unfortunately, we lost my dad, who was left defenseless, like you said. My background is also, I'm a combat veteran of 11 years in the armed forces here in the U.S. So I'm a great defender and believer of the Second Amendment. One of the things that we have to remember that gun control is predicated on the belief that private citizens cannot be trusted with firearms. Instead, it's the state that should have a monopoly on violence because it's less violent than individuals. Consequently, firearms should be taken away from private citizens because only the state is, responsible enough to handle them. But truly, states are statistically and historically far more violent than individuals. I'm just going to give you guys a couple of examples to just, summarize of these historical, events of, what happened with nations or citizens being left without, defenses. In 1991, Turkey established gun control from 1915 to 1917. 1.5 million Christian Americans were rounded up and exterminated. In 1929, the Soviet Union established gun control from 1929 to 1953. 20 million dissidents were rounded up and murdered. In 1935, China established gun control from 1948 to 1952. 20 million political dissidents were rounded up and exterminated. Lastly, in 1938, Germany established gun control. From 1939 to 1945, 13 million Jews and others were rounded up and exterminated. And we can go on and on, with Cambodia, with Guatemala and Uganda. But truly a state that deprives its law-abiding citizens of the means to effectively defend themselves is no civilized, but, barbarous, becoming an accomplice of murderers and rapists and thugs and, revealing its totalitarian nature by its tacit admission that, this organized random havoc created by criminals is far less a threat than are men and women who believe themselves free, and independent and act accordingly. I believe to own firearms is to affirm that freedom and liberty are not gifts from the state. It is to reserve final judgment about whether the state encroaching on freedom and liberty to stand ready to defend that freedom with more than mere words and to stand outside the state's totalitarian reach. That being said, we must recognize that the most dangerous part of any gun is the loose nut that holds the trigger. And we need to stop blaming the tool for the full period. And let me just finalize this by saying, I put it in the nest, a tweet that I just did. I want to ask this question, or we must ask this question. How does, those gun violences happen in our nation's second most stringent of all gun controls? Like California just had on January 18th, the narco execution of an entire family of 6, including a mother and her infant. January 22, the Monterey Park ballroom shooting took 10 individuals' lives. January 23rd, today, in California, Half Moon Bay shooting claimed 4 individuals' lives. So it's not. The problem is not, the guns. And clearly, just this week, California proved to us that with having the most stringent gun control, that's not the issue. So we cannot keep blaming, guns. There's underlying problems. A gentleman just said that, it could be contributed to a broken family or fatherless family. I came here with my 9 siblings and my mother, without a dad. And none of us have committed crime. We're law-abiding citizens. I have 5 brothers, and there are 4 sisters of mine. None of us have committed any crimes, and we were raised by a single mother. What is happening is that we're losing cultural and morale, and we have a justice system and DA system that are not prosecuting criminals and putting them away or rehabilitating them. And mental illness also does exist. So we have to look at the underlying conditions or contributing factors. But that's my stand. Thank you so much.
Can I quickly clarify that real quick?
Yes.
Sure, Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, so I did not in any way mean to just insinuate that, fatherless homes would immediately breed, criminals or ne'er-do-wells in society or anything. That's clearly not the case. Your mother sounds like an amazing woman. That's not a job that anyone should take lightly. I was just pointing out that the over-indexing of fatherless homes in mass shootings is something that largely goes overlooked, as well as a lot of things involvement with like SSRIs and things like that. There's a lot of similarities in the profile of people that commit these awful acts, and nobody really draws any link between them other than just the gun thing. I think we all get caught up in the gun thing when there's a lot of other things that should be looked at as well.
Right. And the other thing is that we have to talk about the welfare state. And we also have to consider that being a big problem. We have entire communities that are, captured in this mentality of not having a self-progression opportunities, and they are captured in this welfare state. And so we also have to look at that. Many of the young adults are left idle, and they're not engaged in self-productive, activities. So we also have to look at that when we're talking about this. But I will give another person a chance to contribute to the discussion. I do appreciate your time and giving me the opportunity to be part of this great discussion.
Thanks so
Shukri,
much.
and I
We
just
really
want to
appreciate
say
your story.
too, I just want to add on to what Shukri said. First of all, I love that you bring up the welfare state. This was something that I mentioned last night in Grant Cardone's space, and it was not well received. I don't know why. Maybe they're a bunch of leftists over there. but when we were talking about the gun debate, something that I really wanted more discussion around was the fact that the welfare state is creating these cycles of poverty and crime, is incentivizing single mothers to stay single. I loved Brandon's point about fatherlessness. It is so important. We do not talk about that enough. When we talk about things like gun violence, we can talk about mass shootings, but when we talk about gun violence across the board, we have to address these policies that everyone claims are so benevolent, that are trapping young men and women in this gang cycle. And when you tell someone you're not allowed to have a savings account to qualify for food stamps, or when you tell a single mother you're not allowed to marry baby daddy, or you're not going to get this assistance, you're incentivizing a system that creates a dependency on these types of gang communities. And this is where we're seeing a lot of the violence come from. And, it's almost when we talk about originalism, and I get the sense that you guys think I'm like some sort of liberal or something. And I just want to clarify, when we're talking about originalism and we're talking about, our absolute rights to these certain things, there's a lot of variables that we're not talking about. For instance, like when the founding fathers say that unless our federation stays virtuous, the entire system will fall apart. Unless we keep the system small, the entire system will fall apart. And yet our very policies have incentivized gangs and have incentivized violence and are incentivizing, minority men and women into horrible, cycles. We're incentivizing liquor stores to set up shop in these areas and incentivizing vices. It's one of those things where, like, as much as I want to take that position, I also see that by equal measure, we have so far wandered away from what the founding fathers envisioned, particularly when it comes to a virtuous society, just by means of a lot of these democratic welfare state policies that have made it almost impossible to live virtuously in certain communities in our nation. Like, it's very hard to choose to do the right thing when you're constantly incentivized to lie, cheat, and steal, and to have each other's backs in these sorts of violent gangs. So I think it's important when we're having the originalism conversation, we either have to care about the full scope of originalism, including the fact that we should be encouraging virtue, education, keeping government small, all of these things. And unless we're doing that, we can't pick and choose what rights we want. Otherwise, you end up with this very lopsided conversation where you're not going to see anything but more shootings and more destroyed lives in these minority communities.
Yeah, so before we go to Prodigal and Justin, I do want to remind everybody, go to the top up there, the pinned tweet. It's actually the second pinned tweet now because Shu pinned something that is very great as well. And sign up for the newsletter. We go through all 5, 6, 10 hours of these spaces and summarize them up and put them in that newsletter. And then, again, if you have any questions for anybody on our panel, any of you guys in the audience, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, click on that purple button, ask your questions. We go through them the entire time, and we queue them up, and that's how we get our questions for our panelists. So make sure you get on there, reply, and we'll try to get your question up. Prodigal, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, space has been going on for a while, so I'm not sure if I'm going to touch on anything. I'll just give context to where we are. I mean, the leftists you listen to don't deal with society as it lies and really don't care about results. They think with a stroke of pen this would end. As other people have brought up, it's some of the blue cities and blue states that have some of the worst gun violence, where they have some of the strictest gun control laws. And when you look at these cities and states, their law enforcement is bleeding. Nobody's going in. It's over. And these are the same states that chose which laws to obey and which not. They made them sanctuary cities. Now, 5 years later, New York doesn't want it anymore. These are the people. I mean, I see somebody here who was involved in Broadway plays. I'm right next to New York. I go there every once in a while. The city is in complete shambles. And to pass these laws, when their argument is, well, if every state had it, then it wouldn't be an issue. While the border is open and international narco-terrorists are the strongest they've ever been. So literally you have narco-terrorists starting to take control of swaths of the country while both our military and law enforcement are depleted. Nobody's recruiting. The volunteer army may end. You have a government that literally tried to institute apartheid. And you have these same people for a year and a half proudly on TV saying they're going to starve you, put you into camps, etc. These people have no self-reflection. They have no remorse. And we don't trust you. That's the reality of the matter. The Constitution is specifically for the Bill of Rights, is meant to limit the government's power to affect these inalienable rights. I know you can put some curtails on it, but I'll believe you guys when you send the tanks in the cities and get rid of the illegal guns instead of going after the law-abiding citizens. I see those guns. We don't know where they're from. I know Obama in Fast and Furious armed Mexico. I know Attorney General Holder didn't obey a subpoena on what happened there. I know a lot of those military-grade weapons, some of them were found in El Chapo's home. So to listen to the people whose policies, look at their cities. They're in complete destruction. Look at their states. They're fleeing. They want to do it top down. And then they look at a court that's actually following the constitutional law and say, well, we've had judicial activism for decades on all issues, cultural or otherwise, whether the government should not be involved, and say, well, the government shouldn't take this case. I mean, these are people that are literally watching their own states and cities fall into chaos and anarchy. And people who know the third world and have been to the third world and know life is cheap, they can't comprehend this. The reason a lot of us have a problem with people entering the country without being vetted, etc., is because I come from a place where life is cheap. Where life is cheap, that doesn't flip overnight. You can't integrate into a law-abiding society. And that's what's occurring. People brought up to single-parent households, you shouldn't have to apologize. The statistics bear it out. The single biggest factor, no matter what some of the other speakers may believe, they may point to race, they may point to economic status, the biggest factor that's going to decide whether your child becomes a drug addict, ends up in jail, or graduates high school is not his race, it's not his religion, it's not where he was born socioeconomically, it's because where he was from, if he grew up in a two-parent household. And I can tell you right now, when I was growing up, if my father was not around, I would have run roughshod over my mother. My father and my mother had different responsibilities, and that's the same. A child is not easy to watch, especially if you have both children working. And somebody brought up the welfare program. It's even worse than that. There's tenants on Section 8 who want to work, and they cannot work because after they make a certain amount of money, they lose their health care, they lose their benefits. In New Jersey, the benefits are up to $100,000, I think, in some states. I'll post the article up top. So these are people who are all based on theory, who've never had to struggle, don't know what it is to be self-made, don't know where it is to live a life that's cheap, and literally are watching the country descend into chaos. and they eviscerated law enforcement. They eviscerated the military. And these are the people who can give you the answers. The same people who were going to throw you into camps and wanted to starve you and wouldn't let you bury your dead and go to church. You have no legitimacy to us. It has to be earned. And you have no humility. And, New York is going to get where it deserves. And that's exactly what it's getting. And you want to talk about all this bullshit, which really doesn't matter. What matters is the end results. So if you want to do this, have your blue city mayors and your blue state governors send the tanks in and get the illegal guns out of the city. Until then, shut the fuck up.
Okay. Well, on that, why don't we
to add to Brandon and Prodigal's point about the fatherless homes? I shared in the tweets now the data. The data came out in early 2000s about the abortion rate when abortion became legal and these unwanted children became 18. They weren't around as much. There's two scientists who opposed this data for over a decade. They've now peer-reviewed it, and as recently as May 20 of 2019, have come around and actually said, yeah, they were right in the original study, and 45% of all crimes come from children who would typically have been aborted and were not aborted. It had a 45% impact on crime rate.
These are the same people on the same side. It's come out multiple studies that anti-anxiety drugs have no effect. I still see the commercials for hims and hers. Take it. Like, nobody's listening. All that matters is results, and none of the actions you are taking are actually leading to anything that's bettering society as a whole for well over a decade now. So, to say we respect the Supreme Court and we respect the Constitution when you literally had sanctuary cities and we're not cooperating with ICE to take away cartel members, to take away rapists, etc. Like, you don't have anything to stand on. And I hope you're still in New York City. I hope you did not run away. I beg you to take the subway. It's hitting near records, the people they're pushing there. There's a complete loss of life, of respect, of culture, and this is all connected.
How are you doing, folks?
I will tell you that every time Prodigal does one of those rants, the whole space crashes.
Is that what does it, Doc?
Yeah, I blame Prodigal.
I'm convinced of that. I think we should all blame him.
It happened last night too. It was when Prodigal was going off.
It's just a lot, Prodigal.
Just goes tilt.
But none of these policies are working, and they're still pushing it. It's like their own city. I'm here. I'm literally seeing New York.
Go right back in.
I'm literally seeing New York die right before my eyes. Everybody's fleeing.
But do you think Prodigal, part of New York dying, we've been through a pandemic, and sure, I'll grant you some bad policies, but New York New York was a trouble for a long time. Then it sort of cleaned up, and then it kind of, we had a bad economy. Rents went down. You have crime spiking. But is it all because of what? Is it all because of these? What's your?
It's over-regulation. It's anti-law. I'm a firm believer. Children mimic what they see. If you see the increase in youth violence, you literally have, with the bail reform and everything else, they're letting criminals run wild. Yeah, it's not only that. You look at the homeless and everything else. It's a third world. Certain parts of the country are third world. And this New York and a lot of these areas, the Democrats have had full control for decades. So to say that they're going to give you the answers and they're going to fix the very problem that they allow to be created is just naive. And they can actually stand on stage and say, well, we're going to do it this time. Believe us. It's like at a certain time when somebody's beating you up constantly, stop listening to them. They offer.
So I get it, Prodigal. But I think what's happening is also we have so much where there's certain things where we could kind of come together and find some common ground, but there's this kind of thing where we're not really talking to each other. And so I think we're really at odds with each other. But I know, All Source News, you had your hand up before our space died. So let's go to you and see what you've got to say about this.
Can I just ask Prodigal one thing before we go to All Source?
Yeah, briefly.
He made a quick comment about children repeat what they see. And there's something that worries me, human behavioral wise. We had a president that said he doesn't believe the FBI, doesn't believe the news, doesn't believe any authority. What are children going to become when they become 18, 10 years from now? What impact is that going to have when no one over the age 18 believes in any authority whatsoever? Because you're right, children repeat what they see.
The authorities should do better.
I mean, I don't know. Did the media win Pulitzer Prizes for the Russiagate lie? Do we now know the extent of Ukraine corruption and other things? Like, there were validity to those statements. He might not be well-spoken. What people
100%.
don't understand is there was so much anger at the corruption and rot in our system that a lot of us from the third world see and now see in the States at a new level, and they wanted an avatar to at least challenge it and try to break it, which he was successful to an extent. To me, he was a net benefit. All the issues he talked about, nobody gave a shit. Nobody cared about the border. Now they care. Fentanyl overdoses at all-time highs. Nobody cared about China. They were enriching themselves from it. Now we see the threat. Like, all these issues play a role. When he spoke about CRT and other issues, they laughed it out the roof. Then when people were home in the pandemic and saw what their children were being taught, at the same time, their test scores were plummeting. We don't need more gender ideology and CRT. Why don't we have them learn the basics, reading and math, before we push certain ideology? So I don't blame Trump for this. If anything, he's woken more people up to the issue. Other people want to double down. If they want to double down, they should stay where the politicians they vote for are. They shouldn't go to Texas. They shouldn't go to Florida. Stay where your utopia is. And just look no further than San Francisco and all these other cities that basically have murder rates as high as Afghanistan and Iraq. So this is what they are creating. I don't care about, oh my God, he used bad words here. It's all bullshit. All that matters is the end results. That's all that, at this point, we're bleeding out. And if you don't want to stop the bleeding, then don't complain when it falls down.
All right.
So I just have
I
just have to correct something because I appreciate part of your passion. Oklahoma has a higher homicide rate than California and New York. Oklahoma has a higher homicide rate per capita than California and New York, right? I mean, and that is a statistical fact that Oklahoma has a higher homicide rate than California and New York. And
well,
so when
you gave one state. What about quality of life issues elsewhere?
Oklahoma
are you including the cities that
double.
Democrats run? Which urban areas in Oklahoma have these homicide rates? I'm curious.
Not only in Oklahoma City. Also,
break it down to the cities and who has had control of them.
But you're saying, right, Oklahoma City has a higher, right? And you also have areas outside of Oklahoma City, like San Francisco, have a higher homicide rate than San Francisco and New York. Oklahoma's homicide rate is actually twice than New York's per capita, right? So I'm not. This is the problem when we're having the conversations about gun and just this like singling out urban areas or singling out. It doesn't get to anything, right? So
address the other comment that my government didn't want me to leave the house. All these respected political figures wanted to institute apartheid. I'm from Eastern Europe. I've experienced. My family comes from a country they couldn't fucking speak the language and go to school. We don't trust you. You like this shit. You guys won't even admit you were wrong. You celebrated. Jacinda stepped down. You wanted to create a two-tier society. That's called apartheid, my friend. So point to your single example there. I'm seeing it across the street in New York City. Whatever.
So Prodigal,
read foreign policy some more. Let me know what you think.
Let me cut in for a minute. So All Source, are you saying that New York State or New York City has that?
I was talking about specifically. So if you look at the states, right, Oklahoma's homicide rate is higher than California and New York.
Okay. So, but when you say, so you're saying New York State, right?
The state and California, right? So because that's the argument Prodigal was making, right? Like these blue governors, these blue city, right? Well, Oklahoma is red as red could be, and it's because the problem with homicide, and I think that's just kind of what Catherine was getting at, right?
So
and I
let
think
me
this
ask
is
you this.
let me
butt in and ask you this.
Yeah.
So if you're taking New York State, like you're also considering the very red areas of rural New York, which and New York City may not be. I'm just trying to flesh out these numbers because I think
Right. No, and I think if I can double check, I can let me answer because I know I can go to through the result to see specifically cities, so like New York City and Oklahoma City, and compare the homicide rates from there. But regardless, right? But again, it's a per capita. Right. I mean, we can go all the way down to the singular focus.
Now,
right?
now do Chicago. Now do Detroit. How are you going to get the guns from the gangs? How are you going to get the guns from the gangs? How are you going to get the glitches off the Glocks? What are you going to do? Who's going to turn in their guns? The people who have been brutalized and they release the criminals on the street? What are you going to do? What's your solution, genius?
But let me address that. Let me address that. Okay, so what I'm saying is when you're focusing on statistics and data and you're talking about it, right? That's why I wanted to highlight this out because it's a fundamental problem that the United States has. Now, if you look at the homicide rates in the U.S. for the last 40 years, right? Even during COVID,
can you compare the other red states? Because you gave one example, Oklahoma. I'm curious now.
I mean, okay, but hold on.
What about the other red states? Because you gave one example, so maybe that's the exception that proves the rule. So
okay, well, let him answer, and we'll get him to give another example as well.
So no, I mean, okay.
It was
so
just
if
for
I
the
was
facts,
asking you this,
excuse me, but it was 5.4 in Oklahoma and it was 4.4 in New York City. Where would you rather live?
No, but I mean,
Oklahoma.
again,
the total. You act like the extra murders don't mean anything. The numbers will explode in New York over Oklahoma.
But that's why you analyze it for per capita.
No, that's why you analyze it.
When you
per
analyze
capita.
homicide,
you analyze it per capita.
No,
for an
so
argument.
Oklahoma's homicide per capita.
What's the point?
Oklahoma
you probably
State,
have you ever even been to Oklahoma? Have you ever even been there? Never. That'd be a never. Okay, you're using it to build a case. And
because this. If I can finish my point, if I may,
please.
The issue that I have when people singularly focus on data and emotions when analyzing issues like this, right? Because you're absolutely right. There is problems of homicide that are related to gang violence. There's problems which, by the way, gang violence is rampant across America, right? It is not just a singular focus on urban areas because you also have transnational criminal organizations that link up. For example, a perfect example of this is the Aryan Brotherhood in Texas that has extensive relationships with the Mexican cartel for drug trafficking into the United States. Prison gangs, neo-Nazi, white supremacist gangs operating out of prisons have deep-seated relationship with Mexican cartels to traffic drugs because in the end of the day, what matters most for criminals is money, not ideology. The example that I wanted to bring up at Oklahoma is just to bring this out a little bit and say, listen, the issue of homicide, and when you're analyzing it, it is very different when you're talking about the issues of gangs and then homicides for passion, et cetera, throughout society. The issues, obviously, that might impact Oklahoma and the homicides rate that, for the example that I used, are fundamentally different, of course, than what might be.
So you're saying poor minorities being killed matter less. A homicide's a homicide, but I get what you're saying. It's cool.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, if you're trying to, you're making an argument that New York's crime is rampant, out of control, and destroying itself. I just wanted to point to.
It's not just gun. I mean, they're pushing people on subways. They're letting out criminals. Have you seen some of these criminals? How many times they've been arrested? I mean, they even got Robert De Niro. He gave a cool speech at the Tonys, said "fuck Trump," but he ended up getting robbed for his Christmas tree. You have devaluing law and order in society to the point that it's
Prodigal on the state of murder, rape, robbery, and car theft. Red states only do better in robbery, and the blue states win murder, rape, and car theft. They do better.
Yeah, I would like to actually carve out the urban areas where Democrats typically control. All of this is meaningless without carving it out, right?
Well, I think
I'll go back now. But so if you want data, I can look into data because a lot of the data is as mentioned is by state, right? Now, but this is where I kind of wanted to get at, right? The issue when we're talking about gun violence in America, and I would like to address two other points before we move on, right? The issue of gun violence in America, I think one of the key aspects that I think people hit very well, right, is the issue, and some of them are talking about obviously single-parent households, which is a huge problem and an epidemic in America where we have a crisis, and that absolutely the data supports it. And I'm 100% in agreement with it. And then in addition to that is the issue of mental health. I think mental health is a legitimate problem that happens in America, right? My wife is an ER nurse. we live in the state of Texas. I can tell you firsthand from everything that goes on, there is an epidemic crisis in Texas with mental health, and there is no resources to address it from the state. We rank towards the bottom.
We should send more money
to
Ukraine. That's going to solve it.
So we rank towards the bottom of mental health care in Texas. And this is what happens, because a lot of my friends are law enforcement. A lot of my friends are in my line of work.
Well, you should let in 5 million more illegals, so there's less resources.
Let him finish up.
Jesus Christ.
So you have issues of mental health and law enforcement. This is what happens in a typical case that happens multiple times, dozens of times, probably even hundreds of times, just in one city in Texas. You have a problem, somebody who runs through a mental health problem, let's say schizophrenia. Somebody calls the cops. The cops gets the person. The person has been homeless because he has schizophrenia and cannot afford the meds. So then the cops, what do? They say, well, there's no mental health treatment. There's no mental health facility proper to adjust them. We're going to send them to the ER. So they send them to the ER. They get accepted into the ER. They get treated. They're like, well, clearly you're having a mental breakdown. If it's schizophrenia, do we have medication to give you? We do. Okay, here's your medications. Now you're released. And then they let him out. That's it. That's what happens. That is literally what happens. So what happens when the meds runs out? Again, a mental health crisis. And it's a revolving door to the point that nurses know already who are the mental health care patients. They already know because they see them all the time. There is not a plan in place in the U.S., both at federal or state level, that addresses this crisis that is so important, that touches upon many people. Because suicide, when we're talking about guns in America, suicide is a huge problem as well, and it needs to be addressed. You cannot just discount.
Let me butt in there all sorts. So one of the things that confuses this gun debate is the addition in these numbers of gun violence of mental health issues. Now, of course, this is really important, and it's tragic when people kill themselves with guns. Okay, no one denies that when there's a mental health issue, but it confuses, it seems to me, the entire discussion about what gun laws ought to be there, because for two reasons. The first one is that most people are not thinking of suicides when they're thinking of guns. They are thinking of murder. They're not thinking of suicide, one. And two, the prescriptions for dealing with those two things are quite different. How do you address that dichotomy there?
I think you're right. So clearly suicide is it's not its own separate issue. It has some overlap with just gun violence in general, because a lot of times they're intertwined, right?
In
As
what
a veteran
way?
myself,
to help clarify for people, in what way are they intertwined?
So let's use the example. For example, we talked about mass shootings, right? And how many of those examples of people that have mental health disorders commit mass shootings? Just in the specific example, how there can be an overlap, right? Right. So clearly gang violence, I think in and of itself, it's a separate conversation in trying to address the problem of gun violence in America. But when we talk about mental health, when you're discussing about it and you're tying mental health, there's a portion of it that is suicide, and there's also a portion of it which is homicide, right? When you're discussing that and you're tying it, the problem is, if we identify the problem and we identify that there's mental health is an issue in this country that is not being properly addressed, and as a veteran, I have seen it firsthand. I've had too many of my friends commit suicide because of it, and they use a gun to do it because it's the quickest and easiest way to do it. The problem we run into is, where is the resources there to address it? Because we all identify. And so where I would like to get to this space, and I hope people here that work in Congress and work in it and say mental health, provide the solution. Just as single parent households is a problem.
So
right?
Is there a solution related to the ownership of that gun in those instances? Or is it more, for example, we just went through COVID where mental health went through the roof, but other issues too. That's kind of an acute circumstance. I mean, what is your prescription then?
So I think, one is more investment, obviously, in mental health facilities. So I'm going to use the example, for example, my wife, she did one of her clinicals in the state of Texas. It was a state of Texas mental health facility. She swore to me up and down she would never use it again. It was the most decrepit facility she ever been in her life. And people there were treated like shit. And she said she would never, ever, ever step foot again. That is a problem. That is a singular focus, right? But that is a problem, right? So investment, if we're saying there's a problem, we have leadership involved to address it, right? Mental health treatment facility care and healthcare specifically designed to take care of those people. Because let's be honest, I know we talk about habeas corpus, right? And I understand that is a huge legal rationale of the concerns of red flag laws. But if somebody is diagnosed with schizophrenia and does not have medical treatment to address it, does not have medical treatment to address it, then there's a legitimate conversation saying, is this person in a rightful way to own a weapon with what could happen? And I think that is one, and I think that's what Tara was kind of tying into and saying, look, in certain instances where the state has a vested interest, can then prove in a court of law of denying those types of issues. But I think the red flag laws is a Band-Aid. The problem is mental health. So my point here specifically is when we're talking about mental health, we need to then say we need to hold our politicians accountable and say, provide the solutions to it. Because I can tell you right now in Texas, it is terrible.
I'm just looking at a chart that was, hold on a second. So I'm just looking at a chart that was sent to me by some of the listeners and just looking at the red states, and the death rate does appear to be higher in the red states. So, there does seem to be, there's a perception that, yeah.
Just to be clear, it's more, that's the CDC, mortality by firearm, which also includes suicides, just so we're clear on that.
Okay.
If you break it down by murder and homicides, the first three are District of Columbia, Maryland, Illinois, then South Carolina, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, New Mexico, Arizona, Alaska.
Pennsylvania with Philly, Louisiana with New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are the state rankings when it comes down to where the stuff is happening.
They want to give the red states, but they're not carving out the cities where the Democrats have run for years.
When you do it by
I'm just saying, we got to look at the stats. And even when you look at the red states and the Rust Belt, do you blame them? The globalists sold them out. They sold out the industrial base. When you look at the military, everybody said veterans. Listen, a lot of people on the left treat our veterans like pieces of shit. They won't hire them. They think they're psychos. So to hear, these people suddenly care now, it's just, I'm not saying that's you also. So I'm just saying
totally
in general.
Agree.
So Prodigal, to your point, I think this is something that we don't look at. So when we look at these statistics, we were sort of lumping everything together, right? But the reasons for these shootings, like Justin pointed out, some of it is suicide, some of it is maybe veterans, right? PTSD. So there's and some of it is crime. So there's
divorce,
lots of reasons.
Stuff like that. There's a lot of reasons.
Urban drug wars.
Divorce. Oh my God.
Well,
there's
I know people who've done it. I mean, you're laughing at it.
No.
The man loses
that was
his family. It's
the big multi-family suicide the other day. She filed divorce papers and killed his family.
Blow his brains out because his wife left him with his son. So, I literally had to clean the apartment. So, we could talk in theory all the time. I've seen it. I've lived with it. So I don't disagree. Mental health is a big issue. I agree.
Yeah, it seems
like
how much
the point is we need
instead of mental health.
We need to be able to sort of look at that data and really separate it out, and also look at, okay, we're looking at these states. Sometimes we have a higher occurrence because they're also urban. But I see, Dr. Dinesh, you have your hand up, so let's go to you and see what you've got to say. Welcome back to the stage.
Thank you. I want to be a little bit careful about the conversation around mental health specifically. So there's a study out of Columbia, which I know some people on the stage don't believe in data, but it's helpful to have data. They look at 1,315 mass shootings, 65% of which actually included firearms. And then they were looking at lifetime psychotic symptoms. And they noted that only about 11% of the perpetrators had psychotic symptoms, and 18% of the mass murderers who did not use firearms versus 8% that did had psychotic symptoms. And so, while I agree in principle about the connection between mental health and psychosis, I wanted to push back very strongly. This is actually not about psychosis specifically. Psychosis gets a lot of pushback.
And just Dr. Dinesh, before you continue, your mic is very kind of frazzled. So is there any way you can improve that a little bit for us?
Just give me a second. Is that better?
Much better.
So the point that I was making was, while I appreciate that we have a mental health crisis, I think most clinicians will tell you that it, as Jim was mentioning, has gotten much worse during the pandemic because of some of the policies of the administration and others.
I do want to be a little bit thoughtful about the fact that specifically when it comes to psychosis, and again, it's important for us to put together better systems for mental health. But I wanted to push back on the notion that psychosis specifically have a significant problem with violence. In fact, the data shows a completely different story. So there's a paper out of Columbia where they actually evaluated 1,315 mass murders, and I think I've said some of this, but I'll say it again, 65% of which actually included firearms, and lifetime psychotic symptoms were noted in 11% of perpetrators. I know that people expect
Does that include bipolar disorder or antisocial behavior? Or are you just talking specifically
So
psychosis?
specifically any psychotic symptoms lifetime. So whether with bipolar disorder, or whether it was bipolar disorder can be with or without hallucinations or psychotic symptoms. And so, the point here though was what they did find, and I'm happy to post the paper. What they did find was significant mental health issues that were non-psychotic in nature. And what that means is that we actually need to redefine and do a lot of research associated with this mass shootings to understand what are the earlier symptoms, and to just keep throwing out mental health issues is actually not the right answer, in my opinion. In fact, it's causing stigma for people that have mental health issues to go back and actually go and find help for this. There are a lot. Do you know that if you looked at the American population, what percentage of our loved ones actually have mental health issues? It's like saying that somebody has reflux or high blood pressure suddenly does this. I mean, it's a crazy notion to keep blaming mental health. I think it is incredibly stigmatizing for people with mental health issues. And I think that is very thoughtless. Now, if somebody...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jim.
No. I was going to go ahead, finish your point, but I do have a quick question after you're done. But go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
So specifically, what this tells us is that we have an underlying disease in this country. And that underlying disease is social isolation. There's actually, that has been, same paper from Colombia. If you actually look at the thing that was most predictive of people that were involved in mass shootings, they were socially isolated. We have a social isolation disorder in this country. And I think that we have to have a conversation around what we're doing to human beings and how we're treating each other. And we are actually self-isolating or forcing people to get isolated. And I think that we should have a deeper conversation around what's happening. And to try to make this into a political issue and making mental health into a political issue and blaming mental health for all of the ills of gun violence, I think is incredibly short-sighted.
So there's really a difference between chronic mental health issues and temporary ones of any sort or for any length, I mean, in duration. The COVID situation was obviously a severely acute one where this kind of isolation that can lead to temporary mental problems, was pretty severe. Was this getting bad before COVID as well? I mean, that was a big spike, but was it on the rise before that, as far as you know, Dr. Dinesh?
That paper was actually from before COVID.
Yeah. So, how do we make sense of this? And I know that the CDC looks to some degree at gun issues and gun violence issues. Based on that data, and I have my personal misgivings sometimes about how that data can be used for political purposes. But based on that data, what then do we understand as it relates to gun issues and the mental health connection?
It's very clear. We need to have a full-on evaluation on how we're treating young men in this country.
Is this tied to some of the social issues related to even gender issues or any similar kinds of cultural social issues that have been rising up?
We know the large majority of the people that are involved in mass shootings. This paper again went into deep detail around this, where the large majority of mass murders occurred in heterosexual men who are isolated. We have an issue in this country right now and again, I know I will sound very controversial. This last part is an opinion, not a fact. Okay? So I'm going to now speak not as a doctor, not as, this is me speaking from a personal perspective. We have men that are isolated from relationships with partners or spouses. We have men that are isolated in this country because of social media and other things. And we have a lot of men that have tons of hormones that are rushing and they have nothing to do with it. And that is causing a ton of problems. And I think that if we really want to solve this, we need to build better communities and we need to support these men who are being told that they're having all of these issues and that they're not important. And I know that sounds like a talking point, but if anybody has ever heard me before, I definitely do not lean towards prodigal in any sense of the word. But this is one issue that has become very, very big.
Yeah, but I wasn't the one who brought up the mental health issue. That was somebody else. And they were addressing it specifically for suicide. So I'm not sure if you even listened to what I say, but
no, I was saying
did agree
I
with a lot of
don't
what you
lean
said.
right. That was my point, actually, prodigal. But
yeah, I didn't used to lean right either till I saw, the tri-state collapse. I used to lean left till I saw Obama blow up the Middle East, not break up the banks, and have Citigroup appoint his cabinet and run
regardless,
fast
the
break.
point, the original
I used to
point
lean
was
left
different.
too,
The original point was different. Go
So,
ahead. I'm sorry, Tara.
well, no. So, Dr. Dinesh, this is really valuable. Thank you. I appreciate this. So, and I've often said that dealing with gun violence is a multi-pronged situation. And we can't ignore the Constitution. We have to go with what the courts have said about what's allowable. But we also need to do things in this area of isolation. So what do we do? Because I don't think, in all honesty, I don't think that Congress has ever put money in place to deal with these sorts of things. They don't deal with homeless. They don't deal with schools. They don't do things like that generally. That's generally not at the federal level. So what do we do?
I don't even pretend to know the answers. What I do know is that we need to have more of an effort earlier in life to try to identify men that are socially isolated and find ways to integrate them into the community. That has got to be a top priority right now, especially heterosexual men.
I think something that everyone seems to agree on the panel is that social isolation is a key component to a lot of what's driving a lot of this. So it's interesting that even the people who generally disagree with each other seem to really find a point of agreement here. I am going to go to Justin next. So Justin, feel free to unmute.
Yeah, let me see if I can put a little denouement on this. I know we're tapering down some point here, but look, I think there is this is a challenge that we have on many top issues that become heated, is that there's the divide in the details is so wide that we have to figure out, how we bridge that. So I'm basing this on a survey that was done last year by Rasmussen. Also mirrors pretty closely something that's done by Gallup. But basically they asked, what is there was that rash of mass shootings, as you remember, over the last few years, and they asked a question to several thousand likely voters in this case, and they want to know which is more to blame for mass shootings by young men in America. And it's many of the things we've talked about here. The top two, so 40% of people said mental health, 30% said access to firearms, 10% blamed it on family problems, another 10% on social media, 4% on school programs, and another 5% didn't know. But when you get into the details and you start breaking it out by Republican versus Democrat, conservative versus liberal, Gen X versus Gen Z and millennials, it's quite shocking. As far as mental health goes, Republicans by almost 57% of Republicans felt that it was mental health that was the main issue. Democrats and liberals, 20%. That's a huge gap, that 35% percentage gap. Then access to firearms, it completely flips. Democrats, 56%, conservatives, 9%, right? Really, really big gap there. That's a 40% gap. The rest of them, kind of fade into the distance. But those are the two primary things. And we're going to have to. I mean, those are such entrenchments that it's difficult, in my experience in politics, to ever move those things, even by incidents and everything else. Everyone's going to find their sort of moments. These last two incidents are just bizarre, right? In California, I'm in San Diego, but north of me, I grew up in the Bay Area and knew a lot of those places. It's just like, what is this about? This is just bizarre, right?
Justin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the one thing that confuses me about this is, the mental health industry really grew exponentially since the 1960s and 70s. And before then, we didn't have this mass shooting issue, right? It wasn't as common. So it can't just be mental illness. It has to be something cultural. It has to be something else. That I'm not saying it excludes it, but I'm just curious, if this industry has grown so much, why is the problem so much worse?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think we can all attribute it to something cultural happening, right?
Doesn't work. Clearly, it doesn't work.
Yeah, and so the idea is something cultural is broken, and obviously, in my opinion, the COVID shutdowns did not help in the least, right? We know the incredible impact that had on the mental health, especially of young women, and definitely the males felt it as well. But this is, we have some devastating things to sort of wrangle with here. And I don't pretend to know exactly the solutions, but I'm always of the opinion that you stick with the pillars of what our founders gave us, and try to build on some type of reasonable thing around that as best you can. But the data points, I love parsing them as much as anyone else. I got my Tableau up here. While we're talking, I'm just dragging and dropping dimensions and values every which way. But in the end, it's got to be those stories that help people sort of relate to what's going on here. I mean, I think one of the other challenges is we're very much, I think I mentioned this on a call the other day, we're an aging society. And when you have, they talked about this really interesting aspect. I've got 8 kids, as I mentioned. My oldest is 27. My youngest is 1 year old. Not all from the same wife. And I'm Mormon, but not that way either. I have an ex-wife, and we had 3 kids together. And then, I have 3 kids with my current wife, and she brought 2 to the family too. But when I look at my kids who are in their 20s and my son who's just turning 20, they have a very different experience than I had growing up. They don't really date. They don't have a lot of none of them. My son and my daughter never had sex until I think they get married. It's just it's interesting stuff, right? And it shows a shift in society, and I'm not quite sure what to make of it. But it definitely has this cultural shift. But I think one of the main impacts
but
is
Justin,
our age.
If you compare that to Japan, right? You've seen the decline in their birth rate, their aging population, the lack of sexual activity. Has Japan experienced the same proliferation of this type of gun violence? I mean, I guess they banned guns. Never mind.
Well, and I think in China, you're going to see some big issues there too, because you got 150 million 30-year-olds or more who literally have no chance for a bride because they'll
import them from Russia and Ukraine from this.
It'll be really interesting. So
when you're talking about something that has been going on, I mean, when we're talking about, I think a few people have brought this up, is this sense of loss of community, and I do wonder how much has that loss of community has come. We don't have a lot of places where people congregate, and especially during COVID, a lot of life has become online. So this sense of community, people who have religious affiliation, they might find it if they go to churches or synagogues or temples, something like that. But for the most part, a lot of people have sort of lost that sense of community, and perhaps that there's something to that idea that loss of community is because of this kind of virtual world that we live in, has contributed to this disconnect that we have from each other. Because if you mentioned Japan, Prodigal, and Japan they have a much more strong kind of sense of community, of responsibility to each other, and so their culture is very different. It's changing. But you can leave, a purse there, for example. You can leave it for a day, and you can come in a store or a coffee shop, and you come back and it's going to be there. And part of that is because they do see each other in a more kind of communal way. But I'll go to Brick
But
House.
Catherine, can I ask you one question
Yeah,
before you go? I mean,
yeah. Go
I
ahead.
guess for
Yeah, yeah.
Japan, my only point would be, and I'm not sure if this is, probably their honor culture has part to do with it that still exists, but I guess the ills that affect us is affecting them, which when you see their suicide rate and just the vast suicides they have there. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of them don't have. I mean, they have no immigration to speak of, and so they're literally a society that's losing its population year after year, and that has dramatic impacts on things when people aren't around. And I'll tell you, I brought my young child, my fifth child, and we went to Hawaii, and this was just right before the pandemic, and I couldn't walk a block. It was high tourist season, and the far Asian countries were over here in Hawaii, and they were vacationing, have a great time. I couldn't go a block without them stopping me to look at a child because a lot of them just don't have that experience in the last few years. It's a really interesting phenomenon, but I think we have a lot to sort of sift through.
Can I make one? I had one suggestion about this. It's probably more like a Band-Aid, but there's a program in South Carolina called Call Me Mister.
Is it me or is everyone quiet?
No, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Okay.
Mario, can you hear Shira's talking?
It's called.
I couldn't. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Okay, it's called Call Me Mister, and it's trying to get more male teachers, these happen to be minority teachers in the schools, to give kids a role model. And I do think encouraging programs like that, whether or not minorities or not, but getting more men as teachers, might be helpful to deal with some of the disaffection, and also the fact that people don't understand boys to a certain extent, and teachers don't understand, that they're maybe high-spirited, but they're not criminals, let's just say. And I sort of feel like those sort of programs should be supported whenever they can, but I recognize a Band-Aid, but that's something that I sort of believe in. Thanks.
I'll give you one more example. This is from the Middle East. I had a group of women that I knew who went, and men and women who went over there, and they were trying to deal with, the intense violence, not only between the West and the Middle East, but between factions within the Middle East, which is even, our type of violence that we see in terrorism pales in comparison to what they've done to each other. And what they would do is, these are my friends in the Mormon church, and they just had an ancillary group, not related to the church, but they went over there with all of our ancestry kits and everything else there, both DNA and genealogical kits, and they would take samples from warring tribes, and then they would show them how they're all related. And they would bring these to the two fiefdoms, and they'd say, "Hey, look, your brother Muhammad here is friends with Sarif over here. You guys are cousins by this." And it started healing these people because they believe so deeply in tradition and so deeply in their religious beliefs, right? That when they saw those connections, it started to heal some of those warring tribe things, and it actually brought peace to a few of them. And I think that's one of the things that we have, is that when you bring in so many people, you lose. When we went from the melting pot to the tossed salad, it just doesn't have the same richness. I'll just be honest there.
So, Bricks, sorry, I always mispronounce your name, but let's go to you for a comment, and then I'll switch over to Mario.
All right, no problem. Hey, I was listening to what Justin was saying about the breakdown of people who will attribute rise in violence to availability of guns or other problems. And one thing that struck me that I haven't heard discussed yet is that a lot of people in America just don't have a fluency with how firearms are used and differences and nuances of firearms. A firearm's a tool. And like any tool, I mean, you might have 5 or 6 different type of hammers in your garage. You can have a roofing hammer, a framing hammer, a ball peen hammer. Firearms are all different. And there's a sizable amount of people today, as a percentage of Americans, who just really don't have the experience with firearms that if you went back to the 1950s, what percentage of Americans knew what a rifle was, knew what a revolver was, knew how it worked. And they look at a gun like an AR-15. It's black. it has AR, that means it's an assault rifle. They don't recognize that stands for Armalite, the manufacturer of the weapon. They think it's something else. And it would be nice. I would love to see that type of question with some sort of qualification. Do you at least know what these guns do? It's not a boogeyman. It's not. You've got to have some familiarity with it to make an informed decision. At the same time, I don't think people realize. Some people think it's just so easy to get a gun. Like it's really simple. The Constitution says shall not be infringed. There's an awful lot of infringement going on here, people. It is not really easy to own firearms. It's not easy to get ammunition. This is not like a walk in the cake park thing where there's some sort of ice cream man van full of guns and ammo that comes down the street and you just flag them down and buy your stuff. It's not like that. And some people think it is really easy. So there's in this type of thing where you're polling people in America and you're asking them what's the problem, there's a significant lack of accuracy because people just don't understand firearms. And that should be part of that poll. I mean, they need to expose that because without it, you've got all these differences that are showing up. And I think a lot of those could be explained by looking at, well, do you have any experience with firearms? What is a semi-automatic handgun? Some people will think you just pull the trigger and it just keeps firing. It's an automatic weapon. It has the word automatic in it. And that's not the way these guns work. Look, does Alec Baldwin know how firearms work? Probably not. I mean, people just don't know. I mean, there are real problems here. And I just, I just want to bring that up.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And actually, it's funny. I went to a gun range for the first time in my life ever, and did learn how to use one. And it's really fun. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily pro gun, but I do think it's important to learn and understand these things before you talk about them. So it's a very good point. I'll go to Mario. Mario has some special news and a bit of an announcement, so we'll switch to Mario.
Yeah, no special news, but a cool announcement. So is my mic okay,
I just
Catherine?
wanted to make it look good.
I am.
It's a little bit. I hear a bit of background noise. Like
there is. I'm just outside, so I do apologize for the background noise on the cafe. But yeah, I do want to give the so you can see the topic, the panel.
Pull the mic.
Okay. Is it better now, Nick? Better now?
Yes, that's better.
Cool. Yeah, you can see the title of the space changed. So we've got Nelson and Jonathan jumping in to take over the room. We've got their show now. I think you've been to their spaces before, and we'll be partnering with them to do it here. So they'll be taking over the discussion, everyone. Make sure you go to the comments and start sharing your questions for the panelists. We're going to be discussing the Biden versus Trump, who's the best, who's the worst president in U.S. history. As you can see, guys, I didn't do much talking today. I think we're just testing different things to have the show run for longer and have other great panelists and hosts take over the discussion. But maybe Catherine and Nick, you want to just sum up the discussion about the gun debate, what your final thoughts are, guys, and then give the mic to Nelson to take over the space and get the energy up.
Yeah, Nick, take it away first.
All right, I will take it away first. All right,
and Jim is, I see Jim is there. I'd love Jim's thoughts as well after Catherine. Go ahead, Nick.
Sure.
So it seems like a lot of what we learned is the gun debate is much more polarized than we probably thought before, especially given the events that have happened over the past few days. There seems to be a constitutional dilemma, I guess we'll say, amongst both sides. We did cite a lot of cases from the Supreme Court, about the actual meaning of the language in the Second Amendment of the United States. Seems to be one side that really wants to push to either highly amend that amendment, or and then another side that wants to go with the original text of the amendment. And I think this is going to be an ongoing debate for a while, but we'll see how the government responds here over the next week or two, given that they probably have a little bit more capital to try to change some laws, given the recent events. But it's yet to see.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm going to say is I generally started as being kind of anti-gun in general, and my thinking on this has evolved through time, and I'm still, I do believe in legislation And but in talking and listening to some of this discussion, I think one thing is that my takeaway from some of this conversation is that we really need to look at the issues in a more holistic way, all of us, and look at what are the things that are causing the issues in the first place, because the US does have a bit of a unique problem with guns, and it's not necessarily the guns themselves. I think there's lots of circumstances there, and I think we need to really look and address those specific elements. And I think until we do that, I think that's much more key to the discussion than just outright outlawing guns. So I think we need to try to deal with those issues first instead of just doing a blanket outlaw on guns. So that's where I've kind of come around in my thinking. Jim, over to you.
Well, I'm convinced that it's interesting, and it's hard for people in this day and age to figure out why, or at least some people, and maybe everyone. But the reality is that guns are an embedded part of American culture in ways that people around the world, or in most places around the world, just it's hard for them to comprehend. And so when we come to this debate, particularly when folks are entering from other countries, it just seems odd. Why is this the way it is? And you can tell that there are some shifting opinions on this in recent decades, and for various reasons, some of which for people who are just really concerned about what guns bring to a society. Some people that are preemptively attempting to stop crime and thinking that the gun is the center of the crime. And but in reality, a gun is a tool, and as with any tool, what really matters is the person utilizing it and how they utilize it, and the motivations behind which they utilize it. It can be for security, where someone says, I train my gun, I learn how to use it so that I can protect myself if it would ever come, even if it never that necessity never comes. Others avoid the topic and the issue altogether in terms of utilizing that tool, and I think that often puts in place some degree of fear or concern or uncertainty that might cause them not to be able to connect with someone who actually enjoys using them more. Other people just are ambivalent about it. But what no one is ambivalent about is that when you see that there are mass shootings that take place from time to time, that concerns everyone. And I think for all of us, no matter what our position on guns are, need to think through what it means that those things happen, to have an objective ability to analyze why that might happen beyond what our first impression is, and then to take that information and come up with a very real policy. That's hard to do. We find out through discussions like this how difficult and challenging that can be.
Cool. And Nelson, the mic is yours. Jonathan, Nelson, Grant is here as well, guys. The mic is yours. By the way, everyone, the comment section in the bottom right corner isn't working, so I've just pinned a tweet above. You can ask your questions there, comment, share your thoughts for the guys. But otherwise, yeah, Nelson, all yours, man.
Let's talk about it. I mean, oh my God, Jonathan Bang, it's good to see you here on a roundtable, man. And yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the room. Welcome to the show. We call this the Night Show. And, we have a very provocative title that we put up today. And the reason being, I feel like Biden has absolutely ruined this country. Me personally, right? And Jonathan, we were on the phone earlier today, and he's on the opposite side of the spectrum. He feels like Biden's doing a much better job than Trump ever did. And I say, you know what? Let me call my man Mario with the round table, right? Let's bring this conversation to the masses, and let's get down to business and see what people really think. So that being said, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the round table. The title of this conversation is Biden versus Trump. Who is the worst U.S. president in recent history? Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about it, man. Jonathan, how you feeling today, my brother? Are you ready to debate? Are you ready to battle? Are you ready to go? You sound like you're on top of the bathroom right now. No, John, you really do sound like you're in the bathroom.
Oh no!
Like really. You sound like you're taking a shower. You sound like you're taking a shower with Biden.
I mean, we're all taking a bath in the Biden economy, but it sounds like you're really taking a bath.
Sound like he's taking a bath in the toilet.
I think it was Jonathan. It was Nick. I think someone had unmuted their mic, and that's why I muted everyone, and it worked. Yeah, not you. Someone did. It should be good now. Look, I muted everyone, and Jonathan's good now. Test it out now, Jonathan. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
not good
though.
though.
It sounds a little echoey. Like
I mean, you sound as terrible as your talking points tonight. I'm
He hasn't talked yet. Give him a chance.
I mean, we can reasonably assume that, Jonathan's going to be on some BS. I mean, come on. It's Jonathan.
Nelson, let's talk about it, man. Come on.
No, you're good. You're good now.
You sound
good
much
now.
better now.
Okay, I'm going to jump right in then. Man.
Let's talk about it.
On this. Give me some metrics. How the hell can you sit here and tell me, honestly, Nelson, I didn't even think this was a fair title. I was like, is this question not been answered already? Is this not, even more humiliating for Biden than he's already done for himself? I mean, what are we even talking about at this point? What has he accomplished that is better than what the Trump administration has done?
Well, first of all, Nick, your sound is awful and blurry, just like your common sense. But sorry, I'm doing.
Okay, Kathleen, we'll see.
I am doing the Nelson thing. But also,
Nelson, you're making everybody mean.
Let's talk about it. Let's air out our grievances, man.
We're just doing a little snippy. But what is it that the Biden hasn't accomplished? Like, I want to hear, people keep saying that Biden is like the worst president, so terrible, but people are not using facts either on your side of the argument. So I don't, economy is bad, sure, but is it Biden, or is it like the economy is just generally bad everywhere right now? There was a little thing called the pandemic everywhere. I mean, is it all Biden? Why is it all on his shoulders? I'm just being devil's advocate here.
Did the mandates help the healthcare industry? Did they help law enforcement? Did they help the cities? I mean, people look at it and they claim it's the Great Resignation. No, a lot of people, you try to force them to take a medical procedure they didn't want to take. They left. They're not going to go back and work for people there. You look at household debt levels. They're at all-time highs. You look at U.S. household formation. They're at multi-decade lows. You look at hardship withdrawals from 401ks. They're at record levels since they began tracking it. So what exactly is going on that is so great that everybody likes? To my knowledge, Trump didn't start a new war. He wasn't egging them on. Maybe he did support in Yemen a little bit. But what has Biden done? I'm confused. I know he tied the free school lunch program to transgender ideology, and if your school doesn't do it, then your kids are going to starve. But what exactly do we like? I'm curious.
Prodigal, I feel like, when it comes to this debate, we need to start at the very beginning, right? And, I have a few things that I can just shoot from the hip right now in regards to this conversation. Number one, how he handled the withdrawal in Afghanistan. Absolutely terrible. Made us look like the laughing stock, right? That's number one. That was the first thing he did. And I was like, very interesting. Okay?
But Nelson, he did drone bomb that the aid worker who helped the Allied forces in Afghanistan and said he killed terrorists. I mean, that was a great thing. I mean, that was beautiful.
Okay, I'll take that. Okay. But anyways, real quick, before I start these talking points, I really want to make sure that we have a balanced stage. You know, I don't want to make this an echo chamber on either side. You know, I know I'm a hard conservative. I know Jonathan's a hard liberal loony. And I just want to make sure that we have a balanced stage. So if you guys are in the audience and you want to join this conversation, whether you're on the left or on the right, hit the request button, and we're going to be cycling through speakers just to make sure we get as many voices heard as possible, of course, in a balanced fashion. But so once again, the withdrawal in Afghanistan, terrible. Okay. The handling of the COVID pandemic, from his vice president going up there during the campaign saying she wouldn't take a Trump vaccine to all of a sudden starting to mandate the Trump vaccine, questionable. Okay. And aside from all that, right, he did something that I consider to be, I mean, probably the worst thing I've ever seen a U.S. president do. You know, to go up there, I think this was the winter of, 2021. He went up there and he said this would be a winter of death and illness for the unvaccinated. I mean, that has to be the most divisive thing any president has gone up there to say ever in our history. We all can agree on that. I see Jonathan's flashing his microphone.
Jonathan, you got to fix that mic, man. You got to fix that mic.
You got to fix your mic, bro. It's terrible. Terrible. Just like what you were about to say, I bet. But Nick, I mean, do you see where I'm coming from, bro? Has any president ever gone up there with the purpose of further dividing us, just as he did?
Well, no, but it's all a power grab. This is the way that the Democrats have gotten in power over the past, that's how they forced Trump out of office right here. That was divide and conquer. That's all it was, right? Because they had to try to start a race war. They had to try to the whole Russia hoax, which the Twitter files have now proven that it was, it came out that the Democrats were literally pushing lies to Twitter, telling them that they needed to be pushing these lies out onto the people, right? To try to influence that election in 2020, to try to discredit Donald Trump, to say that his presidency was not legitimate, right? And so they create all of these controversies. They start all of these, all this social warfare, and then they put this guy in there. And look, so of course they have to continue dividing us. That's where they get their power from.
Nick, we had an election and Trump lost. Now, you don't want to maybe believe that, but that is in fact the case. And the worst thing—
You're putting words in my mouth.
You said the Democrats pushed him out, right? No, he lost an election. Got it? That's very different than pushing someone out.
But Tara, move away from that point, right? Let's focus on this, right? No. Jonathan, your microphone is bad, bro. You got to fix that.
It's pretty terrible.
You got to fix that, bro. It's terrible, right? So, Tara, why don't you address what I just said in regards to the president being that divisive to go up there and say this will be a winter of death and illness for the unvaccinated?
I think that was wrong. I don't think he should have said that. And clearly, well, it is wrong, just factually. But I will say this, that Donald Trump said hideous things about Democrats. He continues to spew shit to this day. And somehow he's Teflon. He can say it because people assume that he's mean and nasty, right? So they assume, he's just going to say that, ha, ha, ha. Well, it's not ha, 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 okay? He said equally disgusting, awful things about so many people, and I know you've heard it, Nelson, so don't
bring the facts, though. Give me something that's out there. Bring the facts.
I think he retweeted something saying the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat. He said that people should go back to their country.
That's propaganda. That's propaganda.
He said the congresswomen should go back to their country when in fact they were American citizens. That's really shitty, isn't it? You don't think that's shitty to tell American
it depends
citizens?
if she committed immigration fraud.
One second, Prodigal.
No. People,
guys, let's do this. Let's get one mic on Tara. So here's the deal. I see we have a few conservatives on stage. We have to let the liberals talk. Just like I want Jonathan and Tara to let the other side talk. Okay, so let's get one mic on Tara. Tara, go ahead. Let's talk about it.
He said, I believe, with Democrats who did not applaud his speech were in State of the Union, like that's very common for the other side not to. He said they were un-American and treasonous. He did this sort of stuff all the time, is what I'm saying. Okay? Now you're picking up on Biden saying something that I think was wrong. But at the end of the day, Trump did this every day, but people accepted it because he had that was his character, they thought. But what I will say, and this is my main, in many ways, my main, not only did I think he was, he was the most divisive person I can imagine, starting from, the Obama birtherism thing, which he carried out for 3 years after everybody else had stopped. What is that racism? Let's get real. But the worst thing I think he did was he made people not believe in our electoral system for no reason other than he was a sore loser. And to me, that continues to this day. We still have about 75% of Republicans think elections aren't fair and free when we really had a very fair and free election.
Wait. Did the Democrats not do that for 4 years? Did Hillary Clinton not push the narrative that Russia stole the election in 2016?
Let me ask you something. If you were to ask Democrats, if you were to do a poll, if they thought that the elections were free, in other words, there wasn't electoral fraud per se, got it? Right? People didn't, change voting machines, didn't have mules doing ballot, all that sort of stuff, right? If you were to ask Democrats, I'm venturing to say that about 90%, 95% would say yes. The elections were free. The elections were free, okay? But if you were to ask Republicans to this day, whether they think those things happened, 75% of them will think, yes, they did. That was all Donald Trump. It still is.
That number is
what's the
way
stats for
inflated.
independence? You haven't done independence. Forget the left and right. Have you looked at what independents believe?
Well, I would suspect, no, I haven't. So why don't you tell me?
It's above 40% for independents.
Yes.
Listen,
I
don't disagree. There's some issues that nobody can deny. Like we're both older here, right? We were around in 2000. I don't want to make this about the election because that's not what this is about. But I can tell you that never in my lifetime have I seen multiple battleground states stop counting at the same time and then take multiple weeks to go. In 2000 for Florida, it was a recount. I've never in my life seen in the TCF Center in Detroit a cardboard and poster board blocking vote counting. And you can look to Georgia. This was covered by the Washington Post and the AP News. CISA admitted after the election in a lawsuit that there were major vulnerabilities with the system. And we're not going to rehash 2020 here. I understand that. But it's not a right thing. A growing percentage of independents and people in the middle find it very odd, especially in 2022, when 22 districts, voting centers in Harris County go down, and they're in heavily Republican areas when they know Republicans vote on the same day. Same thing can be said in Maricopa County, which is the most populous, and they know that Republicans vote on that day.
Stop telling your people to vote.
Get resolved.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
No, I said stop telling your people to vote on the same day. You guys are telling your people not to trust absentee balloting or early voting. You can't then come back and complain. You can't come back and complain later on.
Well, the people who run the election shouldn't have it.
I feel like you guys are running in circles right now. You guys are running around like headless chicken right now, doing a Tara and Jonathan dance. I mean, listen. And here's the deal with the liberals, right? Especially Terry and Jonathan. You bring up one thing and they deflect. And here's the problem with us conservatives. They lead us on and we follow them every step of the way through the BS, right? We don't focus on the main issues. We don't hold them to the fire. That's the problem. And that's what Terry was just doing right now. Listen. So I'm going to go to TC, right? He's a very popular liberal, right? And I want to get his take on the conversation so far, right? And I want to go back to Biden going up there and saying this will be a winter of death and illness for the unvaccinated. TC, are you here? First and foremost,
what's up,
are you here?
What's going on?
I'm going to ask you this question head on. Is that the most divisive thing you've ever heard a U.S. president say before? Honestly.
No, honestly, I can't say that that's the most divisive thing I ever heard a U.S. president say. No. I can honestly say that I've heard Trump say more divisive things about the United States of America than Biden would ever say. I mean, Donald Trump.
Bring the facts.
Yeah,
let's talk about
Donald Trump literally gets on his Truth Social and bashes the United States economy, bashes the United States government, bashes the United States democracy.
Yeah, but TC, one second, right? Truth Social was set up after Trump left office. Trump isn't a president right now. Okay? So, and Trump definitely doesn't have as much power as he had while he was president. Okay? Fox News and CNN aren't reposting what happens on Truth Social. Okay? So let's really hone in on what you think Trump said during his presidency that makes him more divisive than Biden is. Let's talk about it. You see what I'm saying with these Democrats, Nick? They try to flip-flop. You see what I'm saying?
Come down to Washington, D.C. on January 6th will be wild was probably one of the most divisive things any president of the United States have ever said.
But why is that inherently why? Why is that inherently divisive?
Inciting an insurrection against the U.S. government.
How is that inciting an insurrection?
It's never happened before. The president of the United States single-handedly...
Wait, you didn't see the people attacking the White House and the Secret Service agents being attacked? I mean, I remember they burnt down a church. You weren't there for that? Wait, you thought this was only happening on January 6th? I saw the whole country burn down during the Summer of Love. I saw more people die in Chop and Chaz than on January 6th. I'm confused. That's the only time you care about violence? I saw multiple billions in damage.
There's only been one president in U.S. history who single-handedly subverted the authority of the U.S. elections by filing hundreds of meritless claims against the election, and all of them coming up false, yet and still incites people to go and attack the Capitol building on January 6th, certifying the election of Joe Biden. How many elections?
You do realize the bulk of them were kicked out.
Guys, we can't do that. We can't do that. It's 2-on-1. You guys keep interrupting it. Let's let the Democrats do that. Come on, conservatives. Let's get this shit together, man. Let's talk about it. Okay? So let's get one mic on TC, and when he's done, we'll blast his ass, just like we do Jonathan on a daily basis. TC, let's talk about it.
How many elections since Donald Trump election has been stolen? Look at what Kari Lake is doing in Arizona, right? That election was stolen all of a sudden, right? Because Kari Lake legitimately lost an election. How many more elections will we see in the U.S. elections that is going to be stolen as a result of the crap that's been coming and spewing out of the president's mouth, the former president's mouth? As far as I'm concerned, Nelson, there's only one president. There's only one president in U.S. history who has encouraged throngs of his supporters to invade the Capitol for the first time in U.S. history to try and insurrect a U.S. election, and that's Donald Trump. And I would venture
when
to
he
say,
said march there and make your voices peacefully heard. What are you talking about?
There's only one president that will be indicted in U.S. history and sent to prison, and that's also Donald Trump.
Because we're a banana republic.
No.
And I also want to say to TC that guess what? Donald Trump doesn't have 13 U.S. troops dead on his hands because of the lack of information and shutting down an airport in Afghanistan and hiring subcontracting a civilian plane to take out American troops. Why would you?
Anthony Glenn, that's why I brought you up to the stage. Let's circle back to the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. That was the first Biden fuck up, right? But most people really don't understand, what happened in Afghanistan with that withdrawal. So, Anthony Glenn, break it down for us. What happened in Afghanistan with those troops? And, let's go ahead and talk about it. Let's do it.
Absolutely. 13 days after 9/11, I was in Afghanistan fighting for our country. Okay. I was over there. There's an air base called Bagram Air Base, which we the U.S. troops, what typically we'll do is we'll get the airfield and where we can get egress and ingress into that airport. That airport has been the way we've gotten troops, ammunition, and people in and out for over 20 years, right? And Biden decided to go on national television and tell the enemy when we were leaving. So imagine shutting down, imagine taking up armored vehicles and weapons with a country that is super scared and saying, hey, we're leaving tomorrow. And you drive to the airport and there's no security there. And then you lose 13 people, 13 U.S. soldiers dead on the hands of, Biden's mess up. Okay. Anybody in their right mind would have told the military not to do anything like that, because we've been getting troops in and out of there safely. You get everybody out, you leave a small forces back, you make sure you keep that secure airport good to go, and then you get the American troops out safely. But no, he wanted to be a hero, okay, and send everybody to San Diego International Airport with no security. It's asinine. And then on top of that, it just makes us look weak because we didn't retaliate for a situation like that, man. I have troops that had died and sacrificed their lives for that. And guess what? That day was the bloodiest battle, a loss of American troops in the decade. 13 dead. Explain that, TC.
Yeah. And guess what? Anthony Glenn, just to clarify, that happened under Joe Biden, correct?
Absolutely.
Do you think Trump would have made that same mistake?
Hell no.
Okay,
we would have at least retaliated if something like that happened. But I mean, this is the dirty little stuff that you guys don't hear about. We had American planes, C-17s. We had American Air Force planes that could have got those troops out of there safely. What the hell are we going to a local international airport to get out of Afghanistan? It doesn't make any sense because it's not secure.
Yeah. So I do want to make this point real quick. I really want to ask Jonathan and Tara here. How do you defend the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which wasn't even hardly a withdrawal? We got chased out by cavemen with AK-47s from the 80s, that were given to them by Russia. Okay? How do you defend that withdrawal? And it is also worth noting that Donald Trump, for 18 months, did not have a single troop that was killed in Afghanistan. Not a single one. Biden goes in, as soon as he touches it, 13 troops dead. How do you defend that?
Well, that was a Donald Trump withdrawal. That was the date he set, and we abided by that. Donald Trump negotiated that withdrawal prior to leaving the office. So let's guys, that's what I'm saying. You can't just say stuff, Nick, and not really know the historical context behind it.
But Jonathan, you would say something like that, man. But but think about it.
No, Tony, was that Donald Trump? Did Donald Trump negotiate that withdrawal? Did Donald Trump?
It's a totally arbitrary date.
No, he did not. Donald Trump gave that date. That's the date that Donald Trump gave.
The date could have been moved, Jonathan. If you couldn't move the date, if it wasn't safe enough and you didn't have the intel to get those troops out of there safely, you don't, as an American president, you can't say, you know what, we need to do some more intel to make sure that these kids, right now, today, 2023, there's 13 families negatively affected by that situation. 13
The Taliban
families.
wouldn't move the date. The Taliban wasn't about that. That wasn't something that was negotiated.
Who cares?
That was something that was negotiated by Donald Trump. That was something that was negotiated by Donald Trump. Let's call a spade, guys. Because that was Donald Trump's date. That was Donald Trump's negotiation.
Let me ask you a question. Are you eating right now? Do you have something in your mouth?
No, I don't.
Because it sounds like a bunch of fucking word salad.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, okay. I mean, it's like a bunch of bullshit. Jonathan, when did we start negotiating with terror?
Bro,
the United States.
I don't know. Ask Donald Trump.
When did we start? Wait.
You just shut yourself in the hole. That statement. Go ahead.
Jonathan, right? When did we start taking orders from terrorists as to when we leave there? Listen,
that statement is up to Donald Trump. Ask Donald Trump. He was the one that negotiated.
Listen, bro. Listen, we are the United States of America. Biden is the president, right? Biden runs the show, right? If Biden wants to move a date, the date's going to be moved. Taliban cannot do nothing. Absolutely nothing. What are you talking about? Okay?
Nelson,
he screwed it up. He fucked it up. And now you guys are here trying to cover for him. I don't understand.
You asked, when did we start negotiating with terrorists? Well, that was when Donald Trump signed the Doha Agreement.
No.
That's
completely different.
With them. He signed the agreement with them. Now, look, I'm not going to say Biden didn't mess it up because I think he did. But Donald Trump signed an agreement. One of the prerequisites for the agreement was that the Taliban would not be attacking our troops during this period. And they didn't. But had we not continued the withdrawal, they would have immediately rushed to attack our troops, right? That was the conundrum that Biden found himself in. Now, I will say I thought he handled it poorly. I agree with Anthony that there should have been much more security there. We should not have closed that airport down, etc. But at the end of the day, you cannot totally absolve Donald Trump from this. Thanks.
Man, this is
There were.
absolutely
I'm going to
ridiculous.
say one thing. I'm going to leave Nelson because I
Jump in,
got to
Prodigal.
lose.
Let's talk about
There
it.
were clear parameters for the Trump withdrawal. His withdrawal was supposed to be in May. If they were attacking and advancing, he would have bombed the shit out of them like he had always done. Biden didn't honor the deal, didn't defend against it, and it all collapsed in front of his face, even though his own military told him so, and he didn't do it. So, yes, he negotiated the withdrawal, but there were clear parameters the Taliban had to abide by for it to occur. Biden said it's not going to happen, basically, and didn't actually hold the Taliban accountable when it occurred. I don't think we should have been in Afghanistan as long as we were, but, you have to look at it with a little bit of context. I'm going to head out, Nelson, but good luck with the space, Mario. John, enjoy your nights.
Let's do it. Don't worry. I'll destroy Jonathan and Tara for you. Absolutely. It'll be my pleasure.
Notice something, Tara? They conveniently forgot to mention that Trump negotiated that withdrawal. Now they're like, oh, yeah, he did, but,
There were terms. Were there terms to the withdrawal? Were there terms? Did Biden abide by them? Did Biden hold the Taliban accountable when they violated them? Who was president in that period? Come on.
No. Once again,
Trump
Biden
also
did,
negotiated.
No one's saying Biden did a great job.
Jonathan, Trump also negotiated phase 1 of the trade deal with China. Biden didn't hold them accountable for anything. China didn't abide by one of the requirements of phase 1. So is that Trump's fault too, or is that Biden? I remember he appointed John Podesta's brother, Tony, not Tony. John Podesta's brother was basically a lobbyist for Huawei, and he managed to get their ex-head out of Canada back to China. Is that Trump's fault too? I'm curious. Who was in power? Let's have an honest conversation. But enjoy your night, and don't gaslight too hard.
100%. Now, Jonathan, beyond that, right? Listen, for Catherine to stay silent the whole time, it means I'm correct, okay? Because usually she'll just jump in and back you liberals. But clearly you're wrong. Biden screwed up with the Afghanistan withdrawal. Now, let's get to the next part, the next thing I want to talk about. And by the way, that's 1-0 to Joe Biden, by the way. Let's tally it up, everybody. 1-0 to Joe Biden, okay? Now,
well.
Oh, here we go with that bush. Okay. I woke up the dragon. Let's talk about it.
The Afghanistan withdrawal. Okay. I definitely think Biden screwed that up. So I'll give you that one. Although, Trump probably deserves some of the blame because the original deal was negotiated by him. And so some of the blame should go to him as well. But we'll give, so I don't know if it's a draw. But we'll give Biden the final, blame. The voting aspect, I think I'll give that one to Trump. So that one so we're at 1-1, I think, Nelson, because I think when you create such a huge distrust in the voting system, you're creating a pretty bad, you're setting a very, very bad precedent because you have a whole bunch of people who no longer trust the system, and you can't really run a democracy that way.
But Catherine, if the system is flawed, the system is flawed.
But is it flawed? He never proved that there was. We know. Look, we know now that there's definitely interference. But if we're talking about voting machines and things like that, which is what Tira brought up, that's a different issue. So, was there influence? Was there fake Russian stories? Was there, Twitter, social media, that kind of stuff? That's a different thing. But when we're talking about voting machines, rigged elections in that way, that was never proven. So,
and not only, Catherine, was it not proven, it was disproven in many cases. Literally, if you look at the suitcases of votes in Georgia, you'll find that was just typically the containers in which ballots were held after they were separated from their envelopes. That was completely made up. If you look at dead people voting in Georgia, you'll find out, no, it wasn't 5,000, whatever. There were 2, right? Which probably happens. There's always some small things that happen in every election. If you look at Sharpies, things like Sharpies in Arizona, that was bullshit. If you look at out-of-state trucks, remember that one? Oh, out-of-state trucks are bringing ballots in, and that means they're just doing bad things. And you know what that was? That was because the state moves ballots from one location to another to count them to a central location. And guess what? It rents trucks that have out-of-state license plates. Big whoop. Every single thing was proven to be wrong, and it didn't matter to Donald Trump because he kept repeating the same shit.
You see. Okay. All right.
Those are good points. Those are good points, Nelson.
They're absolute trash points. Bullshit. Call the
How do you
garbage.
debunk
Call the
these
garbage
points,
guys,
Nelson?
man.
You
Listen,
can't debunk them. You can't call them bullshit if you don't debunk them, Nelson.
you know what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do. The garbage guys usually come to my house on Wednesdays, so I'm just gonna package Tira's bullshit, throw it in my trash, and make sure it's ready for pickup on Wednesday. How about that? You like that? I like that.
No.
Okay. So let's do this, right? Let's get to the next part. And this is also something I believe that, check it out. Do you know how much money we've printed so far under the Biden administration in the United States? Those guys have literally single-handedly destroyed our economy. When Trump was in office, we had a booming economy. Absolutely booming. Everybody was making money
during the pandemic, right?
Tara, let me finish. Okay. Biden came into office, and you guys cannot disprove this. Okay. Biden came into office. We have record high inflation, right? Interest rates rose at the fastest pace we've ever seen in U.S. history, right? He's already breaking records. Okay. Look at the economy. Look at all the money that's been printed in this economy. And it's just been 2 years. Tara, 2 years. Okay. Now Google's firing people. Goldman Sachs is firing people. Mortgage companies are firing people. People are losing their jobs. It's going to be a hell of a year. Right. And guess who is running the ship while all this is taking place? Joe Biden. Okay. Nobody can disprove that. So Jonathan, Catherine, Tara, I really want to see what kind of pushback you have today. Nobody can. I mean, there's nothing you can say.
How much did Donald Trump raise the deficit by the way? Was it 3.9 trillion? I'm just asking.
Why?
What I do know is he signed that legislation, the Tax Cuts Act for small businesses. I mean, ain't nobody look. You
fundamentally, Anthony did not help most middle class people, as you know. In fact, it helped most of the big corporations.
Do you think adding 87,000 IRS agents helps the middle class?
That is okay. So listen to me. Yes, I actually do. I think it helps the economy.
Oh my
Here's the
God.
thing. It's not happening in 1 year. You don't even know the details and you're making it up. Okay. This is the IRS, as we all know, has been understaffed. People left during the pandemic. It is now down to levels it was down in about 1970, I believe. This money to hire 87,000 agents over the course of 10 years. These people have not been hired yet. This is not one massive thing that they're going to come out and audit you. This is nonsense. They need to replenish the people they lost, and they also need new people because the IRS is not responding to inquiries, is not doing audits of anyone, etc. And if you've ever tried to reach the IRS, you will see they don't have agents to even answer. So this is all a Republican nonsense talking point as far as I'm concerned.
Tara, didn't you benefit from these tax cuts as an entrepreneur?
So listen, Anthony, the tax system to me, no. Some people do, but let me just tell you something.
Sounds
the
like
major
you loving
corporations were supposed to give money back in bonuses. Remember that?
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you benefit from the tax benefits that Trump put into place? Yes, no.
I think overall I was sort of a neutral, to be honest. Because my personal stuff, because of the
lying through your teeth,
through your teeth. Because
that's the problem with these liberals. That's the problem with these liberals.
No, I'm just telling you.
You know, Tara's an attorney who lives in New York, right? Tara makes money. Okay, Tara's got money, so she can't come on it. Listen, Anthony, you know what just happened right now with Tara? That was a Nancy Pelosi talking point, right? Nancy Pelosi. Oh my God, that's another rugged Democrat. Came into that office, right, with, whatever, and now she's worth well over 9 figures. Well over 9 figures. Same person up there on the podium saying tax the rich, tax the corporations, tax Trump, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Literally doing the same thing Tara is doing right now.
So what
about Mitch McConnell and everyone else?
Listen, at least us Republicans, we don't hide it. You Democrats, you are pathological liars. I mean, you're like wolves in sheep's clothing. I mean, dude, so many instances, bro. Biden going up there and saying, you're not black if you don't vote for me. right? I mean, dude, we can go on and on and on. The Republicans, we show you our bad side. We show you our good side. We don't hide anything. You Democrats, you pretend, right? You guys are dangerous. You're like little freaking snakes waiting to just snap on. Yeah. Tara, let's talk about it, man. Jump in.
Well, what am I supposed to talk about? You're saying Democrats are snakes. I'm supposed to respond to that. Give me
100%.
an actual question. I'll answer it. That's just
You see,
I did ask you a
question.
Nelson,
You see the problem?
pipelines, the Keystone Pipeline.
Justin, you see the problem, Justin?
You need to get some pushback.
There is a problem, but
it's time for
I'll even things out here. I'll even things out here just a little bit here, okay?
Okay, Anastasia, you give it. Go.
Yeah,
go
I want to
for it.
give it.
Am I there?
I want to give it because I've had my hand up for a while, and I have some notes here. Okay.
Let's talk about
What about Biden?
Wait, how much notes do you have?
What's that?
A lot of notes?
I got a lot of notes. What about
You got a
Biden's
book?
red speech, that Nazi speech?
Anastasia.
Yeah.
Anastasia. Are you trying to take us on a long flight?
No, I'm going to just put out some points here, okay? We have his red Nazi speech. That was the worst thing I've ever seen, with the red background and his hands up in the air screaming and yelling about how terrible Republicans are, white supremacy. And I want to talk about January 6th. We have political prisoners right now languishing in prison, being tortured. 2 people have committed suicide, and there's been no trial. That is a gulag, okay? January 6th was not an insurrection. It was a protest, okay? And there were mothers and babies and patriots there. And we know for a fact that the FBI infiltrated that, and it was a completely planned to pick these people out and punish them for years. And that's what's been going on. I know people personally who have been punished and sought after by the FBI and scared to death just because they happened to go there for the
100%.
protest.
100%.
That whole thing was a
100%.
setup to go after political opponents. Okay. Now we have these classified documents that he's getting.
Wait. Anastasia, pause real quick. Let's touch on that. I want to see what Jonathan, Tara, Catherine.
Okay,
let's do that real quick.
Put out a few more things. Trump got
one by one. No. We Jonathan. Liberals. You know the liberals, man. Their brains are so small they can only handle
these people
one.
That are talking, they don't know what we know.
Anastasia, let me just say this right here. There were no patriots in January 6th, all right? They were fucking thugs, okay?
They were all patriots.
One second, they were fucking thugs, okay? And I think they got over, okay? Fortunately for them, only one died, all right? Many more should have.
We had
many
a
more
murder.
should have. Many more should have. Okay, if you threaten our fucking democracy, okay, the foundation of what this country's built on, okay, then you're a threat to this goddamn country. Period. Point blank.
A democracy allows people to protest. Okay.
Yeah,
but
you don't protest in a fucking building. You don't go at the heart of our government where our legislation takes place, okay, and try to take over it. All right, they're fucking thugs, okay.
That's not what they were doing.
They were thugs. And and it's unfortunate that one got killed. Okay? It's unfortunate.
You're the devil.
Okay? No, wait,
You're
the
devil.
It's unfortunate. I don't wish that.
You are the devil.
I don't wish that on anyone. But I'm telling you this right here. Many more should have gotten taken the fuck out. Period. Point blank. Because they shouldn't have fucking invaded our capital like that. They put everyone in danger. Every one of us. Our democracy is fragile. Okay? And when you have people thinking that they're entitled and they can do that shit, they need to be dealt with at the harshest levels.
We don't have a democracy right now.
You don't think if
that's insane? Question. One second, everybody. One second. I mean, wow. Now you guys understand why I can never ever be on a Democrat side, right? Because Jonathan is a radical lefty. I mean that's crazy, bro. Like, dude, Jesus, listen. For everybody in the room, I want to know what you think about what Jonathan just said. I want to know if you agree with that perspective or if you absolutely just disagree with it. So everybody hit that link up top right now from Mario's tweet and comment underneath. And make sure you're tagging myself and Jonathan. I really want to know what you think about what was just said. Catherine, let's talk about it.
All right. Well, I certainly don't wish anybody was hurt. However, when people use the word patriot, it does rub me the wrong way. I don't think that January 6th was necessarily what's the word that people use?
Insurrection?
Insurrection. I don't know if I would use that word myself, but it was certainly illegal and a riot. You know, there's one thing, you can certainly go to the Capitol and you can protest. That is your right. That is the right. You know, if you don't agree, that everyone has the right to do that. That is what many people did, and they have the right to do that. Whether I agree with what they're protesting or not, it doesn't really matter. But the people who trespass, there's nothing innocent about it. They know, I mean, you don't have to be a genius to know that you don't just walk in. Doesn't matter if you know, they thought it was open and whatever. There's all these excuses that I hear people use. It was absolutely legal. Now, are they being prosecuted over the top? Is it unfair? Is their treatment unfair? Perhaps that is possible. But what they do is illegal? Are they heroes? Are they, you know, just... They're not, you know, they committed crimes, but they should be afforded, you know, due process, and it should be fair. So that's where I stand on this.
Man, I mean, you know, I feel like the January Sixers are patriots. Okay. They were
What makes them
exercising,
patriots?
they were exercising their rights. Okay. They were absolutely exercising their rights, freedom to protest.
But protesting, yes.
That is not a crime.
Trespassing is not a protest.
No,
Capitol building is the
Catherine,
people's house.
Anastasia, 1 second. Okay, Catherine, it's not trespassing. Listen, if you come to my front door and I open the door and say, "Hey, Catherine, how you doing? Jump in, let's talk about it."
Exactly.
And you walk into my house, that is not trespassing. I let you in. Okay, I let you in. That is absolutely not trespassing.
Did they not knock things down? Did they, you know, and they knew that was appropriate to walk in. I think that's delusional to think that even if somebody went and let them in, even if there was somebody who said, "Hey, come on in," who was on their side, then they thought it was on their side. To the idea that they were so, you know, won over by that they believed that this was genuinely appropriate for them to do. I don't buy that.
Yeah,
the Capitol Police are the ones that let them
bullshit,
in.
Catherine.
The Capitol Police are the ones that let them in.
No, that's bullshit. I'm gonna tell you something. The Capitol Police, that was a tactic. Sometimes you have to let people through because they were outnumbered. They were outnumbered, and they would have got hurt trying to prevent that. Okay, so they tried to keep it peaceful. And so that's like the cashier, that Jameis Winston, the football player. He went and got crab legs and underpaid for it. Okay, just because the cashier charged him less, he still was prosecuted for shoplifting. Okay, because guess what? They knew what the fucking rules were. You paid full price. You knew that you weren't supposed to be in there. I don't care who let you in there. You weren't supposed to be in there. All right, and so don't sit here and say,
Jonathan,
people let him in, and that made it okay. That didn't make it okay. Period. They still broke the law.
Jonathan, I feel like if I was standing in front of you right now, my face would be covered in spit. I mean, you're just going crazy. God damn, Jonathan, have you checked your blood pressure today, my brother?
Absolutely.
I'm concerned.
I'm fine, but once again, I'm fine.
You seem triggered, bro. You seem very triggered tonight.
When it comes to this, because you guys are the things that you guys are saying are just not true. Okay.
Okay, so I need to ask you this, Jonathan. There's a point that needs to be hit on a lot more. Who do you think should have been killed? Because you said a lot more people should have been killed. Who should have been killed and why? What did they do to be killed?
Listen to me, all right? First of all, I said there's a possibility that more should have died. I didn't say
that's not what you said. Okay.
Listen to me. I'm not advocating anyone to be killed. Okay, but what I'm saying is that our democracy is worth more than some hooligans who's going in there trying to kill politicians, elected officials that was actually trying to perform their job. You know, in California, and in Florida, if I come charging at you, you have the right to stand your ground. All right, and you can take me out. All right, those people that was charging after those politicians trying to get to Mike Pence trying to get to those legislators, trying to get to Nancy Pelosi. The Capitol Police had a right to take them out. Period. Point blank. That's just the way it is. And I make no apologies about that.
Jonathan, stop spitting on your mic, bro.
Now, Jonathan, I've
Please.
got to ask then, do you think that the police should have killed the Black
Nelson,
Panthers?
can you hear me?
Sorry.
One second. Let's get one mic on TJ. TJ, rock out, bro. Let's go.
Do you think that the Black Panthers who occupied the California Capitol should have been killed in 1967? Because all of them had guns.
Well,
and they occupied the Capitol for much longer than the January 6ers did.
Well, once again, all right, I'm talking about our country, and guess what? If that was back, I don't know what the environment was back then, okay? But if it was similar to now, absolutely. I call balls and strikes how I see them. All right, so I'm not gonna sit here and cap for one side and not the other. You know, so this is not about Black Panthers. You know, here I tell you what. Since you want to ask about Black Panthers, if that was Black Lives Matter that went up in that fucking Capitol, would a lot more of them have been killed? Okay, yes.
I certainly hope not.
Yeah, but you know they would have. But so let's not. So I'm saying, since you bring that up,
then if those guys would have killed more people based on the color of their skin, how is this a democracy by your view? If this is our democracy,
bro,
if it's our democracy,
that's not the room tonight. So we're not going to go there. That's not the room tonight.
Well, you said that.
Well,
that January 6th was a threat to our fragile democracy. If our democracy is that fragile, that's a bigger problem.
Here's the deal. When Black Lives Matter held their rally, they had National Guards out there. Okay? When this March for Freedom or whatever you guys called it was held, they had no one out there. So that tells you the perception that was there at that moment. So
you're right, they didn't have anyone out there. They had feds in the crowd, like Ray Epps.
Exactly, that's what I was going to bring up as well.
Okay,
Jonathan, you're a stand-up guy, all right? So you tell it like it is.
Please don't say that. Listen,
like
Maze, that is a stand-up lie.
That was a preface because
that is a
stand-up lie. I wanted to have
lie.
the same energy when I asked him about this. So there was hours and hours of tape that was deleted from the National Archives. Like, wouldn't you be suspicious about that? And then the Ray Epps guy, he was out there with a bullhorn, egging on the Trumpers to go, gather in certain areas so they could go into the Capitol. He's a known agent. They even knew that. They called him out. A lot of times, actually. One is even caught on tape. And then all of the tapes again, they obviously needed to delete evidence of something. You would admit that, right? So it just seems to me that, you should at least want an investigation to get to the truth.
The National Archives wasn't under attack. So when you say there's hours of video deleted from the National Archive, the National Archive wasn't under attack. Okay?
Jonathan, are you eating dinner or something, my brother? It looks like real life word salad, like real.
Well, here's the thing: the National Archive was not under attack that day, so that doesn't make any sense. Maze. Now,
what do you mean?
One second.
That's where the videos are.
The videos handed to the prosecution. Okay. And to the Congress and the committees investigating it.
But
Jim Jordan is releasing 14,000 hours more of this stuff, so we'll see where that goes. I'll give you my take real quick because I think it's actually kind of middle of the road here. I was a huge Trump supporter. Comes to COVID, really disappointed, but saw the election happened. I pitched in with my data crew. We did the analysis. Lots of shenanigans. I could go through all the details. I won't right now unless you want them. But my take on January 6th, staying on subject, was when I saw this, because I had worked on Capitol Hill. I know Jim worked on Capitol Hill. And I was a little floored. Now, there's plenty of precedent for this, guys. I mean, dozens of state capitals, the Senate. Heck, I was on Capitol Hill, and we had several different buildings that were taken over by protesters. It happened a lot over our history, okay? So this is not unprecedented. Now, on that day, yeah, it was unprecedented because it was an electoral situation. I think it was pretty bold. In the end, they took their rights to burst in there, but they have to face the consequences. And when it happened, I'll tell you the truth. I was here in California. I was watching it unfold. I said, I don't like this. it's not what my side does. We don't usually do that. I'm still suspicious as to what kind of prompted it, got it out. We don't usually do that stuff, right? We didn't do it. We haven't done that. So I was a little floored. I was frustrated by it. I'll tell you cause I'm a fundraiser professionally. That's what I do. I do political fundraising that's my day job. It bottomed out. We went a month, 2 months without raising $1 anywhere on the conservative side of things because of January 6th. It was really unfortunate. It was a very, very, it left a sour taste in my mouth. And only because I knew what the passion was and I felt like they couldn't keep it under control. I think it's complete overkill what has been done to them. I think the people rallying around to get these people out of these jails are completely vindicated. That there's some really, really untoward stuff happening there. And I don't have all the answers on what happened that day, but altogether, I was a little disappointed. I didn't like to see that because our side doesn't usually do that, but there's plenty of precedent. This has happened many, many times, guys. I mean, like just the year before that, it was the Wisconsin state capitol that was taken over by a bunch of BLM protesters, completely taken over. I mean, this stuff and taken over on a day where they're doing major votes. I mean, this happens a lot. So don't tell me it's unprecedented. But it's not usually our side that does it, so I was a little disappointed.
100%. Justin, I definitely appreciate, the fact that you jumped in, from a neutral perspective. I could definitely respect that, and I encourage people like Jonathan
just said, quote, our
here we go.
side,
Here we go.
He's neutral? He just
100%
said
he's being
side,
neutral.
and you're saying he's neutral.
What
is our side?
Yeah. And he also talking about state capitals, not a federal.
You see what I'm saying with these Democrats? You guys hate the right and you hate the middle.
Why does it matter
it's crazy.
if it's a state capital versus federal capital, John?
Right, exactly.
A capital is a goddamn capital. Last time I checked.
So the state capital is. But the state capital, as far as I'm concerned, is more important. They're the ones with the policing power. They're the ones 100%. That regulate the public morals of the state.
Okay, TJ, did you know whether it was illegal for, I don't know much about this, for the Black Panthers to enter the Capitol that day, the California State Capitol? Because I was under the impression it was not.
It was open. It ended with law enforcement clearing them out.
And here's what happened. They went in, they were trying to present a petition basically to against a bill. They were told they could not go onto the floor of the house, whatever. And then they left. And you know what? They read the thing outside. So tell me exactly how this is the same. Did they destroy things? Did they threaten to kill or to hang anybody there? Just tell me.
This isn't about the Black Panthers right now.
I'm more than happy
how
to
can you
address
explain?
all of this
Anthony, mute your mic for me real quick. One mic on TJ, and I need the microphone back. I need to, move this thing around. Let's go, TJ, real quick.
Every single person there was armed, and frankly, I support everything that the Black Panthers did there. They had every right to do that, from their freedom of assembly, from their right to bear arms, from their right to petition their government for a redress of grievance. I'm actually not here criticizing them. I'm just saying to apply it across the board. Yes, I know that there are federal statutes that were broken. It's unfortunate because, frankly, it is the people's house, and people should be able to watch what's going on within the House and the Senate, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, things did go wrong. There were people who got beat up. Things got stolen. Things got vandalized. I don't like any of that. I readily condemn any of the acts of beating up, stealing, or breaking.
100%.
But the fact of the matter is, those individuals who stood in the Capitol, I'm sorry, the fact that there have been calls to have these guys killed in this conversation is unbelievable to me. And yeah, I'm chanting "Hang Mike Pence." Bit of a bad optic. But also, you would know, I'm sure you know, Tira, under the Brandenburg test, again, not a lawyer, but almost definitely not incitement of imminent lawless action. Further, the Black Panthers have occupied government buildings that have led to major police responses that haven't been legally sanctioned. But I'm just trying to see how far we're going to take this to apply it equally. Further, with the Wisconsin story, I don't know the details of the Wisconsin story, but I'd say that the Wisconsin state capitol is equally important, if not more important, to Wisconsin's than the federal capitol. Because once again, what goes on in Madison is far more important to the everyday life of a Wisconsinite, or whatever the people of Wisconsin are called. Same as what goes on in Frankfort, far more important to a Kentuckian than what goes on in D.C., if we're being completely honest. That's the real center of your political life. So, again, like, there's so many, like, there is a nuance to it. These guys aren't demons. They're not perfect either. I think Patriots is a fair term because they sincerely believed what they were doing was the right thing to do at the time. So
100%.
yeah, so I'm not trying to vilify the Black Panthers. Like, there's writings going back as early back as 2017, 2018, where I defend them.
TJ, listen, right now I'm the FAA and I'm directing the pilot of your plane to land that beast immediately. Okay?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about it. Appreciate you, my brother. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Late Night Roundtable Show. I call this Let's Talk About It o'clock. You know, we got
I love the sound effects. Those are great.
You know, we got Jonathan Bing's bald head right next to me, but we're still going to talk about it. So here's the deal. Here's what I want to talk about right now. Ukraine. Okay. You know, the Ukraine situation happened at a time where, you know, we were just getting out of the COVID situation. Things were looking good. You know, people are trying to get back to their daily lives, you know, and all of a sudden you have Putin putting soldiers on the border of Ukraine, right? And we all watched how Biden handled that situation, okay, which in my opinion, I believe led to Putin actually invading Ukraine, in my opinion, right? That was around the time that he had the State of the Union. He was up there saying, we're going to sanction Russia. We're going to XYZ, literally threatening Putin, right? Live on TV for everybody to see. In my opinion, that wasn't presidential. I feel like if that was Trump would have figured out a way to sit down with Putin and find a solution to prevent any invasion from occurring, right? And here's the problem with this. That situation affected Europe, affected America. It's still affecting us today with our gas prices, by the way, because idiot Biden went in there at the very beginning and shut off all the pipelines, right? So it's with the Biden administration, in my opinion, is bad move after bad move after bad move. But right now, I want us to talk about the Ukraine invasion. Would that have happened if President Donald Trump was steering this ship? I want to go to Brick Soup. Brick Soup, what are your thoughts about that? Let's talk about it.
Absolutely not. You know, when Trump was president, did anybody make a move against us? No. They knew there'd be repercussions. They knew that they'd have to pay the piper. And so they might have wanted to take things, but they stayed in line. When Obama was president, yeah, Putin takes Crimea. Trump's president, 4 years, no action. We've got no hostilities, nobody coming into our backyard, nobody going against our interests overseas. And then Biden's president, time to attack Ukraine. You know, the Democrats are the ones who are weak there. The Democrats are the ones who projected weakness. Trump, Germany, you're crazy for buying all your gas from Russia because you're going to get in a situation with them where Russia's going to turn that off on you. He was the one telling NATO, you've got to start paying your fair share. He had NATO ramping up their expenditures, getting ready, and then it all goes to shit when Biden gets in office.
100%. Man, I love my conservative brother.
I think,
but let me. Oh, you want to say something, Jonathan?
Yeah,
I wanted to go to all sorts.
What I was going to say is, you guys got to be careful. You guys, come on. Trump would have handed Ukraine to Putin. Okay, so when you're saying that, he would have handed Ukraine to Putin. All right, Trump already said as much. Pretty much said as much. So when you guys are saying
except Trump did approve the sale of anti-tank missiles to Ukraine prior to the fact that before they were even needed. He did approve the transfer of weapons to Ukraine. So you can't say he was going to just hand it to Russia. That's just an asinine statement.
It actually is not. I mean, when you look at it, Trump did not. As a matter of fact, Trump has said, even in his post-presidency, said that he didn't favor supporting Ukraine, even in his post-presidency. So, you know, you guys have at some point in time take someone at their word, and you guys aren't willing to do that.
Do you want to say what he said about Ukraine, or do you just want to float that out there?
I'll pull it up, bro. I mean, because
Okay.
Trump. See, here's the difference. See, it's not unique when Trump says something crazy, because he says crazy stuff all the damn time, and that was
At least you
unique.
can understand what the guy says. I mean, you're president up here. I don't even know what he's talking about half the time.
Cheap shot.
Yeah.
Hey, you took a cheap shot at me earlier, Catherine. So
I want to go to All Sorts. I want to get his take on his situation, right? All Sorts. Do you believe that Russia would have invaded Ukraine if Donald Trump was president? Let's talk about it.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me. So, I made this comment, and I think Nelson was in one of your spaces before. I think so. Let's just make a small correction on when they're saying 2014 they seized Crimea, then nothing happened, and then they invaded in February 2022. That is not factually correct. Russia has invaded and occupied Ukraine since 2014, and continues to this day. The Donbass was very active throughout the Trump administration. And that was that was still a huge political issue, which, by the way, during the Trump administration, the U.S. government had minimal negotiation process prior to February, prior to 2022. But during the Minsk groups, the U.S. was not a party of those negotiations. I would agree that Trump and the Trump administration did do a lot more in supplying weapons to Ukraine. That is a fact. The Javelin missiles was a key aspect, and I think that is kind of a philosophy still within some segments of the Republican Party and a lot of his cabinet officials that were very anti-Russian, very hawkish against Russia, still viewed him as a geopolitical threat. So absolutely, yes, that is something that I think the Trump administration did a lot better than, let's say, the Obama administration that did not give lethal weapons. But I think one of the things, though, that we need to remember, though, when you're analyzing the Ukrainian military and the assistance we gave the Ukrainian military from 2014 all the way till the invasion and to this day, a huge focus of the U.S. administration, not just Biden, not just Trump, just the U.S. administration foreign policy objective was to make the Ukrainian military a competent Western force, to mirror NATO. That was a huge push from Obama all the way to Biden. And we're seeing the results of that, right? And I think this is maybe an argument where it's not, Biden and Trump. It is just a success of the U.S. administrations, of the Defense Department. I think one of the successes we can say is that, we got Ukraine right compared to, let's say, Iraq and Afghanistan. But what I would counter all this is, like, a lot of times when we discuss,
so all Sorts.
Yeah.
So you believe this is us getting Ukraine right?
In the sense of, like, the Ukraine military training, that specific aspect. If you look how the Ukrainian military operated in 2014 when they seized Crimea compared to how they're operating now, absolutely. I think there has been a huge success in professionalizing their military, synchronizing it into Western standards, and allowing to be and to this day, right? I mean, we can see it on the ground. The ability that Ukraine had in defeating Russia in Kyiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, the northern areas, Kherson, Kharkiv, Izum,
but
Lyman,
all Sorts at
areas.
the detriment of countries like Germany. At the
right,
detriment of
where,
people in America. I mean, you know how much it costs to get gas?
But this is where I think this is exactly, Nelson, to your point, where I'm going to I think the framing of the question I do not necessarily agree with, right? Because in the end of the day, Russia, let's look at the Soviet Union, right? The Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia and Hungary during the Cold War, right? They invaded Afghanistan during the Cold War. Putin and intervened in Syria. In the end of the day, foreign leaders are not I think a lot of times we put too much emphasis on American power and the ability to influence foreign actors. If you look at Russia and Ukraine and how Russia views Ukraine, even President Putin to himself and previous presidents like President Yeltsin never believed in the notion of an independent sovereign Ukraine. They thought that idea of an independent sovereign Ukraine was a Western propaganda, pushed deep state ideology. They never thought that Ukraine could be separate from Russia. And if you frame it like that, and you frame that Ukraine is a necessity for the Russian state to survive, then no matter which president is in office, Putin was going to invade, because that for him was his legacy. It was this idea of rebringing back either Soviet Union 2.0, the Russian Empire, whatever name you want to bring, a greater Russia, Novorossiya, like they call it. It was Putin's always objective. And I think the Biden administration, because this happened during the Biden administration, right? The buildup in 2021 happened during the Biden administration, the first in the spring of 2021.
Everything happening under the Biden administration. When Trump was in
Correct,
power,
but a lot of that, though, I think is
there was
tied.
no talks of any of this.
There was correct, it was, but I think that was more tied to Ukrainian domestic politics
I don't even
rather
think
than
so.
U.S. politics.
You know what I think?
I'm
You know
sorry?
what I think, all source? I think
Yeah.
Putin perceived the U.S. as weak under Biden. Okay? It wasn't long after Biden took over that Putin invaded Ukraine. Trump was there for 4 years. No talks whatsoever, right? No chatter whatsoever about Russia looking to invade Ukraine. They did it immediately after Biden took office. They perceived us as weak. Okay.
So, but again, this is where I push back, though, because the conflict in the Donbass was continuing on even during the Trump administration. And also, I think this is something that people forget. It's actually a success story for us compared to it, right? In 2018, when Trump was in office, the Wagner Group, which I think is probably a more familiar name, it's a private military company that works for Russia and is an extension of the Russian state, actually attacked U.S. forces in Syria. What happened is Secretary Mattis, when he heard of this, he ordered an immediate reprisal and killed over 200 Russians. Right? I think that's so when we're having these conversations, right, the fact of the matter is a lot of times things happen on the ground that are outside of the control of an administration or cannot necessarily influence the foreign policy of specifically Russia. The Russia has always prioritized Ukraine, and they always did not believe in it as an independent nation, and they continue to do that. And Putin's decision to invade, if you look at Russian experts and Ukrainian experts, it was very much tied to Ukraine's domestic politics. When Putin realized Zelensky was not going to be beholden to Russian power, was not going to just succumb to Putin's demand, that is when we started to see the buildup. Not necessarily tied to Biden or Trump, but really Zelensky and Ukrainian nation pushing heavily to be part of the West. That's why they invaded Ukraine. I mean, Crimea in 2014, and they seized Crimea. It's because Viktor Yanukovych was removed from office after the revolution, the Maidan revolution, because he wanted to sign an economic pact and a political pact to be with Russia when the Ukrainian people, for the majority of which, rather associated themselves with the European Union.
I just got one question about this military stuff, guys.
Jump in. Let's talk about it.
So 3,100 troops that we've been training for the last year is not enough. Is it making an impact? Indeed, right? But you said it yourself that, General Mattis, United States Marine Corps, URA, he flexed. I think the only people who have the power to end this war right now is America. So, I mean, Putin did say, I mean, we're able to look at the capabilities of what Russia can do. What are we doing here? I mean, we're indirectly supporting them.
Guys, you're missing the point. You're missing the entire point, right? I feel like there will be no war if Biden wasn't in office. If Trump was in office, we wouldn't be in this situation, right? I mean, look at what's happened over the past 2 years because of this war across the world, right? Look at what's happening.
I don't know if we could say, Nelson, that we wouldn't necessarily be in a war. I think
talk about it.
So my view is okay, there is a possibility that if Trump was in office, that he's kind of an unpredictable quantity. So there is a chance that Putin would have thought, well, I don't know, he could, he's unpredictable, and that might have been a deterrent for Putin, but we don't know that for sure. Now, I do think that what Biden did do wrong is that he right off the table, he said that military action is off the table. And I think that was a very grave mistake. And so, had he not put that off the table, Putin might have hesitated as well, because, he said he actually pretty much announced that wouldn't be happening. So that kind of empowered Putin to act. So it's possible that had he acted differently, we wouldn't have a war, but we do not know for sure. So that's kind of
what I would say, Catherine, just to counter that, if I may, I think.
Yeah, please counter that.
So again, it goes back. So, I mean, if first of all, I think let's go back a year. In January of 2022, I want to know how many people here thought that if Trump was president, Putin wouldn't have invaded. We're saying that the U.S. intelligence indicating an invasion was imminent was false. Because I remember that was a heavy talking point. The U.S. is instigating a war so how do you do that, Catherine, right? If you were to say, if the president of the United States,
even Ukrainians thought that.
Yeah, exactly. So if the U.S. Biden would have come out and said, we can intervene militarily, what does that mean? That means you have to deploy troops. You have to deploy troops. You have to deploy your logistics. You have to deploy warships. You have to deploy bombers. You have to deploy your air force. You have to do a massive military deployment to meet that threat. So now the counter to Putin can be like, oh, well, see, now you're massing troops in Europe. I have to. That's a tit for tat. I would just say this, like, again, I understand the argument that Trump was what's the word? An unknown, right? Maybe an unknown quantity in that aspect in foreign policy. But what I would just bring it back is like, let's go back to prior to COVID, right? In 2020, the beginning of 2020, right? When we killed Soleimani. Well, why did we kill Soleimani? It's because they attacked the U.S. embassy. Protesters and Shia militia groups backed by Iran stormed the embassy. Trump ordered the assassination of Soleimani. And what did Iran do? They ordered a ballistic missile strike against Al-Assad air base that injured hundreds of soldiers. And we did not respond to that because there was no killing. And we said, okay, we're good here. We end it. Right? Again, the issue of foreign policy a lot of times and the ability to influence other powers, I think because we view the U.S. as such a superpower, which it is, does not necessarily translate in ability always, sometimes it does, but not always, to enforce your will on other nations, especially if those nations view something of a strategic national security or most nation identity
But
importance.
also,
Yeah.
so, I mean, I guess I'm just, when you're saying that Putin, this is going back to this one comment, you said that Putin would have invaded regardless of who is president. Is that implying that Trump does things vastly different, obviously, vastly different, I would say, than, both Republican and Democratic. He had a power about him. He had I wish
but
he would
Maze,
come
he
F
didn't
with
have
me.
a power. He had money. He's got his money mixed up over there. He's
No,
got a
it's
fucking
not
glad
even about the
hand.
money,
Come
Eric.
on.
No. He had this no nonsense. We're gonna run the country like it's a business, and sure enough, the economy was booming. The numbers don't lie. Right now, if you look at the economy, if you look at the polls, if you look at everything, Biden, even the people that voted him in, are remorseful. There's a lot of people that don't even want him to run on the 20th.
Go ahead, Mace. Go ahead. Let's go. I was loving what you're saying.
Oh, so I was just saying that, I think that it would be a false statement to say that, Putin would have did that with any president running. I highly doubt it. And in fact, that would be a very poor move, especially knowing that Trump, there's just no way. There's just no way. Nobody messed with us when Trump was in office. There was a sense of security there that I felt personally. I don't know about others, but
of
when
course.
He was holding it down.
I mean, Maze, 100%. I mean, the first president to ever do a deal with, Little Rocket Man out of North Korea and keep him at bay, that was Donald Trump, right? Trump is a businessman, right? He's a negotiator, right? I mean, no president in U.S. history has ran this country like President Donald Trump, right? And just like you said, Maze, the numbers don't lie. This economy was booming compared to what it is right now, right? I mean, some of us in this room were good, right? We're chilling, but majority of Americans are suffering. Majority of Americans weep every day when they try to fill up their cars with gas. Majority of Americans weep every day when they walk into the store and they figure out a crate of eggs is 3 times more expensive than it used to be before.
It's
right? Majority
$9
of Americans
in North Carolina. $9.
Right. Majority of Americans is suffering. And guess what? You want to know what gas is over there in Western Europe right now? How much it costs to fill up your car? Fill up a tank of gas? You'll be shocked. Okay. So 100%, this happened under who? President Joe Biden. Again, the facts are there. It's all written on a wall. Nobody can disprove this.
It also happened under Putin, so really that's the person at fault.
You see, here we go, these Democrats. All right, go ahead, Eric. Go ahead with your
But
bullshit.
but
Let's
look,
hear it.
man, you want to look at the price of eggs and blame it on Joe Biden. You clearly don't have any fucking idea how the global economic fucking world works, man. This doesn't work just because somebody changed the name over the door. That's not how the economy works. You know it, but you love this bullshit. Look, Trump didn't do anything but be Putin's puppet. He went around the world. He didn't make a deal with that North Korean clown. He went there to take a fucking picture. That's all the fuck he did. He didn't make a deal for shit. The guy asshole still shot rockets and scared the shit out of Japan. He's still over there fucking around in the whatever the fucking sea is called right there, building fucking crazy bullshit and firing off his fucking jerking off. That's all he's doing. Trump did nothing but jerk off for 4 years.
So Eric, you got to tell me right here, why are you still on this Russian thing? Has this
He's
not
a
been
hater,
disproven
bro.
time and time again? We just saw it again in the Twitter files that it was all a bunch of bullshit. It was
He's
all
a
made up.
blinded Democrat. Blinded.
What is it going
First
to
of
take
all,
for
I'm
you?
not a Democrat. What do you think you saw in the Twitter files? What is it you think you saw there? There's nothing new under the sun there. It's a bunch of straw man bullshit. There's nothing.
We know
there that
who
puts
pushed that narrative. We know who brainwashed
narratives
you. We know
do not run the global economy.
Apparently, it runs
do
you,
things.
man. I mean,
okay, well, hold on. So Eric, you have an interesting point there. So it doesn't matter, people, when you change the name on the door, you said, it doesn't automatically change how things are run. So can you maybe elaborate a little bit on that particular point?
I'm just simply saying, if we can point to events that happen across time, COVID hits, right? Trump said 6 different things about COVID. It's not there. It is there. Shoot your ass with some bleach. He said everything.
He never said that.
Fuck, he didn't. He stood in the
He
goddamn
never
fucking,
told anyone
stood in the White House
to
and told
bleach
told
into their
everybody
body.
you
He
can
never did. That is.
Oh God,
okay,
bless
hold on.
America.
Let him
Video,
finish
though.
his thought,
I mean,
please.
just watch. All I'm simply saying is that Trump didn't do anything but showboat like he's done his entire life. All he's ever done is bloviate. He's not a businessman. He's a bullshit artist. The end. And when he went through the freaking entire administration, not what deal is it in? Nelson, what deal did he make that makes you think he's such a capitalist? He's done nothing but use leverage, and you understand that. We're in real estate. We understand the markets. He's used leverage, and he's used Russian money. I sat here in New York and watched him in Atlantic City get his ass handed to him. Because what did he do? He's got so many banks strung out so far that they can't fucking say the truth. They've got to figure out how to this, and now become president has done nothing but cover his ass. He
No,
became
Eric,
president
if
to
there
cover
was
his ass.
anything, it would have came out during his presidency. They were trying
That's what
so
you
hard to
think.
find
But why
everything
is he
on
under?
him.
Why is he
But
under
one thing I want to
investigation for
say,
everything he's ever done? That's all I'm asking.
Why do you think
he,
he's under investigation? Who
for
runs the
everything
Justice
he's
Department?
ever done?
Who runs the Justice Department?
But why is he
He's
so
a criminal.
special?
That's why he's under investigation. He's a
If he was a
goddamn
criminal, Jonathan, he would have already been charged. Why hasn't he been charged? They've been investigating him for years and years and years.
Wait, I want to go back. I want to go back actually to the question I just asked Eric, because I think that's an interesting question. And I want to pose that question to All Source because I think he might have an interesting answer there. So, we change presidents. And we blame, there's a tendency to blame whoever inherited the White House, whether they get or reward, whether their economy gets better or gets worse. They tend to get either the praise or the blame. But, from your vantage point, how would you respond to that in terms of like that, the sign change on the door, is Biden sort of, what's the Biden's responsibility in the economy when he got the name on the door versus, just what's been happening in the world, I guess.
I mean, if that's to me, I mean, it's just obvious. You can track this across time. If you're
a
student of history, if you're a student of history, you can track the price of college back to Reagan. I mean, these are just policies that play out over time. And even when the president leaves, you inherit those things. These things trend. These are trends, right? We got to be able to be a little more intelligent than to think that one guy is a fucking kingmaker. Trump didn't do anything different, and Biden's responsible for what he's responsible for. I'm not here to fucking carry water for any of these guys.
All Source, do you have any thoughts
Eric,
on that?
One second. Eric, I mean, I just get a sense of hate, from you towards Trump. I don't
That's
know
a
what he did
fact.
to you.
That's
I
a
don't know what he
fact.
did to you.
He
Maybe,
didn't do it to me. No, he didn't do it to
maybe
me.
you took your
He did it to the
girlfriend back
people
in the
of New York
day or
City.
something.
No, he fucking did it to the people of
Listen,
New York and everybody he's ever been in business with, brother.
let me get one mic, my brother. I mean, God damn. I mean, I don't know who's triggering more. You or Jonathan Bing? Jesus Christ, these liberals. Anyways, listen, everybody in the audience, I want to know what you guys think about what Eric just said, right? All that bullshit that came out of his mouth. I want to know if you agree with Eric or you disagree with Eric. So hit the link up top on Mario's tweet and put the comment in there, and make sure you tag myself and Eric, because I want him to see what people think about his bullshit. But absolutely, let's go to All Source. All Source, what are your thoughts about it, man? Do you agree with him?
No. So I think to expand, right? So I think one of the issues we ran into, obviously, the pandemic, the issue that caused, we all know, is the supply chain issues, right? And so when the COVID hit, one of the key areas that people were starting to monitor to see, okay, is there going to be supply chain disruption, is one of the main maritime trading routes. So people who don't know, 90+% of all trade is done via sea. Everything is run by sea commerce, maritime. And so when you're looking at the commerce, right, one of the key indicators that inflation was going to start to skyrocket is if you look container ship prices from Shanghai to the port of Los Angeles, right, Long Beach. That spiked right a couple months prior to starting inflation started. That was the first indication that we had that there was going to be a massive inflation because of the supply chain issue. Container ship prices rose dramatically across the world. So that was the first indication. Okay. It looked like it was going to be managed because you kind of looked at the Federal Reserves and a lot of the consumer prices. There was disruptions, but so far, not a lot of price increases yet. When the economy started to reopen, there was still the lag of the supply chain because it takes a long time for maritime ships to get back to normal. And oh, by the way, let's look at now China. They got ravaged by COVID again, and so they had zero COVID. So that is an issue that you have to look at. Second part of it was obviously the Russian invasion to Ukraine that spooked the markets and caused oil prices to skyrocket exponentially higher, which a lot of it was probably more speculation than reality. Because it does look like the oil market started to stabilize well below once the situation became clear and how the oil markets went. So you have oil prices go up. You have supply chain issues across, specifically in the maritime area. And again, that's a key indicator. The port of Shanghai to Long Beach, 50% of U.S. commerce arrives in one port in the U.S., and it's Los Angeles. 50% of our international commerce through that one port. If you look at where the situation is now compared to where it was in the past, you will actually see the prices of container ships from its peak in 2021 and 2022 has plummeted to levels even pre-COVID. It has plummeted because now the supply chain has managed to catch up to a lot of the issues we encounter. And that's why we're seeing a drop in prices. Now you have the raise of the interest rates because that's a natural response. If there's inflation, you raise interest rates. This is economics 101. That's why if you look at Turkey, Erdogan, right, and just to kind of expand, he has this belief that you can lower interest rates and inflation doesn't get impacted. Well, Erdogan, if you look at Turkey, inflation is over 20, 30, 40%. It does not make sense. It's not economics. So now the oil prices have somewhat stabilized, still elevated than when we were pre-COVID, but at a more reasonable level between at least $70 when we were at earlier 100, 110, 120. That has passed. So now the question is raising interest rates, supply chain issues now have been mostly, there's still a lot of issues, but mostly solved. And now the commodity prices are starting to drop. And oh, by the way, now we have a stronger dollar because of the rise of interest rates. And so then the question is now looking forward, now we're starting to see that inflation, where it was in the past, rising and rising and rising and rising, is starting to stabilize. And if anything, slowly trickled, still elevated. When I say inflation drops, does not mean now we're negative. It means from a year to year, from an 8.1, we're now down to a 6.9. So there's been a drop. And I think that's where it is. But I think to kind of summarize this, right, to Eric, and even to your point, is a lot of economic decisions and issues that happen, at least in the economic realm, it's not necessarily the administration in power. Now, of course, there are specific policies that can impact inflation. So, for example, you can make the argument that injecting, billions and trillions of dollars, both during COVID and after COVID during the Biden administration, can have an effect on inflation. The only thing, though, and that probably does, it could play a role, but was it the determining factor of a lot of these inflations that we're seeing? And I think a lot of the data is pointing to COVID, the pandemic, and Russia's invasion to Ukraine specifically that just completely mixed up. Because let's think about it, right? Russia is one of the largest oil exporters to the world. And overnight, they were knocked out basically from the international trading, right? They were knocked out. The Russian oil was specifically to Europe was cut. That causes issues that takes time to solve. So now the question is, now looking at the next year,
They
to 2
should have
years.
thought about that before they sanctioned them, though.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I just feel like, I mean, of course, it was because they printed more money in 2-3 years than, all the money that's been on the planet. Like it was way overboard. It was way overboard. And then, I mean, I think that's really 90% of the whole inflation, and
I
then
mean,
the other supporting
100%,
factors.
100%.
Man,
Mason. I mean,
Trump, man,
you had Jonathan Bing
Come
and
on, you guys are that ignorant?
you
Come
guys
on now.
capping for this
listen,
Trump guy.
you had Jonathan Bing and 20 of his siblings out there collecting stimulus checks. That's what was happening across America. People didn't want to work. They wanted to get stimulus checks. I mean, Jonathan Bing's
that started under Trump.
whole neighborhood was out there caping for goddamn stimulus checks.
That started under Trump.
It started under Trump. Who took it to the next level, Jonathan? Who did?
It started once again. Trump did all of this. Trump did the lockdown.
Man, you're
Trump
ridiculous.
told everybody to stay at home.
Ridiculous.
Trump did all of that.
Trump did not do a lockdown. Let me be very clear here.
No. Trump did. Trump did. The lockdown happened under Trump. The quarantine happened under Trump. The quarantine happened under Trump. 100%. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. You can't get around that.
Was that a mandate or was that a suggestion?
Excuse me?
Was that a mandate or was it a suggestion?
No. We could not go out.
Are you slow or is that just ignorant?
Am I slow? No, it's an easy question, Eric. Was it a mandate or was it a suggestion? Did Trump mandate that you have to stay in your house and you can't leave? Yes or no?
Yes, they did. Initially.
He did.
Yes, they
did.
Okay,
well.
Donald Trump did not do that, and that is coming from someone who sued every government official who told him to stay in his house.
Exactly. I wanted to bring TJ in on that. Go ahead.
I full stop. Donald Trump did not make a single lockdown order. He absolutely let Anthony Fauci tell everyone to stay home, and I will readily criticize Donald Trump for doing that, but he did not mandate that. The governors of the states did, except for Georgia, South Dakota, and relatively early on Florida. Now, bringing this back to Ukraine, because there is an economics thing to show about exactly how powerful the president is on it. Do I think Russia would have still invaded under Donald Trump? Probably not. There's a chance that he would have. I want to be abundantly clear. There's a chance that Putin would have invaded Ukraine despite Trump being the president. All sources, you give very good points as to why Putin still would have. My thing is that as an American, I don't care. And frankly, one of the great things Joe Biden has done in his presidency was saying that military response is off the table because frankly, not one American life is worth it. But frankly, Joe Biden should have been even more diplomatic because the fact is that a president who wants to use sanction rather than diplomacy will lead to supply chain shocks like what we are seeing with the gas shortages right now. With what we are seeing, we have closed off trade to a significant portion of the world, and because of that, the global economy is suffering. Donald Trump did the same thing with the trade war with China. That was a problem. I will be consistent in that. But the fact is, Donald Trump was at his best when he was engaging in diplomacy. He was at his worst when he was engaging in belligerency.
But if I may, when people say diplomacy, if I might ask this question, right? And by the way, I full disclosure, I think decoupling with China was one of the best foreign policy decisions, and I'm glad it's now bipartisan and universally accepted. Thank God. But I would ask this, for diplomacy. Okay, so what would have Biden, or let's say Trump is president, and you're advising, or people here would advise, and you're doing a diplomatic negotiation with Russia to try to prevent an invasion of Ukraine. So you're doing a bilateral negotiation between the U.S. and Russia without Ukraine. Like that's imperialism 101. But let's ignore that. What would have been traded for Russia not to invade Ukraine? And I think that's the fundamental question. In the end of the day, the only way Russia would not have invaded Ukraine is if Zelensky was removed from power and that they had absolute control over Ukrainian politics. That has always been Russia's objective in Ukraine, to have at a minimum.
But that's not Russia's call. That's not Russia's call. And you guys up here caping for Russia. That Ukraine is a sovereign nation. Russia doesn't get to decide who leads that nation. And that is just, I mean, you guys are sitting up and saying this shit like it's okay.
Jonathan, we are not the world's police. I miss the anti-war left.
No,
If
I
you
well,
guys
once
were
again, I
good
didn't
on
say we are.
foreign,
I didn't say
if
we
you guys
were.
were good on foreign policy, I'd probably be a leftist because the number of people who have been killed and the number of economies that have been ravaged by this neocon foreign policy that is now the general consensus of the Democrat and the Republican establishment has killed people my age, has traumatized generations.
So
I grew up in
TJ,
a household with a grandpa.
Is your answer to basically for the US to take zero stance, just to leave Russia to take Ukraine? Is that basically your anti-war stance?
Oh, I would go even further, and I would remove America from NATO. I would remove us from the United Nations.
100%.
Oh, you
I
guys
would
have lost your
turn
damn
100%.
America
minds.
into amity and commerce with all and entangling alliances with none. I would
Yeah,
adopt the
TJ, you're
foreign
not too
policy of
bright.
the founding
TJ, you're not too
fathers.
bright.
Yeah, that's a little slow
I,
right
Yeah,
there,
TJ,
bro.
no,
you're not too bright, TJ.
that's how we stop stop thousands of deaths. That's how we stop trillions of dollars
No,
of
you're
debt.
not.
That's
That
You're
how
won't
not a
we
bright
stop
stop
man.
Ukrainian
another
deaths.
September 11th attack. And you know what? If you guys are so passionate about it, there's enlistment forms, and every one of you are more than welcome to enlist. And if you've done it before, you can re-enlist.
Let's
You know,
talk about
Another
it.
straw
TJ, I'm
man.
gonna say
That's a
something, TJ.
fact.
You
Let's
ready?
That is
go.
not
One mic,
straw
guys.
man. That is
One
a
mic.
reality.
One,
I love TJ, man. I like him. That's my
yeah, one
guy.
mic then. TJ, you're not bright at all, bro. Okay? Because here's the thing. All
Did
right,
you serve? Did you serve, Jonathan? Did you serve?
okay. Hold on, bro. Let me
His
just say
fat
something.
ass was eating KFC with Nick. Of course
So
not.
let me just say this right here. No, what I'm gonna say is this, TJ. If we remove our alliances, okay, we're sitting ducks. I don't care how much we spend on our military, okay. So once again, you go out alone. You know,
We have
every dynasty.
nukes and we have a rifle behind every blade of grass, Jonathan.
TJ, let's get one mic on Jonathan. Jonathan, let's go.
We have a rifle. That saying right there. Don't believe that was never said. Okay, that never happened. Okay, you guys are still saying that shit. But once again, just because we have guns, and once again, here's the thing: if we go at it alone, okay, and we say, matter of fact, we tried that. That's how we got drawn into World War II. We were
That is
neutral.
not how we got drawn into World War II. We got drawn into World War II by blockading Japan before Pearl Harbor.
TJ, you're making us Republicans look bad, man. We let the Democrats do that. Come on, man. Let's get one mic on Jonathan.
No, did we not take a neutral stance? Okay, and then we didn't get involved. Okay, we pretty much stayed isolated. That's why we have a policy of getting involved now, because guess what? Japan came and they attacked Pearl Harbor. All right. So once again, bro, we tried that already. The United States already tried the neutral stance. It did not work for us.
That
All
is
right. It
one of
doesn't work for anyone.
the greatest lies in American history. We were not neutral. We engaged in Lend-Lease. We blockaded Japan. We absolutely took a stance. We simply did not send troops. That was the one thing FDR did not do. And then when that happened, that hero of the left was the one who set up race-based concentration camps on our soil, imprisoning people because of their national origin. So yes, Jonathan, and you know what? I grew up in a household with a grandpa who would wake up screaming because he was back in Korea because of an undeclared war, because of a police action that wasn't authorized by Congress. Our American lives are not worth it.
So TJ, would you advocate not interfering, for example, during the Holocaust, since the US should stay out of it?
The Holocaust is not why we intervened in World War II.
It isn't. I know it isn't. But should we not intervene, or should the US not intervene in any wars for any reason unless you're attacked?
Unless America is attacked, we should not intervene, and I would take it even further, and I would go so far as to say we shouldn't have gotten involved in World War I. Our involvement in World War I is what created the atmosphere that made Germany so desperate that they fell for the lies of Adolf Hitler. That was American supremacy at its finest. I mean, you can thumbs down it all you want, Eric, but I highly doubt you served, neocon.
Your stupid action of talking about who served and who
Wait,
didn't.
so
That's
it's
just ignorant,
America's
bro.
fault?
You're ignorant.
One second, ladies and gentlemen. I need one mic on a speaker at any certain time, please. Let's go to Eric. Eric, go ahead.
I'm just saying that whole every time the comment is, did you serve? I mean, that's just an ignorant comment. We're talking about global freaking foreign policy. We stand here and for the arc of time have said that we stand and we can go back to the shining whatever on a hill. You can go to every comment you want from any president you want to back, and you choose Donald Trump, the character of one human. That's called a cult leader. When you chase one guy like that, that's a cult. And the fact of the matter is, we're supposed to be the leader of the free world. That's what Jonathan Bing just talked about on the back
Eric,
of Pearl Harbor.
for you to make what I just said about Donald Trump shows how fucking obsessed you are. You're a chicken hawk who never served, but
100%.
yet you want to send people my age to go fight and die. You are absolutely full of it with no knowledge of history, of
100%.
no knowledge of what a true America First foreign policy is.
Let's go.
Go over there and fight it. No one is stopping you from going to Ukraine.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. My man TJ.
This idea that you have to go fight, like this retort that you have to go fight in the Ukraine to care about Ukraine, I find that rhetoric really ridiculous. First of all, there's other ways to contribute to and there's other ways to help.
The fact that you're going to try to force 18 to 26-year-olds in America to go fight your war shows your cowardice. It's absurd.
TJ, I don't believe. Absurd. Well, first of all, I'll say I don't believe in forcing a single person to fight. I think there should never be any mandatory enlistment.
But you believe in forcing us to pay for it with our taxes too, right?
Forcing it. So I think there's strategic interests for the U.S. in terms of helping Ukraine.
So you believe in forcing it then? Yes.
So TJ, well, maybe if I may, because I did serve and I am serving. So if I may answer to your point, maybe I'm the only one who here, but I'll gladly answer your point, right? And I think it's an important conversation, right? Like, at what point is it a legitimate U.S. interest to serve? Because there's people, and I've served, I've deployed, and I've done it. So you put your father example, for example, in the Korean War. So I actually did a trip to Korea. We had to go there to do a tour, a site survey, etc. And one of the things that when we went there, that our U.S. and Korean military hosts said, hey, what we want you to do, so you understand why we're here, is we want you a whole day to just go to Seoul, the capital of South Korea, and enjoy Seoul. Just do it. And the reason why they want you to do that, and they do this with Korean War veterans, because then you get to see how vibrant a democracy, economically, politically, alive South Korea is, because of the sacrifices of your grandfather, which I thank for his service. I deeply thank for his service. And I don't know if he went to South Korea. I hope he did, but that's something that everybody, when I went there, that is South Korean. I went to the Korean War Museum, where they have all the wars that the Korean nation fought. And there's a huge portion about the Korean War. And they talk about U.S. soldiers and how they did in the Battle of Incheon. And they say, because of your sacrifices, now we are a vibrant democracy, one of the largest economies in the world, and one of our largest trading partners, because of American soldiers that went there. Now, there was a lot of issues that we had in Korea. South Korea went through a terrible military dictatorship and then issues. But then after, they went and they had a democratic revolution in 1988, they became a vibrant democracy, right? And if you go to South Korea and you see it, I think from what I experienced there, being there, is that it felt reassuring that the sacrifices that previous generation who served like me did was not to waste. And now there's a vibrant country that is thankful for our sacrifices. And I think that's the message, though, that I think a lot of us might be for Ukraine. Like, we don't have U.S. soldiers in Ukraine fighting in Ukraine right now, right? But I hope one day Ukraine can be like that, and at least the support we gave them gives that aspect. And I will end with one point, though, because you did say about a notion about economics that negates war. Unfortunately, a lot of that is not actually true. A lot of times, largest trading partners engage in warfare. And World War I is actually a perfect example. The largest trading partners that every power had in between each other, Central Powers and the Entente Powers that fought, were actually their own largest trading partners. You know, the U.S. and China, we're one of the largest trading partners of China, and we have a lot of diplomatic tensions and military tensions across the South China Sea. And so I think this notion that the trade and economy can bring peace, I think that was an ideal post-Cold War that unfortunately even the Russian invasion to Ukraine has shown is not true.
See, I would accept your premise that that's not true if we actually had an open market with Russia. We simply haven't had that open market, though. We've been sanctioning them for as long as I can remember in terms of foreign policy, which, sure, like, Russia's a bad actor. I'm not here trying to help them out in that regard. I'm not trying to run service for them. Now, in terms of the service, no, unfortunately, my grandpa has not been able to go to South Korea to see what it's like right now. He's 87. He's in his last months right now, just relaxing at his home. But I can tell you this much. When he signed up for the Army, and this is at least what he's told me, he thought he was signing up to fight for America, not for a foreign nation. Maybe that now for people who do believe in fighting for that, that's their fight. That wasn't his fight. I mean, that was just the perception that he had, was that he was serving his country, not a different country.
Right.
Maybe if he went to South Korea, maybe he'd have a different perspective. Maybe he would. I don't know, and frankly, we're probably never going to know, I'm afraid. But I've got to be real on it. It's just remarkable to see how quickly the left, who used to be the anti-war party, will put American lives on the line for foreign interests. And that's a dangerous proposition for me. And that's a proposition I'm not willing to go with.
It's not foreign interest. I mean, anyone commenting on this has no idea about energy policy and how important energy is to the U.S. Like, Trump gave up Syria to Russia, right? That was a huge cost savings to us. The reason why we have to go all the way around to go to the other pipeline now is because of Trump, because he gave up the pipeline in Syria to Russia, right? So now Russia gets cheaper oil. You know who has the biggest gas fields? Russia does. You know where they found the biggest gas field that hasn't been tapped yet? Ukraine. You know why they went to Crimea? To go get that from Shell. Shell gave up a $2 billion investment to Russia. You know where the other oil fields are? Exactly where he's going now. You know who predicted where he's going? The Economist. Wrote about it 7 years ago. What happened?
Your microphone. One second, TJ. One second, bro. Joe, your microphone, you need to get a little bit closer to your mic. You know, it sounded very similar to Jonathan Banks when he was in the bathroom earlier. You know, got that little echo in the background.
No, the truth makes you echo, huh?
Yeah, I was using the left instead of the right. But you guys heard me though, right?
We're struggling. We're struggling.
All right. Look, I dealt with Trump. Trump tried to defraud me. He defrauded my father out of a lot of money, created a lot of pain. You know, I follow every move this man makes. He as soon as he got in office, said he wanted to weaken the U.S. dollar. First president that ever entered the office and said that. That's absolutely ridiculous. And if you want to talk about inflation and what's happened, you can say, oh, there was a mandate and it came from Fauci. No, it was Trump's late response to the pandemic that caused the lockdown. Caused the lockdown for as long as it happened. He could have stopped it way earlier. He didn't act, period. Because there's plenty of countries that acted early and didn't have that kind of lockdown. So don't try to say it wasn't because of Trump. It's absolutely ridiculous and asinine to think, oh, he wouldn't have invaded Ukraine if he didn't go, if Trump was in office. Bullshit. Trump bent over like a little dog and gave him Syria, which increased the gas prices in the U.S. because now you have to go around all of Africa to go get the oil.
You know, Joe. You know, and much respect to you, by the way. You know what my opinion is, Joe? I feel as though everything you just said right now belongs in a trash can, along with your mic. Every single thing that came out of your mouth.
You can't
Bullshit.
like the truth too much. You don't.
No, I'm just being honest. Listen. I got to give it to you how I see it. Absolute trash, right?
That was nothing but the truth. It's
Eric. Listen.
How's it nothing but the truth when we were at net energy export?
Boom.
We were under Trump. We were exporting oil, not importing it.
Let's
so
talk
don't
about
talk
it.
about Syria, meaning we had to go around
because you don't understand how the
to get
fucking
oil.
world works, bro.
Yeah, because you don't understand how energy works.
How do you know that? How can you make such a statement?
Because
that's such a blanket idiocy.
Because of what you're saying right now. Yeah, we did export oil. You know that's more expensive than us going to get it. Do you realize that when you say that? You don't, or else you wouldn't have made that comment.
Joe,
So what are
this is
you saying?
exactly
What
what
are you
I
saying that
mean,
it would
though.
go from that gas prices went from $1 to $1.15 a gallon? Is that what happened under Trump?
The oil from Alaska costs us more money than us to go get it in the Middle East.
Yeah, it wasn't
You
oil from
understand that?
Alaska. It was oil from fracking in the continental United States. The rise in oil production that it experienced under Trump wasn't because of an expansion of drilling in the North Shore and the Prudhoe Bay fields. It was because of fracking and domestic oil production in the continental United States. That's where it came from. That's where the boom came from. That's where you have the Bakken Shale Formation. It's not from the North Shore and taking it from tanker ships from
Permian
Alaska. If that's
Basin.
what you think,
Permian
then
Basin.
you don't understand energy.
Is that more expensive than to go to get it from the Middle East?
But actually, Brick, I think you bring up an interesting point, because I think this is very important to highlight, right, about U.S. oil exploration, right? Because that's very important. And this is an interesting thing, right? During the Trump administration, when price of gallon actually went down to $33, the barrel of oil in the crude markets went down to $33. One of the reasons why that was happening was because Saudi Arabia was trying to ensure that it was no longer profitable to extract U.S. oil from the U.S. They were flooding the market with oil in an attempt to defeat U.S. oil companies extracting oil from the U.S. and make it no longer profitable. 100%. But here's the irony, right? And this is kind of an ironic situation of all that. And again, economics, people are going to fight for economics no matter what. We can be best allies, but if we have a trade dispute, we're going to fight it, right? Absolutely. But one of the things I think people need to realize, right, when we're talking about the Middle East, is that in 2019, when the Saudi Aramco facility was attacked, the U.S. actually had a massive military deployment to Saudi Arabia to protect their oil fields during the Trump administration, in response to Iranian-backed group aggressions against Saudi Arabia, right? We deployed a massive amount of military force to Saudi Arabia for that, right? And so I think, again, the Saudis tried to gut us, try to destroy us, and at the same time, when they were attacked, we actually, during the Trump administration, deployed. And I think that it just highlights that, unfortunately, we always try to find a simple answer to complex problems. But I think the issue of a foreign policy is that it's always complex. And what might be true 2 years ago may no longer be true 2 years from now. And I just wanted to highlight that complex situation that occurred during the Trump administration. I think that's important for this conversation.
100%. Listen, Nick, I really do think so far in this conversation, I feel like Biden is definitely, Biden's in the lead, man. He's in the lead for the worst president to ever,
What have you been drinking? Have you been taking a shot every time Jonathan or Eric has just a really awful
100%.
point? Okay.
100%. I literally put my hand up, I grab an imaginary shot glass and boom, chug it down. It's helping me digest the bullshit. You understand what I'm saying?
So, it's bullshit, the comment you made about China and Trump. Like, do you realize his daughter? You realize his daughter got 11 patents.
Joe, you need 11 microphones, better microphones, okay?
An American that got 11 patents in 4 days, right? His daughter got 11 patents in 4 days from China.
What does that mean?
What about Hunter Biden? Listen, let's not even go there.
That means they're crooks.
Let's not listen, Joe. Let's not go there, okay? Because you're just going to open up a can of worms, right? That would not go in your favor, okay? Hunter Biden has to be probably the worst president's kid that we've ever seen in our history. Forget recent history, in our history. So let's. You just brought up Trump's daughter. Is she in the office?
She was.
Yeah, she was in the White House. You're damn straight. She was. Running
he
shit.
just got caught there, Nelson. Oh no, Nelson, he couldn't take the heat. He couldn't take the heat. That's what happened. He left the kitchen.
Oh no. Now Jonathan's at the helm. I don't know what to do now.
This is what happened.
Which one of y'all made Nelson leave?
It was me.
What did Nelson know about Hillary Clinton?
Well, while Nelson is reconnecting, it's probably because he had so many shots to drink because he just couldn't take, as he likes to say, he can't take all the bullshit. But he finally understood. He's come to understand that we were right all along. So I think that's what is really happening here. He's opening his eyes. He's probably listening to all of this, and he's like, Catherine. But we had an interesting topic come up here. Nick, do you want to introduce our next topical conversation? Because
Do
I
you
think
really
this
want to
one
talk
is
about
going to be
COVID?
because I think that's going to be a very light and fluffy topic. I think
I'm
we're all going to
sure.
agree. Because I think the two presidents just handled it so beautifully, all very similar, very, what do you think, Nick?
Perfect.
Tell me what you think.
Money, and more money. I don't think the printer has been turned off yet. It's just been going at full steam here. I think we can all agree on both sides. There's way too much money pumped into the economy.
100%, Nick.
So 100%.
100%. Let's talk about it.
Eric, let's talk about it, man.
So
nothing to argue about there. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Well,
yeah.
well, we got two presidents with two different approaches that some might say to the whole COVID situation. One inherited the COVID, both of them, I don't think started COVID. So let's give them credit for that. But, we don't know, I guess.
Oh,
but both had to deal with the situation, and one had to deal with it in the beginning and had to do Project Speed Warp, and the other one, had to is still dealing with it. So
what is he dealing with, though, Catherine? How about let's talk about that? What the hell is Biden dealing with? Because he just told us last year that the pandemic was over, right? And now we're talking about forcing 3-year-olds to wear Scooby-Doo masks on airplanes again. What happened?
Let's talk about it.
Let's do it.
Nelson is saying that he's going to ban us I'm not going to say the word because it's not Twitter friendly and this is a family friendly show.
Eric will say it.
I can't
Eric,
say
do you want to do the honor?
Okay. No, I won't say it.
Okay, but we're not allowed to say let's talk about it, or he's going to sue us into oblivion. And I have to avoid.
Let's talk about it.
Well, I have an interesting take if you want to hear it.
Let's go, Justin. Let's hear it.
All right. Well, as you all know, that's kind of my forte is the COVID thing here, and I've been a big, strong supporter of President Trump's right up until March 29th. March 29th was this infamous presser in the Rose Garden 2020, and that was the day that President Trump extended the 2-week to the 15 days to slow the spread to another 40 days, which caused, in my opinion, immense harm. I tweeted that very day, Trump just lost the election. And I knew he had because I knew demographics and I knew there were shenanigans during the 2020, but not enough to overcome the election, in my opinion. But the main thing was his stance and his opening up Pandora's box, allowed 50 governors, allowed 3,200 unelected health officials, allowed 13,000 school districts to basically do whatever the hell they wanted on COVID policies. And they've taken their cue from the federal government, which President Trump enjoined. In fact, in one tweet, he said, the governors do not have a role here. This is my decision, and they should follow it. He took to task many of them. And many of the governors, like my own here in California, went way overboard. People like Governor DeSantis, he followed suit for about a month or two and then said, nope, we're out of this thing. And people in North Dakota didn't do anything. So lots of examples. We have lots of good comparisons. But in the end, I'm really disappointed right now that President Trump has not made that a central issue of his campaign. I hope he actually apologizes for ever going down the path of the lockdowns. They were dramatic and they were awful. On the other hand, Biden continued the lockdowns. More importantly, he created the awful mandates, the mandates on these vaccines that do not stop the infections. As Fauci has said, the infection at the nasal pharynx, the viral load is the same for a vaccinated person as for an unvaccinated person. And right now you go to any county in the country and you'll find that 70% of the people that are dying are fully vaxxed and boosted. And that could be base rate fallacy, but in many cases not, especially when you look at fourth booster rates. But beyond that, I think they've both performed dreadful. I think President Biden's stimulus, which injected more and more money into to printout, was horrendous, and by a factor probably worse than what Trump did. But Trump basically gets a failing grade in many of these as well. I know he tried to roll it back. My team was the core team behind Scott Atlas when he was at the White House, and we were basically helping with data sets and charts and anything he needed. He finally convinced the president that these lockdowns weren't the way to go, and that masks were doing nothing, that plexiglass was useless, that the social distancing was ridiculous, that all these efforts were really unfounded. But it was too late. By that time, the election was happening, and they didn't want to rock the boat too much. And much to our chagrin, he lost. But that was really unfortunate that he lost there. I think he could have righted the ship. But right now, when I hear him, I just think he hasn't learned those lessons, especially when it comes to the vaccine. So that's my take from a person who was very strong supporter. And when I say a strong supporter, when it came to the challenge of the election, I produced a chart showing ballot counts and digital data on Wisconsin, and Trump showed it up. He took my chart and he printed it out and showed it to the nation. He liked that. I liked it too. But in the end, I wrote a Wall Street op-ed on this the other week, so I have strong opinions. I think Biden did worse, but Trump was no angel.
But here's the deal: Biden did worse. Yes or no?
Yeah, I would say, especially when it comes to the mandates.
It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Biden did worse. Period. That's it. The title of this conversation is Biden Trump. Who is the worst U.S. president we've had in recent history?
You know what? I'd like to take
that. That's it right there. And here's the deal. Right? Who forced Trump to lock the country down? Who did? Because I clearly remember Pelosi and the Democrats putting pressure on Trump.
So Nelson,
okay? So let's not discount
they put
that.
a lot of pressure on Trump, but Trump never locked the country down. I want to make that very clear. That never happened.
Yeah, so. Guys, we can talk semantics all we want. We know that the government was shut down for 2 weeks. It was a federal recommended lockdown. Everyone followed that recommendation. They extended for another 40 days. That was the title from the top down. So either he has some responsibility for it or he's just doing talking points from the swamp. It's a real contradiction to say, well, he was forced into it by the swamp, but he was the guy to beat the swamp.
You know what, though? Well, there's one thing here is that if we're talking about this, you're not comparing apples to apples. You're comparing President Trump dealing with the initial months of the COVID when there wasn't a lot of data out there versus Biden's response after months and months of data. So if you really want to talk about the topic, Biden versus Trump, who's the worst, which, by the way, I disagree with because I don't think Trump is even a worst president. There's no way you could talk about that. You should talk about something that they both had the ability to influence that's outside of secondary sources, that doesn't depend upon Ukraine, that doesn't depend upon COVID, that doesn't depend upon the vagaries of something outside of their control. Let's take, for instance, the southern border. Trump had the southern border under control. He had those contracts signed. They were going to finish the border fencing. The materials were all in place. The lawsuits had been won. He overcame.
This is a ridiculous argument.
Wait, let me finish this point, though. Okay, he overcame resistance from his own party and the Democrats to get that funding in place to help control the
Mexico
flow
paying
of
for it,
drugs.
Why do you need funding?
Well, did Mexico pay? Actually, Mexico did pay. Do you remember when Trump used economic warfare against Mexico and threatened them with tariffs that were going to be ratcheted up 5% each month unless they contributed a significant amount of troops to the southern border to prevent people from crossing? If you want to look at those numbers from the time when Trump was in office, border crossings were down substantially. Our border was getting under control. Was it perfect? Absolutely not. Was it ever going to be perfect? Absolutely not. Was it going to solve every problem? No. But it was reducing the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs across our border. It was lessening the incidence of human trafficking. of human trafficking. No, it's not, because the numbers are there.
100%.
Even Biden's
100%
custom
bullshit.
importance.
But guys, you don't
Custom and border
understand the border
patrol.
very well.
Listen, guys. I need one mic on Brick Suit, and I will pass it to you liberals. Okay, Brick Suit. Let's talk about it. And by the way, Catherine and Nick, that's how you say it. Let's talk about it. Only Nelson can say it, man. Let's go. Brick Suit, jump in. Your mic is muted. You're not talking about it.
Got it. Okay. So all this was in place. First day Biden gets in office, out of spite, basically, no more border barriers. Well, guess what? We still paid for all of that. We still paid for all of those materials were there, and we paid all the contractors who already had the contract signed to do that construction. All right. So not only did we not get the wall that we paid for, it's still just rotting there in the desert. And how has the border gone since then? All right. It is out of control. You want to talk about the 13 American lives that Biden squandered in Afghanistan? I can't even begin to count the number of Americans who are dead now because of the increase in illegal immigration across our border, either as a direct result of assaults, or drunk driving from illegal aliens or something like that. So many more angel mom and dads that never should have been made that are made now because our borders are wide open. And we're not even factoring in how much this is going to cost us down the road, where you've got literally 250,000 people that they know of crossing the border in a given month. That is a huge amount. That is an unsustainable amount of continued unchecked migration from across the entire globe, and it's going to have long tail of effect in our economy. So if you want to talk about this, is what I said. This is apples to apples. They each have control over the border. They really did. Trump controlled it. Biden just forgot about it, just opened the door and let everybody come in. And on that basis alone, that makes Biden absolutely horrible, because America's going to be paying for decades for what he's done in just the last 2 years.
100%. Absolutely, man. I mean, he forgot about our borders to go focus on Ukraine's borders. Talk about that. Okay. Eric, jump in. You want to comment? Let's go.
I want to say, first of all, shout out to Mario for bringing some discourse and calming your crazy ass down a little bit, where you let people talk. So I appreciate that from you,
Let's
Nelson.
talk about it.
And from Mario. A little decorum in here is pretty cool. And I really do appreciate the intelligence in the conversation tonight. If you want to really go to the border and have that conversation, I wish we could have a red light, green light down there. But the reality is, and you have to come at this from couple different ways. We've got migration channels for wildlife that go through that southern border, and this comes into LA. There's all kinds of things to talk about, but we control the spigot from the roads and from where you can build a wall. There's all kinds of places and spaces along that border. When you look at that from just a clear-eyed perspective, you cannot build a wall across that border, no matter who you are, no matter how much money you have. It's just not possible. It's not physically possible. So all of this conversation kind of gets silly, because yes and no, right? We can argue about whose policy let how many people through. It's a broken legal system at the border. That's really our issue. Our issue is immigration law and the kangaroo court and lack of funds in that particular aspect. I'll leave it there, because I can tell you from a wildlife perspective, if you get over into I had a conversation for nearly 3 hours today with an unrelated situation, but Mitch, and I can't use his last name, is a player at Nat Geo, right? And he got into a conversation about Disney and the corporate money and all of the things that happen in the southern border, totally unrelated to what we're talking about, came into play because he's down there saving these Mexican foxes and putting these collars on them. And this is a person who's in an echelon of billionaires. We're not talking about somebody that's just a flunky, right? And it's not about an argument about the border, but the reality of the border is that it's porous. It's porous, and the human trafficking that comes through that border is played from both sides, and we on this side of this border are not innocent. It is a big numbers game, and it's really, really sad. I'm no expert by any stretch, but it's not about Trump. It's not about Biden. It's about a much bigger problem. I'll leave it there.
I just wanted to raise one thing. Rick Suit, Trump never got funding for the wall. I don't know what you're talking about. By the time he left, he had only completed 47 miles of new wall. What he did was he took money from the Defense Department budget, from the Pentagon. He was never given more than, what was it, $1.375 billion by the government?
But that is the funding. He took national defense funding and used it to
No.
defend America's borders.
He did
It's
not
the
build the
military budget.
wall.
He
Mexico
found
did not.
funding. He found funding within the existing budget
But
to
that
construct
wasn't
barriers.
going to be enough to cover it.
It was never planned to cover the
Oh,
entire border. The previous
excuse me. He
speaker,
said 1,000.
I wish I
Didn't you
could
remember
find
that?
some money.
He said it was going to be
Look.
1,000 miles long. You don't remember that? That was all, and Mexico
now
was
the
going to pay
goal at
for
the
it.
end of his presidency.
He said,
One second, guys. 1 second. Let's get one mic on the liberal. Let's get one mic on Tara real quick.
He said it was going to be 1,000 miles long and Mexico was going to pay for it. He was not able to get the funds from Mexico, obviously, because they didn't pay anything. He was not able to get the funds from Congress. So what he did was he tried to get some of the funds, but not anywhere near as much as he would have needed to actually do this project from the Pentagon budget, from an area that actually needed the money. But okay. He moved money around, but he still only completed 47 miles of new border. The rest of it was just basically replacing stuff, putting in new stuff at existing places. It wasn't what he said. So what you said before was just
because it wasn't
wrong.
allowed to happen. It literally wasn't allowed to happen. They spent 4 years stonewalling him.
Excuse me, they spent 4 years stonewalling. So let me just explain to you something. We have never had a comprehensive immigration policy that works. Everybody knows this, okay? There are many people who agree on many portions of things, like the Dreamers. I think almost everyone in the country would be fine with that. But Congress doesn't want to do this. Trump was not able to achieve his goals legislatively, and that is, in fact, was one of his biggest weaknesses as president. He really wasn't good at this stuff. He didn't give a crap about legislating. He didn't care. He just wanted to do things by fiat. So what did he have, like 1 or 2 bills in the entire time he was president? He had the tax bill, and there was one other thing, and that was pretty much it. He did not achieve, and you have to hold a president. You have to say he has to be able to govern, and he was not able to do that. Thank you.
Well, Tara, before I go to break, too.
Add to your point.
No, wait. We've had
Let me speak before break.
No, absolutely not. No, we've had 2 liberals go back to back. No, please, you're going to poison my ears. No. So, Tara, listen, okay? How the hell is he supposed to govern when the House is against him?
You know, there was the deal.
Wait. No, I'm not done. That was a rhetorical question. I'm tired of hearing liberal voices. I'm sorry. Okay, it's not a fucking liberal echo chamber. Okay?
You're full of shit.
No, I'm serious. How is he supposed to govern when they try to impeach him twice?
But there
not
was
once,
a deal
twice.
on the table.
Wait. No. Again, rhetorical question. Okay. I love these goddamn
because
rhetorical
you're
questions.
Scared.
You love that, man.
I'm not done with my rhetorical questions. Wait, hold on. Number 3, right? How is he supposed to govern when everybody is coming for his neck? Media, right? Congress, for everybody is literally coming for his neck. Do you know how hard it is?
And then that wouldn't happen.
He should be a criminal. You listen to this bullshit, man. God.
I have asked this 15 times now.
Nobody
Nobody can explain to me what criminal acts he did. He's never been charged with anything. I don't understand that. Nobody can explain that to me. None of you here can explain that. You just keep on.
Has any president ever been charged with anything? Have they committed criminal acts? Sorry, he blackmailed Ukraine. He was blackmailing Ukraine for information on Biden. That is actually illegal. That is a crime. That did happen. Right?
So you think
it was a bipartisan research. And when you say Biden's doing worse, look, I don't like Biden. I think Biden was the wrong guy. But saying Trump was better on COVID, Trump lied. He was on tape. He was on a phone call saying that he knew how bad it was, but he didn't want to tell us that. And then came on TV and said it's just like the flu, it'll pass, after already having the information. People forget that. If you look on my Twitter right now, my very first post says, I predicted Trump would win. I've been in marketing for a long time, consider myself a marketing expert. What he does is he overloads information so you forget the bad shit, right?
He had a phone call where he knew what was coming. He knew it was a lot worse than the flu, and decided to go tell the American people that it's just like the flu. And about the border, you can't look at how much people come over the border. That's not the way to measure things, because Biden's not going to manage it by letting people over the border. He's going to manage it by net migration. Net migration is what's important, and net migration is lower than the second term in Trump's.
Can you possibly say that? Can you even use the word
ridiculous.
manage when it comes to Biden's border? Can you use the word manage? Is that the proper term, Nelson?
You know
No,
what,
you look
Nick?
at net
Does
migration.
anybody not
net
remember?
migration matters, not the border. Biden's not going to try to stop them at the border. Yes, net migration. How many people do you send back?
Listen. Illegal immigration does not constitute towards any sort of migration. It's illegal immigration. Okay, there's no way of tallying up how many illegal immigrants have come into the United States, right? Because they're illegal. There's no documentation.
Oh, but
right?
you're saying this. But you just said it's a lot higher. So which one is it?
Of course it is, because we're having reports about it, but there's no way of us getting an actual number, because once again, they're undocumented. Okay,
but you're saying it's worse under Biden. How do you know?
Oh my God!
It is so much
why
worse.
did Trump not fix it? So why?
Does anyone not remember that there was a deal that a bipartisan group of senators came to Donald Trump? They said, "We've got a deal, and includes the Dreamers, it's border wall, it's all this stuff." Remember that? And you know what happened? Donald Trump screwed it up. Remember, by the end of that day, he was talking about shithole countries and stuff like that. There was a deal that he could have had. But he refused to have it.
Let's hear it.
Donald Trump put that deal out, and the Democrats scuttled it because they didn't want to fund the wall.
Correct.
Donald Trump put out there a path for citizenship for Dreamers to remain in the United States in exchange for funding of the border wall, and the Democrats torpedoed it. There's no way around that. And you can argue all you want. You're correct that a lot of the wall that was constructed on the southern border was reconstruction of existing wall. That's true. But it was upgraded in effectiveness. Access roads were built to allow the same number of border agents to more effectively cover more ground laterally because the roads were graded more effectively. They put integral sensors in with the border fencing, and so they had a better coverage from that as well. So, yes, it was reconstructed in places. No, it was not intended at the time of when Trump's term ended to cover the entire border. Yes, however, many areas were still under contract to be finished. And to me, what's really criminal is the areas which were almost completely done, say in the Yuma sector or other sectors where really all that was left were a couple holes to be built, and Biden would not fill them. They would not complete the walls where even just a little portion of construction would have upgraded it so much and made it so much more effective. Not putting gates on that were the last parts of the construction. Things like that. I can understand not funding more additional sections of wall, but the wall sections that were already, the fencing sections that were already 95% completed and completely paid for, and all the materials there, why not complete those to help protect American borders? That's what I don't understand. Biden basically let his ego to do anything he possibly could to undo everything that maybe Trump did. Biden let his ego dictate that path of action, and not American safety.
Okay, let me just tell you something. In June of 2018, after I believe Trump scuttled the initial deal, there was a House Republican group working on an immigration deal. They were getting someplace. It was working well. Trump put out a tweet, said Republicans shouldn't bother with immigration until after the election because we're going to win more things. He scuttled it again. Okay, he had no interest in doing this. So to suggest that Donald Trump somehow was stymied in his quest for a immigration deal by Democrats is just nonsense.
So you don't think Nancy Pelosi blocked him from building the wall, right? You don't think she blocked him from wall funding?
I think he could have gotten pretty far on the wall if he had just agreed to a multifaceted deal. But for some unknown reason, after saying he would, then he said he wouldn't. Nobody understands this guy because honestly, I know everybody thinks he's like this great
Democrat
negotiator.
multifaceted deal includes $800 billion for windmills and shit. I mean,
I
You
see.
can't.
So in other words, now
Well,
you're
windmills
saying
and shit.
now you're trying
Yeah,
to say
exactly.
that in fact they didn't scuttle it. It was Trump, but he was right to do it. Why don't you get your story straight, Nick?
I don't know
If I
what
may,
was I inconsistent on? Hold on, let's be clear. What was I inconsistent on there? What was the Inflation Reduction Act? Was that a climate bill, or was it an Inflation Reduction Act?
First you said that the Democrats scuttled the immigration bill, and now you sort of said, well, he couldn't agree to certain things.
Well, yeah, if you're going to throw in a bunch of bullshit that's irrelevant, yeah, that's what they do all the time.
So
yes,
there's
that
no
would be
way.
correct.
I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen. He had a deal in place. It was pretty close, and it wasn't filled with all sorts of stuff he couldn't accept. He was going to get more money from the wall than he ever wound up getting. He should have just taken it. It was comprehensive. It had Dreamer stuff in it. It had a lot of things in it that would have really been useful. But no, he didn't want to, because this man is a consummate egotist. Okay, he was not interested in doing things unless somehow he felt it was his. I don't even know.
If that were to be the case, don't you think that it would have been politically expedient for him to build the wall?
You know what?
Even if there was a little bit of other garbage put in there, obviously there would have had to be something a little.
But it's so funny. Eric and I both live in New York City, and I think
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, well, actually, unlike what that guy said, it's not. I've been on the subway today twice, and I mark myself safe.
The best
subway riding liberals.
It's crazy. I mean, honestly, yeah, it's pretty.
Manhattan living liberals.
You are
right.
blasphemy.
Nelson, don't you dare speak ill of my city, my honorary city.
We will come for you, New York.
Does everybody? I really hope everybody just gauge that. Catherine, Eric, Tara, all from New York, all liberals.
So
goddamn
let me just
liberals.
explain something. Anybody who lived in New York,
so's New York, so's Trump, and he was a liberal too.
Anyone who lives in New York for a significant period of time, or even less than that, knew about Donald Trump. No one ever took him seriously here. He's not a real builder. He's just a marketer, a really good marketer. Okay, but a guy who has all these crazy plans, not a negotiator, not anything, just a great marketer with one really basic idea: put my name on everything. That's his big idea. Then all of a sudden, even though we were all laughing at him all throughout his life, he's not doing anything. Basically, when they put him on TV, America somehow thought he's The Apprentice. He's the greatest businessman in the world. He's not. He never was. He never was much of a negotiator. That's what he is. He sues people. He's a litigator, if anything.
Man,
that's
you
his
guys,
business plan.
Listen, Tara. All I hear from you liberals on this stage right now in regards to Trump, I hear nothing but hate. You're not talking about policies. You're not talking about the economy. Wait. Let me finish, brother. Okay. You're not talking about policies he enacted. You're not talking about the state of the economy when he was president. You're just talking about just personal attacks. I mean, Joa and Eric. Wait, my brother. Let me 1 second, man. I mean, Joa and Nick. I mean, you guys are on a whole nother level. I mean, it's like he stole your girlfriends back in college. You know,
did you say Nick? No, you don't be saying
Eric,
that.
Okay, Nelson, let's do a little experiment.
Eric is good.
Nelson, can we do a little experiment? Let's ask the people who don't like Trump to name a policy they don't like, and let's ask the people who don't like Biden to name a policy that they don't like.
I like that.
Ooh,
I like that.
Before we do that, I do have some comments on the southern border. If we still got some time for that.
Oh, we'll circle back. Catherine, take a pick. Who do you want to go with?
Okay. Who do we ask first?
I can go first.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who's the liberal on the floor? I say Joa.
Let's go with Joa.
Trump took his girl, so we can go with Joa.
No, Trump didn't take my girl. He took $13 million and didn't pay my dad for it, but that's cool.
Wow, $13 million and your girlfriend. Jeez, now I know why you hate him.
I mean, I think that's fair. No,
I can give you that.
That is fair.
I'd be mad too.
Jump in, Joa.
Yeah, the one thing that got me right away was the devaluing of the dollar. It wasn't a particular policy of his. Was he went on TV within 4 months of being in policy, said the dollar was too strong. You know what happens when the dollar gets weak? Real estate goes up. That's the only advantage for having a weak dollar. When you lower the dollar's value, things like Bitcoin, gold, real estate, art, all those things increase. That's why he went on a weak dollar, because he's a real estate owner. That's probably why you love him too, because you're in real estate. So it was great for you, really bad for Americans, though. Makes things really expensive for the average American person. That's why I didn't like him.
Absolute nonsense. But
so I guess we'll let the liberals go around the horn first. So.
Yeah, let's go with the liberals.
If you make a comment that's nonsense, tell me why it's nonsense.
Let me go to another liberal.
Okay,
I'll come back to you later. Right. Let's go to another liberal. Let's go to Eric, the other guy who lost.
You can call me liberal if you want to. I think that the reality is that we are all fiscally conservative and socially liberal, including yourself. You're not looking to tear people down. You want to stay liberal and conservative. That's not it. Look, I'm not carrying water for any of these guys, but Donald Trump has got to be the lowest form of human life there is on planet Earth.
Wow.
And that comes.
You lost 13 million too?
That comes prior. No, I have more than 13 million. The man has destroyed lives in this city, and the contractors and builders and the people like you that he has chewed up and raped and then legally ran them out of town. That is why I have the disdain for this piece of trash that you guys love, because he is the lowest form of human life. And if you look back across his career, he's done nothing but manipulate. And everything that Tira said earlier, he has never been, and I don't think he's a great marketer. He took his father's money and he took a city that was in turmoil and he begged to get into Manhattan, and he took and put his name on Woolman Rink. This is a guy that ran a full page ad. What was the motivation for the full page ad to hang the guys that were ultimately resolved of the crimes of the rape in Central Park? The character of this piece of trash precedes him in every way, shape, and form. And the fact that he was elected as president was an accident.
You know, Eric, you guys didn't hate him until he ran for president as a Republican.
I hated him.
He was one of the most beloved figures in business and New York City.
What he does.
Yes, he
was.
Before.
No, he was not.
He absolutely was.
1 second, guys. Let's get one mic on Nick. Nick, man, you're getting these liberals riled up, man. We need one microphone, man. Let's talk about it.
I know. Hold me back, man. Hold me back.
It's the KFC in Kentucky, man. You're eating a lot of that. You know?
Apparently we haven't been...
And they said that Democrats are the emotional ones, but Nick is proving you guys wrong. You know,
Nick, you're giving us a bad rep, man. Come on, man. All right, let's go.
I'm used to you being the one biting.
Let's talk about it. All right,
Nick. No one in New York.
Joe.
And he would not allow black people to rent from him. He tried to move them out. Then he did the same thing to old people. And when he took out that paper to announce the 5 guys who rape people, that was to get black people out of the area of Central Park. Period.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So what I've been told here is to fact check, not be emotional, but to fact check. There's absolutely no evidence of that.
1,000%.
It's illegal, Nick. Come on, man.
He was sued for it. What are you talking about? He was sued for it.
Okay. And what was the outcome?
But Nick, it doesn't even relate to this conversation. We're talking about Biden and Trump, who's the worst president in recent history. These guys are bringing up personal shit.
Oh, I know.
I'm not
that personal.
Wait.
I think if we,
gentlemen, I'm not here to hear about your personal grievances. Okay, you really don't. I mean, sorry for losing $13 million. Any girlfriend?
He didn't lose it. He got robbed.
But here's the deal. That ain't got a goddamn thing to do with his goddamn
Nelson, you were asking about policy.
100%.
And so far, I haven't heard it. I heard somebody say that he devalued the dollar, which makes no sense. Actually.
He doesn't have any policy. That's why.
Nick, you're the one who brought up that we loved him before he became president. Not us. You brought up non-policy.
You had your time to talk about policy. You didn't talk about policy. Nobody talked about policy.
I talked about him saying that he wanted to lower the dollar, and that's exactly what he did. To increase real estate prices.
Through what? I guess we won't actually get into policy with that one. We'll just let that one slide. But Catherine, you haven't chimed in yet.
Oh, we're Kat, what you got for us?
I mean, I'm a Canadian, so
yeah, I was going to use that against you earlier, but
wow, Canadian living Canadian living, Trudeau voting, New York City
Yep.
hanging, goddamn Democrats.
I was very nice and didn't use that against you earlier, Kat.
That's all right. I'm an honorary New Yorker. Lived in New York for many years, and I'm also
Wow.
Canadian.
No wonder. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Did not vote for Trudeau.
Let's go to Tara. Tara, bring us back to policies, please.
All right. So
you're the sensible Democrat here. Those other guys are Looney Tunes, man. Except Catherine.
So obviously, in addition to undermining our faith in our election, which is not exactly a policy, but it is something that I take very seriously. I would have to say that undermining NATO, undermining our alliances, was one of the worst aspects of Donald Trump. Because, you might say, oh, he was just trying to get them to pay their fair share, all that sort of stuff. But in fact, he was undermining the alliances all the time. Most of our allies disliked him and distrusted him. And that would have continued had he stayed in office. Obviously, he would probably have just given Ukraine to Putin. So, in my judgment, we would not have had the response we did. But I personally, maybe because of my historical underpinnings of things, I feel like Europe is a terrific bulwark against Russian aggression. And so to me, I feel that, the idea that Donald Trump didn't even understand that, he was just thinking about it as a transactional way, but we really have benefited enormously from our alliance with Europe, and we will continue to do so. And the fact that he didn't care about that he walked around basically not understanding it, to me was a serious flaw. Thanks.
Awesome. So I only heard part of that, but I want to go to All Source because you had your hand up for a while, and you've always got a nice, intelligent take. So let's hear it. What do you think?
But if I may, so we were talking about the border, and I'm glad Austin is here with me because him and I both our accounts focus on the border in South America, me specifically on Mexican cartels. So I would like to defer to Austin because he's been waiting forever, and I asked him specifically to come up because I know he has very good points, and then I can piggyback. But we are talking more about policy in the border, but I'd like to defer a little bit to Austin.
Sure, Austin, go for it.
Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, so I've spent quite a considerable amount of time covering, politics in Latin America as well as in Europe. I'm mostly a foreign policy guy. That's where I find my bit of expertise. I tend to try and stay in my lane as much as I can. But I think what's really interesting about, the previous conversation that we were having was there was a lot of mentions of, migrant numbers. There's a lot of mentions of the wall. But there wasn't any mentions whatsoever on what's driving migration, on sort of, what potentially could be causing there to be sort of more encounters at the border, what could be causing, more cases of human trafficking, more cases of weapon smuggling, of drug smuggling, and everything like that. I mean, not once did we talk about the fact that, there are 2.5 million people in Honduras who don't have a stable supply of food. We didn't bring up the fact that the capital of El Salvador, San Salvador, has a murder rate, or previously has a murder rate, now is a military crackdown that would make, the murder rates that we talk about often in cities like LA and Chicago or DC even look tame, like very, very, very tame. And so I think this actually kind of dovetails into a previous topic that was mentioned on, what is the United States' stake in the world? Why do we engage in foreign policy? And the reality of the situation is whether we're talking about economics, whether we're talking about national security, whether we're talking about the southern border, we have two options. Either we go and knock on the world's door, or we wait and we do nothing, and eventually the world knocks on our door. And we've seen that happening overwhelmingly in regards to the southern border, right? There was a lot of talk in the mid 2010s about, Mexican migration to the U.S. when, the real statistic was that more Mexican Americans were actually emigrating to Mexico than were coming into the country. The reality is that most of the people trying to get over the southern border are coming from countries in Central America. Correct. Or in the Caribbean. Who are going through, tremendous states of internal crisis at the point. It was previously mentioned how Haiti has basically been dominated by gangs for the last 3 years, to the point where there really isn't a Haitian government that you could point at and say, well, they control the capital. That's where, power originates from. And so I think one of the faults of both the Trump administration and the Biden administration here, and also preceding administrations when it comes to Latin America, is despite it being so impactful on, U.S. affairs. I mean, Mexico is the number 2 or 3 trading partner in regards to imports, number 3 partner overall. That depends on whether or not you count the European Union as a single trading entity. So much American money flows into Mexico, so much Mexican money flows into America. And most of the conversations we have about Mexican affairs, about Central American affairs, about Caribbean affairs, it kind of ends up just kind of starting and stopping at the border. It starts and stops with, is CNB being funded enough? Is the wall a good idea? I mean, personally, I would say, show me a 20-foot wall, I'll show you someone with a 1-foot ladder. But at the same time, until we start pursuing policy that looks to improve the situations going on in some of these countries in Central America, or actually sort of providing support for those issues, we're not going to see the amount of people streaming towards the border recede or stop by any sort of measurable metric, right? Just like as often is talked about, the idea of, if a country, that has a porous border were to try and ban guns, there would still be a black market that would form to sell that, right? That's how markets work. In the same case, as long as those issues are ongoing in Central America and Mexico, in the Caribbean, it doesn't matter how much we fund CBNP. It doesn't matter how much, how many walls we build. There's always going to be a group of people trying to get over that border, for one, and there are always going to be criminals trying to either traffic them or take advantage of that very poor situation that they find themselves in. And so that's where I think we should be having this conversation. If we're going to talk about, border security, we need to be talking about what can we do to help, the Mexican government's fight against the cartels. We need to be talking about how can we build a sustainable sense of government in countries like Honduras or Guatemala. And yeah, those are my initial thoughts on the border there.
Awesome.
And if I can expand on that, because this is an important point, right? Because when we're talking about the borders right now, specifically in the last couple of months, the 2 largest countries that had the most amount of immigration to the U.S. and the borders were. So the term used, Nelson, I think, to get to your point, when they talk about illegal immigration, legal immigration, what CBP utilizes is encounters. That's the term that is utilized, encounters. In other words, people that try to cross the border, CBP encounters members of border patrols. The 2 largest countries where we're seeing right now people fleeing and trying to go into the U.S. is Cuba and Nicaragua. Both countries run by totalitarian governments, Cuba by a communist and Nicaragua Sandinista, basically communist government backed by Cuba, right? And then there always is Venezuela, right? And so you can see how the 3, right? If we, bashing socialism, bashing communism, well, those are the 3 most countries right now, generally in the top of the list, are trying to flee there. But not only, because you also see Central America, you see Ecuador that has huge problems of gang violence, cartels in Mexico is very active, and so when we're talking about the border, right, and I think one of the things that we forget to realize is that also it's very important to highlight is a lot of times these migrants that are trying to come into the U.S., they are the first and probably one of the most severe victims of human smuggling and trafficking and cartels. I mean, unfortunately, I track cartels. I see too many videos of migrants being kidnapped, extorted, and killed, dismembered, and decapitated daily, a lot, right? And so I think we when we're talking about encounters, when we're talking, these are also human faces that I think it's important to highlight, because you got to think about it, right? If somebody from Cuba is willing to cross the ocean to get to Mexico, and then for Mexico run the risk of taking migration routes, so there's multiple routes. If they go, for example, to Brownsville, Texas, they're going to have to go through the Mexican state of Tamaulipas, which is one of the most violent states in Mexico. And they have to cross through very violent cartel-run territory, through multiple cartels and multiple extortion and multiple kidnappings. And so then then they get encountered here, right? And I just don't want to, I'm not arguing one way or another, but I think that's an important human factor that needs to be taken into account, because a lot of times the migrants that are trying to get into the U.S. are also victims. There are bad actors. Do not get me wrong. It is important to highlight that people on the terrorist watch list that have tried to cross the southern border has actually gone up in the last couple of fiscal years, right? It's a small, minute percentage. We're talking less than 100, and when we're talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people trying to cross the borders. So there's always going to be that national security risk. But I think that the human factor, I think it's important to highlight. And I think people like Austin and myself and other accounts that track violence in South America and Mexico, we see it, and it's heartbreaking.
All sorts. Would you say that though that the kind of the welcome mat that we've put out for anybody who can walk across our borders currently is part of the reason that these people are undertaking these hazardous journeys? And don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't fault them for trying. This is their golden moment. This is their time to get here, in my opinion. And I perfectly understand why they want to come. But do you think the fact that, now it's like you get across the border, there's not really any holding facilities so much as there are processing facilities, and then we facilitate their transfer anywhere they want to go, pretty much within the United States, with the use of NGOs or charities, not always government sponsored travel, but a lot sometimes it is. But do you think our welcome mat mentality since Biden has come in has led to this increase?
So we saw it during the Trump administration. So let me put it this. Like, I live in a border town, right? So the border, it's very important to my community. And I also, like, when I was in the Army, one of the last gigs I did was I did deploy as part of Trump's border wall mission in 2018, right? So I've experience in this, doing that mission and living it firsthand. And I think again, it goes back to, I think, Austin's point of view, right? And it's because Title 42 is still in effect. The Remain in Mexico policy is still in effect. Recently, the Biden administration tried to remove it recently. The courts superseded it. Title 42 is a COVID policy. So, even if you look at Justice Gorsuch's dissent, he's like, well, wait a minute. Why is the court granting a policy for COVID to limit migration? That's a legislative. The executive government is saying COVID is no longer a threat. Why are we still having COVID? Title 42. But that's a separate, conversation, right? But I think it goes back to what Austin was saying also, which is more important. I think it's more important if you look at the situation that are occurring in these countries and why do we see these migrations flows, right? So let's say Cuba, right? Cuba's, got ravaged by COVID, had a huge economic problem. And by the way, last year it got, or 2 years ago, massive political protests erupted in Cuba basically instantaneously. And there was a huge crackdown from the Cuban dictatorship against the Cuban population that just wants democratic freedoms like everybody else, right? So then that causes migration. But I think there's a lot of policies that we do as the U.S., both from the Trump, Biden, Republican, Democrat, whatever, that encourages these migrations. And a perfect example, for example, is a lot of policies that we do in Central America. And so a lot of these Central American governments, let's say Guatemala is a perfect example, right? Guatemala is ripe with corruption. It is a huge problem of corruption, has always been very bad in Guatemala. The United Nations set up an international tribunal independent of the government to prosecute corruption and corrupt officials in the Guatemalan government. And the Trump administration and also the Biden administration continued it, basically allowed the Guatemalan government, who is corrupt, to gut those tribunals, make them ineffective, disband them, as long as they supported our migration policy and limit migration into Central America. So the Guatemalan says, we can still be corrupt. We get a win. We just have to pay lip service to the U.S. and say, yeah, we'll limit migration. But corruption, violence, and those types of factors encourages more migration. So I think the mantra that I have in my account, right, when I focus on Mexico is too much times we focus on Mexico and Central America through U.S. domestic political lens. And we fail to realize that a lot of times U.S. domestic political lens can make the situation even worse. And I think that's kind of like a common theme between Austin and I, is like you have to analyze it from the policies of these countries because it does impact us, but you have to remove our domestic political lens from the debate of gun control, drugs. I'm a firm believer if you decided to legalize drugs, I'm of the belief that actually violence will explode in Mexico because cartels will now have to fight for something else. Gutting anti-corruption measures in Central America or encouraging authoritarian regimes like we're seeing in El Salvador right now to limit migration just further increases. And I think it's hard, especially in a space like this where we're talking about like who's worse, Biden or Trump. But when we're talking about migration in the southern border, I think we need to remove our domestic political lens and analyze it above ourselves. And I think once we do that as a nation, both in specifically our leadership, maybe we can get to policies that might address the root cause of migration.
Wow, that was really, that was some really insightful stuff, man. I mean, wow, very, very interesting. I definitely appreciate you for, shedding light on, all the things you said, especially, about, what the migrants go through to get here. I didn't even know any of that stuff. So I really do appreciate you, talking about it. But that being said, I mean, Nick, Catherine, I mean, we've been battling it out over here for the past 3 hours. And I really want to know from all the speakers on the stage, based on the conversation over the past couple of hours, who do you believe to be worse off, Biden or Trump, based on the conversation?
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe that if you don't say that Biden is worse at this point after listening to this space, you weren't listening to this space. So, I mean, it's been embarrassing. It's been embarrassing for you guys.
Well, that's your belief, Nick, and you're entitled to it under the constitutional right.
Kath, come on,
guess,
come on.
Yeah, I mean, damn.
When will you finally see the light? I mean, Jesus Christ, Catherine.
The light gets in when there's a crack that's big enough.
I can't even tell if you guys are
in
being
the words
serious
of
at this point. I don't know if you're being serious, Kat.
Right?
I don't
It sounds
think
like
you're
they're
being
trolling,
serious.
right? It sounds like they're trolling.
He's sober.
Catherine,
You guys just don't like sobriety.
Catherine asked a question of everyone about us say a policy that we don't like from Donald Trump, and you guys are supposed to give policies you didn't like from Biden, which you never really ended up doing.
Oh, I can do that.
True.
No, you guys drove us crazy. I mean, with those liberal talking points, they drove us mad.
Do. It's your opportunity
to drive
us crazy. Go ahead.
All right, you want me to throw one in? I'll throw one in. All right, fine.
Take one for the team.
The quote-unquote Inflation Reduction Act, which did nothing of the sort. Absolutely. The way that nobody on this stage is going to tell me that you reduce inflation by injecting hundreds of billions of dollars into the economy. Especially, I mean, the whole thing is a big freaking climate boondoggle. And even John Kerry over there in Davos, the World Economic Forum, said the same damn thing. It's like, it's a climate bill. Okay? That's what it is. It's not an Inflation Reduction Act. That was never the goal. It was a big climate boondoggle to spend dozens of billions of dollars on this climate stuff. And nobody can deny that. It's been said, and they finally admitted it. So nobody is saying that this reduced inflation by any measure at all. And that's where you got your 87,000 IRS agents that you were so excited about, Tara.
100%. And Nick, on top of that, shutting down those pipelines.
Exactly.
That singular act could have, if it never occurred, that could have alleviated a lot of stress for a lot of Americans as well as Europeans, right? If he didn't do that. He shut down the pipelines, the Keystone Pipeline as an example.
Can I expand on that?
That effed a lot of things up. Jump in, man.
Nobody is going to argue with my point, though, because it's not an arguable point.
I can't.
They
you
want
me to argue, Nick? I can't. There's a difference between trillion and billion. There's a difference. Nelson, he just asked me to argue it. Let me argue it.
Hey, Nick, why did you trigger this liberal, man? Come on, man.
He said nothing can argue it, right? There's a difference between injecting trillions, which is what happened, and instructing the New York Fed to also sell the U.S. dollar in order to weaken it, which was also in the billions, versus injecting billions, right? There's a difference between trillions and billions, right? So if you want to talk about inflation, Trump caused the inflation, not Biden. If anything, ever since Biden's taken office, it's come back down. Cost of goods have gone up.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Ooh.
Where have you been living for the past 2 years under a rock?
You're going to tell me the first 6 months of Biden is Biden's fault for the
Joe, you are literally
yes, because what Biden had to do when he came into office was do nothing. Don't touch anything. That's all he had to do, and he couldn't do it. He had to inject hundreds of billions of dollars into the economy.
You really don't understand how the economy works.
I do understand how the economy works. You tell me, is that good? You come into office, he overheated the economy. Everybody said he was going to do it. The Fed already admitted that they made a mistake. And where do you think they got that pressure from?
Where did the trillions get injected from? Europe has doubled the amount of population of the U.S., and we printed $2 trillion.
I don't care about Europe. I don't care. I don't care what Europe does.
Why did
you better pick? You can't pick and choose like that.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Because that's not how the global economy works. You just show your ignorance.
It's not done overnight. It shows you know jack
who
shit
controls
about economy.
Who controls the global money supply? What is the global reserve currency?
Not the U.S. president.
It's not the U.S. dollar, huh?
It's
And
not controlled
now
like
they're
it's a
quiet.
freaking
Now
spigot
they're
in your
quiet.
backyard, man. You
But
got to
what's your
learn
point?
something before you open your
I
mouth,
mean,
bro.
you know,
Yeah,
you can
what's
keep
your
you can
point? Is
be
that
up
the
here
U.S.
and
dollar?
keep
What's
you
your
can.
point that the U.S. dollar is the global reserve currency?
Well, you keep
What's your
talking
point?
about Europe. I don't care what Europe is doing. You brought up Europe, man.
I brought up Europe because they printed a third of what the U.S. printed under Trump. And you're talking about Biden increased it because he printed more money? No, Trump printed 10
What
times
was
the amount of money.
okay?
What
But
are you
okay,
talking
yes,
about?
all right, yeah. But why did Biden do it? What was the
You
point?
just said, yeah, all right.
What was the point of Biden printing more money?
Wait a minute. Why did Trump print $6 trillion?
Well, you
Triple
know why
what the
Trump
Europe
printed
did.
$6 trillion. We're in the
You know,
middle of a
Nick,
pandemic.
Europe has doubled.
Nick, you know what? Listen, some people, listen, man, some people are just blinded by default, right? And they're going to stay that way. It just is what it is, you know? And, you know, Joe has, you know, personal grievances that only Trump himself can settle, right? So, you know, but that being said, listen, I've really enjoyed the conversation today. You know, for you guys in the audience, if you enjoyed the conversation, I definitely want you to click that link up top and, you know, give me your greatest moments in the conversation, right? The parts you enjoyed the most, but most importantly, I want you to tell me up there who you feel based on this conversation is worse off, Biden or Donald Trump. I want you guys to throw it in up top in that link right now and comment Biden or Donald Trump. Let me know. And I mean, listen, Nick, Catherine, you know, Jonathan's ass abandoned me, but it's all good. I appreciate you guys for holding it down with me. It's been a great conversation. And, you know, once again, the liberals are defeated, you know, so once again, you know, you know, next time you guys need to pick better warriors, you know, not two guys who lost their girlfriends to Trump, you know, pick somebody else to represent you. But
we didn't even talk about Biden just unconstitutionally trying to cancel student debt to the tune of $1 trillion unilaterally. We didn't even get into that one. We'll save it.
100%, 100%. But that being said, man, Joa, Eric, All Source, Brick, really appreciate you guys. You know, thanks for jumping up here. And you know, in these rooms we battle it out. But at the end of the day, we walk out as friends. You know, that's the most important thing. That's why I have Jonathan Bing's bald ass, you know, around me 247. You know what I'm saying?
And Eric didn't unfollow me, and I didn't unfollow you. You know, you're great.
Amen.
I am going to unfollow Nick.
Amen, brothers and sisters.
He really irritates me today.
Catherine, you just okay. I'm just a little bitter today. It's okay. Everybody gets bitter
he
sometimes.
made me a roast room. He even made a roast room for me.
Let's talk about it.
Can we agree on this one point though? I will say. We really just need way, way, way better presidents and way better candidates. Like, can we agree on this? Whether you're Republican or Democrat, we just need better choices and maybe more than 2 parties.
And this is why Nelson is announcing his candidacy tonight. So.
Absolutely. The Let's Talk About It campaign. Let's Talk About It campaign, man.
You know why I was excited?
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you, man. Mario, my brother, are you in the building? Mario. Let's talk about it, man.
Was just listening to you guys on and off. How was the space, man? Enjoy it?
Man, we rocked out, man. How's
Nick and Catherine? Are they still friends, or that's it? They ended.
She's being mean to me again, Mario.
I think that relationship has been destroyed. 100%.
Just like you and Jonathan, man.
Jonathan
like Nick and Catherine.
I'm gonna take a shot every time somebody says Nick, and yeah.
Let's talk about it.
You should have started those shots hours ago.
Nelson, let me know when you want me to end the room, bro.
I have.
Yeah, we were good to go, my brother. Just passing the mic
guys.
to you.
Enjoy, everyone. Thanks a lot, everyone. There's nothing I could say. I think Nelson ended it really well. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks a lot, everyone. Give us your thoughts. What do you think of this space? What do you think of the previous space? Share your thoughts. You can't comment in this space. There's a bit of a glitch. So comment in the pinned tweet above. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.